Good morning, Mega.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm super excited to see all of you. We're missing a few people. We have 17 people on the call, so I know we've got about 15 more coming. How did everyone do um, with the uh, morning huddle that we had? The Mega Mini that you guys did yesterday for your business plans?
Yeah, both. The morning huddle was good. I think that's why some people are struggling in, and the business plan outline was good. I know it helped, and a few of us, I know a lot of people working on it right now. Kelly put hers up, I put mine up. I'm sure others did too.
Excellent. With the path forward, having a plan really helps. And I think most agents get to a point in their business where they think, maybe a plan wouldn't be so bad idea. Wells, what do you got?
The morning huddle was great as always. Um, the business plan, I'm taking a little time with that right now, only because I, like you say, make it realistically. And my husband travels a lot. And so with a 2 year old now, it's like, what really can I do? So I'm actually having a meeting with my husband to kind of get together to make sure that it's something that I can do because I would need his help. So a day or two and I'll have mine up.
I think that a business plan should take a little bit of time. I don't think it's something that someone should rush through. I think it takes a lot of contemplation, maybe even some real directed thought into what areas of real estate you really want to practice in and stay true to that mission and go after it. So many agents come to us and one day they want to do commercial, one day they want to do farm and ranch, one day they want to do land sales, and they're just bouncing around like a rubber ball and they're never giving themselves that opportunity to direct the attention in one area that's going to find them the success for that. So figure out what you love, what you're passionate about in the real estate space, and build a plan around it, and then stay true to that plan. A plan is going to take some funds. It's going to take a budget. It's going to take a marketing budget. It's going to take all kinds of things that, well, truly, if you create a business plan, um, I'm guessing it's going to take you a couple of weeks to really get that in place. So by the time you guys have graduated, you should have a business plan that you can take out of Mega, bring into your July 2025 market, and hopefully over the last 2 weeks and the next 2 weeks, with showing up to your morning huddles and showing up to your Mega Minis and Mega, you've gotten yourself into the rhythm of coming to work every day and focusing on income producing tasks and focusing on real estate. And that you take that into July and you start a whole new set of habits that pull you through the year. You're laser focused on what you're looking for. You've got your goal board, which means you understand your why, you understand your drivers, you know what you're going to go after. And hopefully, you've already touched your entire sphere through Mega and making those calls. And now you start seeing some of those spheres already bringing you business, giving you leads, giving you referrals, and they themselves maybe even at the point where they're ready to transact with you. And what a cool thing that is. So, I want to hear some success stories before we jump into all of this. How many of you have made some calls, had a couple really good calls, and got some business from it? Maybe a couple leads would like to share. I've seen it.
Marco,
Oh,
my, sorry.
let's start with
Should I?
Charlie and then Belladonna.
Okay. Last night I actually accidentally butt dialed the older contact, and and I thought he was a lawyer, but turns out he is also a real estate agent. So it was good catching up with him.
Oh, profit partners. Well, hopefully, you can get him over to Realty, Texas.
Oh, he's based in California, Fresno.
Oh, cool. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Well, there's a good referral partner there. All right. So, question. How many of you have made more than 25 calls to your spheres? Okay, I'm seeing at least three hands. How many calls should you have made so far at this point in Mega?
100, if not more.
Probably about 160 if you're including today.
Yep. So today's Wednesday. So if you include today, if you don't include today, you're looking at 140 calls, is what we should have made by making the 100 calls a day, which means you should already have 4 transactions. You should already have 4 buyers or 4 listings. How many of you would like to have 4 buyers or 4 listings? Okay. So it comes from making the calls, I promise. And we can't get to this point and us still not be making our calls. So I'm going to be pushing you guys harder and harder over the next couple of days. The journey that you're on started with mindset, then started. So our first module was Power Start Your Business. The second module was, or the first module was the mindset of a successful agent, showing you how much money is out there in real estate, how much money you can make, and how many new agents have been in the business for less than 2 years that are already making over $500,000 a year and all the way up to that $1.1 million and even over. Um, to prove to you that it is possible. In the Power Start Your Business, we talked about what are the market conditions, taking into consideration the rates and all things considered, is that business really out there for you? And we looked at the stats from 2024 coming into 2025, the, the first quarter of 2025. And then we looked at March, April, and May all by themselves. And we've seen that $300 million worth of commissions have been transacted just in the first quarter of 2025. And so, of course, there's a massive amount of opportunity there for you. Then we talked about the importance of contacting your people and just how much money you can make in real estate. As we got into the relentless conversion, we looked, what is your database worth? How many contacts do you have in your database? How many contacts is in your sphere? And how important it is to have a database. And if your database has got 200 people in it, and truly it is, people are buying once every 5 years, and 20% of your database is going to transact this year, that's 40 transactions. Who are those people? Now we have to go find them because we know that they exist, but we don't have our database organized and we haven't contacted those people to find out who they are. If we're expecting them to call us, maybe one of them will, but certainly not the 40 because it's our job as a salesperson to go find that opportunity. And we even went through the independent contractor agreement to look at it where it's defined that says we're going to make best efforts to go out there and prospect and pull business into the company. And so on one hand, we raised our hand and said we want to make 500,000 to $1 million. And on the other hand, it's that business is going to come from calling your people. Let's look to see what asset is truly there. And then we jumped into Monday's module, which is the referral-based business, looking at just how much opportunity you have in your spheres, whether your sphere is from somewhere else, other places in the country, other places in the world, we can still get referral fees. And people are well connected. You're connected to the entire world by 6 people. So when you reach out to one person, do they know anybody in their spheres? Because they've got a 6 degrees. And call someone else and in their 6 degrees. Who do you know in that sphere is looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? And continue tapping that sphere and seeing who is whispering wants and needs about buying, selling a home that you'd be able to help them with. And then identifying that we have some anxiety and some fear about that it can be pushing us outside our comfort zone to be having those conversations. So, what does a good conversation look like? How can we approach these conversations in a productive way that doesn't sound self serving, but also gets us to the goal of opening a business? I mean, you've opened a business, one of the least expensive businesses to open, and maybe you don't have your LLC and you didn't go out to business school and you don't have a formal business plan and you're truly just an independent contractor with a real estate license working for a firm, but you are the face of the business that you've created. So, you know, in the encapsulation of what a business is, yeah, you have a business. And the very best way to make a success of the business and turn it from a non-income generating hobby to a wealth building full-time profession is getting outside that comfort zone, picking up the phone, having those conversations with those people, which requires us to humble ourselves, requires us to get over that fear and do something that maybe we haven't done before, which is ask someone for help. We listened to several videos about people saying, get over ourselves, Kobe Bryant. We heard some other people say, you got to be relentless. You have to go after it. There's lots of, uh, highly educated people who've gone to business school that have landed themselves as complete failures, and high school dropouts that have made billion-dollar companies, and college dropouts that have made billion-dollar companies. And we heard from Steve Jobs, who followed that and said, you need to follow your dream. You need to find out what you're passionate about and follow that. And don't jump on something that you're not passionate about. So don't follow something just because the money's going to be there. Follow something because you're passionate about it, and then figure out how to make that income producing, which means in real estate, it's multifaceted. Figure out what part of this business interests you, then go after that and try to stay true to a mission. And the mission has to be part of the business plan. So this is the journey that we've been going on over Mega, and it takes a while for us to hear, not just from me, but I take a lot of time to find videos and listen to them and find just the right message to underscore my message. So it's not just coming from me, it's coming from someone else and then someone else and someone else. So you hear it 4 times so that you know that it's true and it resonates with you and it pushes you in a direction that's going to help you be that successful business person that you want to be. The referral based business also spoke about, yes, your database is going to produce 20% a year. If you've got 200 people in it, that's going to be 40 transactions. That's fantastic. But that's just those people who transact. We also know that that database is also going to be sending you referrals. Does anybody remember how many people over the age of 18 each contact will send you every year on average? Andy,
I
Angela,
thought it was one person. One person?
that's exactly.
Two. Oh, I thought it was two. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, so over the course of a year, on average, they're going to send you one closed referral. And that's incredible. So if you've got a database and you got 200 people in it, that should be 200 closings. And if that thing is only producing 50%, that's 100. And if it's only producing 25%, then you're looking at 50. And so if your database is not producing the way it should, only at 25%, you know that that database is still going to transact. So you still got 40 transactions there. And if it's only producing referral based at 25%, that's 50 transactions for referrals, 40 transactions for them actually transacting, which is 90 transactions. That's 2 a week. That is a massive amount of business. So that is when we start thinking about, all right, I need a listing assistant. I need a buyer assistant. I'm going to need a full-time assistant. I'm going to need a CTC person. I'm going to need someone to help me make all this money so that we can start separating ourselves from focusing on being our own assistant and separate ourselves from focusing on being a focus on from administrative tasks and turn our focus to income producing tasks, which is very important. Remember, who can tell me what the hourly rate is of $1 million a year?
500 something, right?
$520 an hour. And a good assistant is 16 to 20. If you're being your own assistant, we can't afford ourselves. We are too expensive to be our own assistant. The reason we go get a real estate license is so that we can help people transact. And what separates the real estate professional from the licensee from the non-licensee in what terms activities that we can go and perform, it's simply having conversations with people about transacting. It's the conversations that separates us, not putting up block boxes, not putting up signs, and not other things as well. I mean, technically an unlicensed assistant can host an open house. Technically they can, but there are some specific things that would need to take place, like the seller authorizing it and the person who's hosting that open house to fully understand that they can't answer any question that's not written on a flyer, like square footage and number of bedrooms that's printed on the flyer. Any other thing is completely off limits because that would be unlicensed activity. Not that I'm recommending that you have unlicensed assistants do an open house. It just underscores we got a license to have conversations with people and help advise them through a transaction. And remember, I keep reading this line from you in the shift book, which I just find so powerful about, what it is that we do and what even the shift book, which is Gary Keller's idea of what we should be focusing our attention on as a real estate agent across the entire country. And it says there's 6 core competencies in the real estate gig. And the first one is that only one of these can't be successfully delegated out. Whether it's presenting or showing or writing or negotiating or coordinating closings or managing money that comes into our activities, all of these things can be successfully delegated out of your business. However, it's extremely difficult to effectively delegate number one. Does anybody remember what number one was?
Prospecting is the one thing you cannot delegate.
So,
Sorry, Jack. I'm sure that was your question. I apologize.
yeah, no, that was the answer. It was lead generation, which is prospecting. Lead generation and conversion to an appointment. Why? The skill level it takes to generate a lead, capture the appropriate information, and convert that lead to an appointment is a distinct skill set that it takes extensive practice over time to develop. And that's what I'm trying to help you develop right now, which is the one thing, which is picking up the phone, having conversations with your spheres, productive conversations about you being a real estate agent and then doing the science behind it. We know that there's a science between how people perceive us as a real estate agent and what will fire in their brain, what will make them think of us as a real estate professional. We know that if someone talks to one of our friends or our family or one of our spheres and we haven't done any programming in their brain, it's just right fresh. We haven't had any conversations with about them referring business to us or transacting with us or ask them for the business. We've done none of that. And someone walks up to them and says, "Hey, let's just say they just say, what'd you do this weekend? Oh, I went home shopping. I'm super excited. My spouse and I are looking at buying a home and we saw 3 and one of them we're thinking about putting an offer on. Oh, that's so exciting. Now, this friend of yours might be a really good friend. They may have been, they may even been the one that helped push you in the business. And they're not going to think of you in that conversation. They're going to be thinking about themselves and the last time they had a conversation about real estate, or when they saw a property last time, or maybe they themselves are thinking about buying a home. And they're going to think, oh, home shopping, Zillow, Realtor.com, and then shopping. Oh, this one's pretty. Oh, there's an open house. Let's go see it. And so far, they haven't even thought about their friend as a real estate agent because the real estate agent friend that it doesn't pop in their mind. The science behind it, um, on average. So if we want to pop in their mind, then we have to have a conversation with them. And that conversation goes something like this. If you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me. And when you're ready to buy or sell, I would love to be your agent. I would love to be the person that gets to help you with your real estate transactions. In fact, it would mean the world to me. Asking for the business. It's really important that we humble ourselves and that we have that conversation and start building that business. Then your database will start transacting, and the better you get at it, the more out of the 200 people in your database will be transacting with you, and the more business that will come in. There's a lot of agents out there that they want to do their own presenting and they want to do their own showing and their own writing and their own negotiating and their own coordinating closings, but they want to call Zillow and they want Zillow to sell them leads. And then they think maybe I can hire an assistant, or maybe better yet, I can hire one of those virtual assistants from another country and I can give them my Zillow phone number and they will answer the phone and I'll pay them to convert it, which is exactly the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing. um, we're hiring someone to do the core job for us. It would be like going to work for Dell and then hiring someone to do your job. That's ridiculous, right? That's not a thing. So the primary thing is going and finding the lead, converting the lead, and then trying to farm off all of the other stuff, which we call non-income producing tasks, administrative tasks. And for every 1 hour of administrative tasks, that if we are going to be our own assistant, we need to promise ourselves that we have 2 hours of income producing tasks. And in order for all of that to work, we've got to have some time management skills. And part of the time management skills has got to be planning our day, planning our month, planning our year, and then operating from a plan and then having those goals built into a business plan and then having goal integrity that gets you up and gets you motivated, which is why we created, or I created, the morning huddle for each of you to start your day off with success. Okay, I have 3 hands up. I wanted to get through that. First was Charlie, but he put his hand down. So we're going to start with Charlie, then we're going to go to Angela and then Andy.
Okay, I was going to say that maybe that's why in the beginning it's so important to do open houses because people will think about the last time they actually went to a house to take a look at it, and maybe they can make the association with the agent that's showing it. But
That's true. That's true. But you can take those two synapses in a person's brain and you can connect them together by continually reinforcing those two synapses and connecting them together in their head. As an example of that, I'm going to tell a story once Angela and Andy have spoken. Angela, you're up.
Last night I was making a phone call and to a friend that I hadn't talked to for a while, and I told her, I did the whole script, and I said, buy, sell, or lease, and she's like, "Oh, you represent people that lease? I have someone at work that's interested in leasing something. Can I give him your number?" And I'm like, "Of course." So then I started sweating it because I thought, "Oh my gosh, I have to give her my work number," but luckily I had it written at the top of the page and I was just jotted it out. But I thought I have to memorize not only my number, but the office number. And I realized that I hadn't done that. But I was really excited because she said they'll probably reach out this evening. So that was kind of exciting.
That is exciting. Um, would anybody like a pro tip on that?
Yes.
The coaches out there will say that Angela did all of the right things, but asked the person to do the wrong thing. Because when she said, "Can I share your information with them?" What the coaches will tell you is, "No, I want their number. Can you get their
Oh,
permission for you to give me her phone number?" Because you know that if you get your client to do this correctly, get permission to give me her number so I can call them. Then she'll say, "Okay, yeah, they're going to give you your call," and then you'll have their number and then you can call them. I can tell you over the years, there's been lots of people that said that they're going to have someone call me and that call never came. And so I want their number. So that's a pro tip that will help you. Andy, I see your hand. Hi.
Yes, thank you, Jack. I had a question. Oh, well, just a thing that happened this morning. I finished taking a shower, so my wife turned on the camera for the first 2 minutes, and she was listening to you. And she said, "Oh my God, he is so good. I'm going to get my real estate license." So my next question, the corollary to that is, um, you talk about 200. If it's my wife and myself, can our list go to 400 or 600? The idea that both of us together can have, and I've been thinking about that from day one. I mean, can the list sphere of influence be 600 people or 700 people? And what would that necessitate? You're the expert, so please tell me what it would mean if I wanted to go to 1,000 or something.
So there's definitely something going on with you, Andy, because you have this prophetic way of anticipating one of my questions, which I think is fantastic. We're actually going to talk about that very thing. I'm trying to think of a word here. Just give me a second. It's actually a test question. what is it? Dunbar's number. Ugh, I hate that when my brain goes blank. All right, I had to Google it really fast. It's called the Dunbar's number. The Dunbar was a study that said that we can maintain 150 social connections, and that's all. So that means that between the two of you, realistically, you can maintain 300 connections with 300 people before we're tapped out. Uh, that's it. Now, as a real estate professional, if that's our gig, obviously we can push that. I probably have 700 people between 300 agents and all of the realtor associations and all the things. I mean, just lots of people buzzing around. Um, the answer is yes. The most successful people. Let me rephrase that. The most successful teams in real estate are husband and wife teams, tapping into their spheres, uh, and then figuring out how they can offload each other's workload on each other's strengths. Usually, in a husband wife duo, one of them is more outgoing, so they're kind of going to be the one that's interacting with people, and someone else in the background is doing a lot of the administrative tasks. And it works really, really well. Money's going in the same bank account, obviously, so they've got the same goals. They're all in the same mission, and it's very, very successful. Yes, 100%. And yes, that does increase your database. And it is, I can show you some teams out there that are making $5+ million a year with a two-person team. Yes.
I love the sound of those numbers. um, you're so right, and you're prophetic with this one because I'm the sociable one, I'm the butterfly, and I'm the thinker too, but she's the salt of the earth. She can do the paperwork, she can do the filing, she can do the behind the scenes stuff that's absolutely necessary. So yeah, I think we'd make a great team. Thank you for that, sir.
Thank you, Andy. So I'm very excited where we are with our mega journey because we've kind of gotten into the right mindset and we've tunneled ourselves forward to where we are today. And so we've created the foundation necessary to then stand on that foundation and say, let's look ahead. Now we're standing at the captain, we're standing in the bridge of, the USS Enterprise. We're looking out the front window and you've got your hand on the wheel. And it's completely your role now to figure out you're going to push the throttle and you get to decide where you're headed. And in every move forward you make, remember the Einstein quote: in everything you do, consider the end. In every step forward, you need to remember that we're anchored to the goal. So that anchor, that gravity that we create on whatever that end goal is, whether it's referral-based business or what we want to have as our epithet on our tombstone when people are talking about us at our wake, whatever that is, we need to be connected to that because every step forward is part of the reputation that we're creating for ourselves. And people want to work with people who are positive. People want to work with people who are experts in their field, that they trust their ability, they trust their commitment, and they trust their ethics. Those three things have to be present. But today, we're going to talk a lot about ethics because without the ethics, you've got absolutely nothing. There is nothing without business ethics. If people don't trust you in a profession where you're dealing with the largest transaction of a lifetime, they're not going to come within 1 million miles of your business with them. And so we have to make sure that we are not pushing away 50% of the people because we're getting involved in public partisan politics. We need to make sure we're not pushing away 50 people by creating hate speech or doing things that's going to violate the Realtor Code of Ethics or violate the oath of trust in the fiduciary relationship that we create with our clients. We have to put them first, which means that not only are we putting them first, but the type of fiduciary that we create is what's called a special fiduciary relationship, meaning it's the highest level of fiduciary. Not everyone has, not every fiduciary relationship is such that you place that person ahead of yourself. And this is a special fiduciary relationship where specific duties are required. We're gonna take a quick little field trip here over to TREC's website, Texas Real Estate Commission, the entity that handed us all a license. First, we had to they had to determine whether we had a moral fitness. Do you remember the moral fitness that TREC put us through? So they wanted, it used to be called fitness, and they got rid of that, and they said, well, let's let's narrow this down a little bit. The moral fitness, because there is a set of ethics that's built into the License Act, and this is so confusing to people because they have heard about the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics and Standards of Practice, and we're gonna look at that. Remember, the NAR Code of Ethics is broken into three parts: duties to realtors, other realtors, duties to the public, and duties to customers. Duties to customers is the HARD duties, and the duties to clients is the old car, the duties that we perform. So we know what the Code of Ethics are with the National Association of Realtors. There's 17 articles, and right now all of you are working very hard on memorizing those 17 articles, the titles. But here we have a different one, and it's built into the License Act, and this one has more teeth. And it's broken into your fiduciary duty, 531-2, fidelity, and a personal integrity, that you must have integrity and treat people with integrity, 531-3, and then the competency. And the competency one is one that is not just under the the canons of professional ethics and conduct. There is a bunch of other SOP, standards of practices, built into the to the act here about your requirement for geographic competency and all the different types of competencies. But there's a few things that I want to point out here. First of all, what do you think scrupulous and meticulous means? If I asked you what those words mean, what does that word scrupulous and meticulous mean to you?
With great detail.
Detail oriented.
So, first of all, the fiduciary relationship here, it says that the license holder be faithful and observant to the trust placed in the license holder, and to be scrupulous and meticulous in performing the license holder's functions. And then it goes on to say that you must place no personal interest above that of the client, which is what creates that special fiduciary. Now, there's also one in integrity. And integrity talks about representation, misrepresentation, and acts what they call prudence and caution to avoid acts of commission or omission. So the integrity says a license holder has a special obligation to exercise integrity in the discharge of the license holder's responsibilities, including employment of prudence and caution as to avoid misrepresentation in any way by acts of commission or omission. What is this really saying if you boil it down? What is commission and omission?
Don't misrepresent for money or by leaving out any details.
Okay. So commission. So when they're talking about commission, commission and omission, acts of commission means don't tell them something that's not true, and don't forget to tell them something that you must tell them. So in this word, this commission is not talking about currency, it's talking about the currency of the information that we have in our brain, which is ultimately what it is that we sell. The product we sell is information. I see Andy's hand up, and then Charlie.
I'm going to refer to a big authority, the synonym finder, if I may. Scrupulous, and this is what came to mind. The synonyms of scrupulous: principled, right-minded, ethical, moral, conscionable, upright, righteous, just, honorable, upstanding, high-minded, good, sincere, true, earnest, conscientious, cautious, careful, prudent, politic, discreet, judicious, circumspect. Okay, I'm done. I
Thank
thought
you,
that
Andy.
was
These are really big words we're dealing with here. These are words with real meaning, real responsibility, and the type of services required, the responsibilities required, the oath of trust that's required is real. This isn't a joke. This profession is serious. And so many people get their license having no idea the foundation of requirements that's placed on us as licensees. And when we learn this profession and we learn it well, it's something that we should be very, very proud of. And then spend, like, remember, once a quarter, I remind everyone to please go through and read. I have created for each of you a dashboard, and on that dashboard in the bottom right hand corner has the regulatory section, and that regulatory section has our company policy, it has our style guide, but more importantly, it has the code of ethics, a link to the most current copy of the NAR code of ethics, and the Real Estate License Act, Chapter 1101, the Texas Property Code, the Landlord and Tenant Guide, which is Chapter 52 of the Occupations Code, which helps, or rather, the Chapter 52 of the Property Code, that helps us understand the rights and obligations of landlords and tenants. Residential Leasing Resource, which is a really cool guide by the Texas Realtors, which also has a little bit of overlap, but specific for the leasing side. The RESPA Rules, Truth in Lending, CFPB, which is still alive today. They tried to take a hatchet to it, but it's limping along, and I hope that it survives because this is a very important industry that helps safeguard consumers against large institutions like banks. P53, which is a rule from the Texas Department of Insurance that makes sure that uh, service providers like real estate agents and home warranty companies are not giving each other kickbacks and referring people that are who is giving us the most money versus the best third party trade, and the Texas Administrative Code. So on a quarterly basis, I go back and I read each of these, and it takes me a couple of days, and it just gets me back to my roots, and then I kind of feel refreshed and I feel dusted off. So I always like to take this field trip to go back to TREC and look at the requirements under the fidelity, the integrity, and the competency. We're going to dig into more of these as we get into today. But the reason that we're talking about maximize income, but we're going to talk about ethics, yes, because the very best way to maximize your income is to make sure that you can successfully practice under knowing that your clients, they're looking for someone who has the ability, has the commitment, has the ethics, and each one of those is 33% of your business. There are 100% as a whole. People want to know that you have got this, and if you don't, you have a team of people behind you that is going to make sure that you do, like your mentor and your management team. Your commitment, which is going to be your drive. No, we're not going to take 2 days to call back our client. When our client has a question, we are Johnny on the spot. We have to be. I mean, we have to take this as seriously as they do. And then, of course, the ethics behind it. So we're going to talk a lot about ethics today because that has got to be the cornerstone of your business, not just a box that you check off and say, I'm then I'm ethical. Because I'm going to ask you a very prophetic question today. And I'm going to ask it now, but I'm going to ask it again. If you've never read the Code of Ethics, are you ethical? And just think that through. It's more rhetorical in nature. Okay. Lisa is going to be doing points when she gets back. She is doing something for one of our agents. You all know that we are a family here. Barbara McLaughlin, someone near and dear to Lisa and I. She is an agent here at Realty Texas, had a fall and broke her leg. So Lisa and I have been kind of helping her with stuff. So Lisa is in Georgetown picking her up and driving her to an appointment. So later she will be back and she's gonna go over your points. And I'm excited to see where we are all with our points. Kelly and then Andy.
I just have to say something about Barbara because I didn't know who she was. And I got a voicemail from her yesterday wishing me a belated happy birthday. And she told me she was in the hospital. And I was like, who is this woman? I had to look her up. And I was like, oh my gosh, she just made my day and I've never met her. So I just think she's lovely.
Barbara is lovely. You don't get a kinder human being. She is mighty but fierce. She is the shortest person I know with the biggest heart of anyone I've ever met. So she's incredible. Andy, I see your hand up.
May I answer the ethical question, or should we leave it for some other time?
You can. I'm going to ask that question, and it's going to be on the slide coming up. So, um, but go ahead.
Okay. Someone could be ethical generally in the population. It's a twofold answer. But if they don't know the code of ethics, they may miss the mark because the code of ethics is like a contract with us. And if we don't know what the contract says, we're not going to be able to follow it. So the answer is probably no. You're not going to be ethical within the code of ethics. That was it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's an interesting question, isn't it? Because I think people look at the code of ethics and they think golden rule or golden thread or two philosophies, treat others how you want to be treated, which can give you a false positive because not everyone wants to be treated the same. So I think that that's kind of a bias going into it. But I think you're right. And we're going to talk a lot about that because we need to we need to have these kind of conversations in society. I mean, we go to college and we have these conversations, but then we get out of college and we stop having these conversations. And so at this company, we're going to have this conversation. And just like if we were in pre-law, we're going to talk about professional ethics and what that really means. So thank you, Andy. All right, we're going to do as I did a review already to get us where we are today. The law of business means that you've got to do more than it takes. You've got 1.2 million real estate agents out there, all with the same goal of making a lot of money. But we know what it takes to be successful, and most of them aren't doing it. Miguel always likes to share a statistic. Miguel, are you by your computer?
Yes.
Cool. Yesterday in our Realty Texas weekly staff meeting, you mentioned a statistic about how many transactions the average agent across the National Association of Realtors membership conducts every year versus, and by percentage, versus Realty Texas. Would you like to share with the group those two percentages you shared in our staff meeting?
Sure. So according to the NAR, last year we had 71% of real estate agents that closed 0 transactions. So 71%, that is, 71 agents out of 100 closed 0 transactions. And the other 29 were the ones that closed billions in transactions. So in Realty Texas was the whole opposite. In this house, around 81 to 85% of real estate agents close at least one transaction, and the other 15 to 18% did not close any transactions. 10% of the company are in Realty Inc. Those are real estate agents who don't transact. So that means that around active real estate agents in this company, between 8 to 9 real estate agents closed 0 transactions last year. Because again, the other 10% are in Realty Inc. and they don't transact. So again, that's a huge number. 81% to 85% here in the company close at least one transaction. That's the whole opposite on the average, national average.
Thank you, Miguel. So you're seeing out there 71% of the NAR realtors closed nothing. But we have the exact opposite here. 85% of our agents did close something. So it's a flip the script. And it comes from a lot of different things. It comes from MEGA, it comes from Ready, Set, Sell. It comes from the company being a true real estate company that invests in the agent's success by doing lead generation, helping convert those leads and hand those leads to the agents to make sure that everybody has opportunity. And so business to be successful, you have to do what the other people are not willing to do to find success. We've done something that's never happened before. Lisa and I created a real estate company. We're 9 years old, and we're the top 50 largest firms in Texas. We have 360 agents, and that's a very large firm, whereas most firms out there have 3 to 5 agents. The fact that we are pushing 400 in 9 years with the tech stack and the training programs we have and the community events and closing 2 billion in sales and over 10,000 transactions, that has never happened in the history of Texas brokerage before. And so that doesn't come by accident. And so the mentality that comes from the top is the same mentality that we're trying to teach each one of our agents to have that same business mindset for your business as you see that we're running for the company. And Lisa and I also employ the same business tactic, not just with our firm Realty Texas, but our own production as well. Because you all know that Lisa and I closed 1,000 transactions each as a producing agent before we even opened this company in the first place. We were mega top producers, closing 60 to 100 transactions. The things I'm teaching you guys about closing 50 transactions or more a year to make that half $500,000 mark is what I did, is what Lisa did. I shared a Facebook post on my Facebook wall 2 days ago. Back in 2014, one of the awards that I won at my office is being #1 salesperson in the office. It comes from the mindset of you got to do more. You got to look at what the competition is, and you got to figure out how to ways to delight your customer. Do you remember Warren Buffett said that on Monday? We have to find ways to delight our customer. Going back 20, 30 years ago, one of the first things I was taught in leadership was how can you give your customers more than they expect to get? How can you make your customers excited to work with you? I am a people pleaser. I like people to be proud of me, the company, and the services I provide. So when it comes to my clients, I'm looking for ways to do things that's going to make myself stand out that other people won't do. These are the little things that go from good to great. Mega, this entire thing is about mind and mindset, about physical body health and sustainability for your career, and creating a structure that says if you're going to close 50 transactions and last year you didn't, there's going to be a lot of things that you're doing in the future that you didn't stack into your business practice, which is calling leads and all the things that we're going to be telling you to do. We have to then figure out a way to offload some of the stress, because when you make profound changes like that, lifestyle changes at this level, spending so much time having conversations with people and out there in the field showing homes and negotiating transactions and deals falling apart and saving them and the roller coaster that goes along with that, and taking on all of their stress, because we tell them, look, you're going to need unfettered access to me over the next 30 days while you're going through this real estate transaction. It's my job to make sure that everyone in this transaction is doing their job, which means I'm going to be talking to a whole lot of people, tracking a whole lot of information, and helping my clients. That's a big change, lifestyle change from agents who maybe didn't have that much stimulus going on in their day to coming over here. Why ask you to do yoga? So that they can help center you and keep us selling and keep us fresh. Because you can go from a semi-producer or semi-hobby to a top producer, but how is that going? How are you going to keep your reputation intact? How are you going to make sure that you are not pushing all that stress back onto your clients by saying, oh, I'm so busy, and pushing the wrong messaging out there and destroy what you've just created? And so we have to go about this the right way. I know how stressful real estate is. I have lived it for the last 25 years. Real estate agents don't have the best reputation out there, but neither do attorneys. You know that there are good attorneys and there are bad ones. You know there are good CPAs and there are bad ones. How many of you heard the story about Shaquille O'Neal in his first 5 years had an attorney who stole all of his money and he had to start over? Now he's a billionaire. But he learned there are good attorneys and there are good CPAs and there are bad ones, just like real estate agents. And so people make exceptions for people and they want someone who's great. People need a good attorney, a good CPA, and a good real estate agent. And if think it's expensive hiring a good one, think how bad it is and how expensive it could be to hire a bad one, especially if their ethics are in the wrong place. or they're completely incompetent, or they simply don't care. And quite frankly, whether if they don't care or if they've got bad ethics or they have no idea what they're doing, you're going to end up in the same place. The only difference is whether or not it was on purpose. So we have to make sure that in our business plan and in our mind, we're trying to get better and better every day. How many of you have heard this term better and better? Where did you hear it in relations to me?
I mean, I heard it back when I worked at Discount Tire.
In terms of Jack Stapleton, in terms of me.
I think I heard it in MEGA-16.
It's my motto. It's been my motto for the last 20 years. It's written outside my door. I say it 1,000 times, and people around here are always saying better and better. People come to my office and they'll say better and better because they hear me say it every day. My goal is to be better and better, today better than yesterday, and tomorrow better than today, and continue to be better and better. There are, and this didn't come from me. This come from me reading books. Andy.
I was just going to mention what you just asked, better and better, and it comes from Emile Coué, who's a French person. He popularized day by day in every way. I get better and better and better. Anyway, that was it. You asked. I thought that was the question you could ask. But with you, it's obvious. It's obvious that your push is to get better and better because of what you've done. And I said that the first time I met you, sir. Thank you.
So it's my wish that all of us collectively are getting better and better, which is why I teach so much and why I have so much passion in creating a brokerage that you can be proud of and that our clients can be proud of. And that's evidenced when you go to our socials and you look at the drive or the culture or the number of 5-star reviews we have as a company on our Facebook page, because that's not usual. Even Texas Realtors has a very, very low rate, a low score on Google Places and Facebook, which is something I brought up with them. If they look, you guys have 200,000 members, you can fix this. Ask your members to start, giving you 5 stars, but they're not. And the thing is that our agents aren't the one giving us the 5 stars. It's client after client after client after client. Each one of those is a client. I have an email that Miguel sends out every single closing. And at the closing, I tell them, thank you. So my name is Jack Stapleton. I'm the CEO of Realty Texas. Thank you for your trust in working with our agent, Tina. Um, and then I ask them to do something. I ask them to give Tina a 5-star review. And I tell them, in the eyes of a consumer, anything other than a 5-star rating is an epic failure. And if you don't feel like we measured up to a 5-star, please call me and let me know what we could have done better. But if we did measure up to that 5-star, please let the world know, because that's what keeps us in business, because 90% of our transactions come from people online checking our reviews. And over and over and over again, we get the 5-star review. You get what you ask for in life. And so I'm asking them to give you a 5-star review. What do you think about that? Do you think that's a good thing? I'm going to make a correlation. There is no difference between me asking our clients to give us a 5-star review as you asking your clients to give you a referral. There is no difference at all. Expert salespeople, they make their clients feel safe. And when people feel safe, they defer to you. They defer to your judgment because they trust your judgment. They relinquish control. Now, we're never going to grab the wheel and make decisions for our clients, but our role in the transaction is to lead them and give them the advice, and that has to be rooted in wisdom, but it also has to be rooted in realism, that we're going to lead them to a good place by giving them the advice that is good advice to get them to that place. And that means they trust us. And they're only going to trust you if they trust your ability and your commitment and your ethics. And so today we're going to be talking a lot about ethics. A couple more slides to get through, and then we're going to jump on a break, and then we're going to come back. Just as I mentioned before, you're going to get all that you want out of life, or your business, or your relationship, or your friendships, or your day, if you help enough other people on their journey to what they're looking for. It's a village mentality. It takes a village. What I love about the color project that we're going to do in our reputation management class on the 13th, which is Friday, It's probably going to be your favorite mega module. We are going to learn about the blue, the red, the yellow, and the green personalities. And we're going to learn that it really does take a village, because reds, they need the blues, and the yellows, they need the reds, and the greens need the blues. And we all need each other. If the entire society was all red, we would have obliterated each other out the gate 2 billion years ago or whatever. If we were all yellow, we would have never created cities in a functional society. The thing is that we need each other. And so when you look at just how much humanity needs each other, you start looking at this humanity thing as, wow, maybe the whole test is how we're going to be able to communicate and work together. How many of you have ever done the skit where you cover each other's eyes and then you give instructions and you have to draw something or something like that? We need each other, and that also means we need each other in our business. And sometimes we're really hard-headed, and sometimes we just really want to do it on our own, and we're not going to ask for help because we're bound and determined to do it on our own, which means we're bound and determined to fail, because you're not going to get anywhere on your own. It takes a village. And so you will get where you want to go in this profession by reaching out to your village and humbling yourself, making the calls. And it's not a bad way. It's not a bad way to run a business, by having conversations with people who know, love, and trust us already. But in order to make the phone calls, we need to know when we've called them last and when we should call them again. Because if you're trying to commit all of this to memory, you're going to be living in a chaotic world that is going to be very difficult to maintain. We have to maintain the Dunbar's number. 150 social contracts, 150 social relationships is very difficult. And once you exceed that, 200, 300, then there's going to be people you've forgotten about. There's going to be people that's going to pop in your head every couple months. Oh, I wonder how this person's doing. Or maybe even every couple years. So in order for you to be successful, truly, you need to have an organizational system that's called a database, which means all your data is in one place. And sometimes our contacts are in our cell phone and in an old cell phone and all of our different email accounts. Like I've mentioned before, our data can be just spread across so many different devices and systems and accounts and apps. And part of our job as a business owner salesperson is to take control of our data and get all of our data in one place. And I built you a system that works for this. It's specifically tailored for real estate, by agents, by successful agents, for successful agents. And we can guarantee that it's not going to get in the hands of Zillow or Realtor.com or Homes.com. Boomtown, this great database CRM that I keep mentioning, it was the number one system out there for over a decade. And there were agents in my office who kept saying, "Oh, I want to use Boomtown. Boomtown's a great CRM." Does anybody know who bought Boomtown? Once they finally got to a market cap of $1 billion and they went ahead and sold. Do you know who bought it? Anyone want to venture a guess on who bought it?
Is it Zillow?
Zillow bought Boomtown. And guess what they did? Do you think they respected the contacts in the agent CRM, or do you think that they just couldn't help themselves and started emailing the agent's contacts? They couldn't help themselves. And they started driving that traffic back to their website, which means that all of those agents gave Zillow their data. That is a very dangerous thing, and it's gonna end up. Zillow bought Chime, which is a leading CRM. Zillow bought Showing Time, and this one upset me because as the chairman of CTX MLS for many, many years and spending years on the Actress MLS committee, we had Zillow come and asking us for our data back before we were syndicating our data to Zillow, and we decided to get a showing service. And when we got a showing service, we were using a different one before we moved over to Showing Time. And Tim Ford, who was the owner at the time of Showing Time, what turned out to be another billion-dollar company, we told him, we signed a contract and said, "How do we know that you're not going to just go to turn around and sell your company to Zillow?" "No, we'd never do that," they said. Well, guess what? The agents were putting their sellers' phone numbers and their email address in Showing Time because that's where the showings were going to their cell phone so they could approve it. And just in Zillow fashion, they bought Showing Time. And a lot of the MLSs are still using Showing Time, which means when they put their clients' information, it's going to Zillow. And Zillow started, and there was a lawsuit that got shut down. Zillow started sending the iBuyers. Because the thing is that we don't have the seller's phone number. Zillow doesn't have the seller's phone number. You got all these listings, but Zillow didn't have their phone number. And Zillow's iBuyer program was something very important to them, and they wanted the seller's phone number, and they were getting and buying large data, but they realized the amount that they're spending to get big data to try to figure out that seller's phone number was cheaper for them to buy, you guessed it, showing time, so that they could start soliciting the listed properties and contacting the sellers and finding out if they wanted to sell their property to Zillow using the Zillow iBuy. They didn't buy showing time to offer a service to real estate agents. Are you crazy? They needed the data so that they could offer them their showing time, because Zillow is not a real estate brokerage. They don't have the fiduciary duty. They don't have all of the requirements on them like we do. They're in it for money, and that is all. So where you put your data matters. Having a CRM matters. The Dunbar number says we can't have social relationships with more than 150 people. It's not possible, which means if you're going to have 200, 300, 400 people contacts in your database, you must have a CRM. And Tom Ferry, one of the greatest real estate coaches in the business today, standing up in front of all of his people, 200, 300 people in the room, said all the money in real estate today is in a tech-enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up system where you're sitting down calling your people, and you can't run your business from memory. You got to have a database, and promise yourself that you're going to have a database, is what he said. And obviously we know that to be true. So I know some of you are still working on getting your people in, and some of you haven't started that project. I can see, and we can see reports of contacts being entered into the system. And so remember, there's no one you can trust more with a database than your broker, because guess what? It's our client. So you're going to give the broker the data anyway, because at the closing table, they have to have the file and the files. And so we have created a shell over this company that protects our data from the world, and it's in-house and it goes nowhere. And the trust that you have in the relationship with your broker means that, we're not going to be soliciting your clients. We don't even allow you to push stuff to your client without acknowledging that you're sending an email. So you have complete control over that. 95% of agents, typical realtor from NAR, share in 5% of the business. And we know why that is. We know it because they haven't controlled their data, they're not calling their people, and they're getting to this business to be wealth creators, but they ended up having a hobby, and they got another job in order to pay for their life because they really want to figure out real estate, but they're not willing to do the hard things, which is humble themselves and do all the things we've talked about this morning. So for all of us, it's a remember. It is a reminder that the key to this business is relentless follow-up. That is the key that's going to unlock the door of turning this into a $1 million practice for you. It's the one thing. It's the key that unlocks the door to your ultimate success. And I timed that fairly well. It is 10:01. So I always like to spend the first hour of this day going back on our journey of where we came from and how we arrived here through our mega journey. And then as we get into the rest of the next hour, we are going to jump into the code of ethics, and we're going to pull some layers back, and hopefully there's some things that are going to be revealed to you that maybe you hadn't considered before. It is 10:01. Let's come back at 10:11. I'll see you back after our first break. Thank you.
Hey, Corby.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you, Corby Wiley. I know it well. I actually have friends who live in Wiley. All right, so we are officially back. It's 12:13. We are going to jump into maximize your income. And yes, I explained why we're going to be talking about code of ethics and maximize income, because it's one of the 33%. 33% ethics, 33% commitment, 33% ability. That is the 100% that makes us the top 5% that share in 95% of the business. The code of ethics is broken into 3 sections: duties to clients and customers, duties to the public, and duties to other realtors. So the public, let's break this down. What is the difference between the public and clients and customers?
Public is the broad anybody, if you're talking to them or not, if they're not in real estate, it's the whole public, any child, adult, anybody. But the client obviously is someone who you signed, and a customer is a potential client.
So you're telling me that we have duties to the general public and people that we've never even met?
Ethically, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we absolutely do. In fact, so much so that the Code of Ethics is broken into an entire section that reflects on what our duties are to the public. And what do you think article is the one that is the most important article in this for duties to the public? What one do you think maybe is often violated? How do we communicate to the public the most?
Advertising.
Yes, Article 12.
So there could be discrimination or just ridiculous statements. Yeah.
Well, so discriminate would be how do we communicate really badly to the public versus how do we communicate to them in the first place? And that would definitely be 100% advertising. So Article 12, paint a
It's
true picture.
true picture within advertising. Gotcha.
Woo! That's right, Jeff, 100%. And so there are a bunch of articles about that. But before we get into the articles, have any of you read the preamble to our Code of Ethics? We all know the preamble to the Constitution. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote for the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We know that one, right? We had to memorize that in what, sixth grade, fifth grade? But what about the preamble to the Code of Ethics? Who here has read it? It's got some pretty beautiful language.
So I've read it. I don't know it.
It's there are two. We have you can download the Code of Ethics from NAR's website, 2 pages. But you can also buy this book. This book is the arbitration guide. This book has not just the Code of Ethics in it, but it also has this segment called The Gift of Vision. And The Gift of Vision actually is a separate writing that is just absolutely incredible. I'm going to read a couple of things from The Gift of Vision after we're done with the preamble. Does anybody know how long we have been NAR created a voluntary code? We were the first professional organization to create one. Does anyone know what year we created the Code of Ethics? 1921. More than 100 years ago, the National Association of Real Estate Men, sorry, but that's what they call themselves. And they've come a long way since then. It was real estate men, then it was real estate brokers, and then they've changed over the time. But Chesley J. Chet Smith served. He was one of the persons who created this this gift of vision I'm going to read. But let's read the Code of Ethics. The preamble. Under all is the land. Upon its wide utilization and widely allocated ownership depend on the survival and the growth of free institutions and of our civilization. Realtors should recognize that the interest of the nation and its citizens require the highest and best use of the land and the widest distribution of land ownership. Such interests impose obligations beyond those of ordinary commerce. They impose grave social responsibility and a patriotic duty to which realtors should dedicate themselves, and for which they should be diligent in preparing themselves. Realtors, therefore, are zealous to maintain and improve the standards of their calling and share with their fellow realtors a common responsibility for its integrity and honor. In recognition and appreciation of their obligations to clients, customers, the public, and each other, realtors continuously strive to become and remain informed on issues affecting real estate, and, as knowledgeable professionals, they willingly share the fruits of their experience and study with others. This is the beginning, the opening line about what the Code of Ethics is about. And it's a pretty incredible thing when you read it, which is why you will see that we have this in our office. I had a portrait made of it, and it's gigantic. It's like 4 feet by 8 feet hanging on our wall here because this is something that the world should see. This is something that consumers should hear about. And this is something that real estate agents should subscribe to, not just in hand, but in mind. The NAR Code of Ethics. I'm gonna put you in group breakout session, and you guys are going to discuss this. So please pick a group captain because there are points associated with this. 50 points for the group that hits this on a home run. You're going to have larger groups because I only want 4 groups this time, and I would like you to answer the 4 questions. What is the importance of the code? Can you violate it without knowing it? If yes, how do you fix the wrong? Give an example. What should you do if you witness a violation? What would you want someone to do if they saw you violating the code? And is one violation more serious than another as it pertains to the code? This is a good set of dialogue for all of you to have. And so you have large groups, please participate, turn on your videos, speak, everybody in your group, please participate in this one. And I'm going to give you a full 10 minutes for this one because some of these conversations are probably going to take flight. Okay, welcome back. All right, group 1 is Aki, Alicia, Andy, Ariel, Eric, Gabriel, Luckinson, Tasha, and Wells. Who is the captain from group 1?
That would be me, Jack. If
Thank
my
you,
cameras
Gabriel.
can. So just a quick, in terms of what we came up, number 1 was, I think is what's the importance of the Realtor Code of Ethics, and it's just to build public and to protect the public and broker, build trust, lay the foundation of our fiduciary commitment to our customer, client, and public. 2, we put yes, but understand the Code of Ethics allows us to be aware on what to do and how not to violate it. 3, report to broker or have a course, report to broker. 4 is the same as report to broker, have a course correction. 5 would be the same as what would you want someone to do if they saw you, in the event that you did violate, would be to have a course correction. 6 is one violation more serious than the other? And at the end of the day, no, a violation is a violation and you're wrong. And
Okay,
that'll be
thank you, group 1. Excellent job. Who is my captain of group 2? Charlie, Darlene, Andu.
That'll be me. I'm ready.
All right, Charlie, what do you got?
The Realtor Code of Ethics is important because it sets the standard of excellence and it is the manual to achieve such standards. And yes, you can violate the code without knowing. And to fix the wrong, you would correct for the next time, take accountability, and talk to your broker to see the best course of action. And if you were to witness a violation, please report it to your broker. And if someone did see me violate, I would like them to let me know, ideally in private, but it is important to be notified nonetheless, as it is needed to uphold the standard of excellence. And lastly, is one violation more serious than other? Our group said that fraud, discrimination, abuse tend to be worse, but a violation is a violation.
Okay, thank you, group 2. Thank you, Charlie. Group 3, Brandon, Corby, Kelly, Lewis, Mohammed, Rachel, Danita. Who's the captain in a group 3?
That's going to be me.
Mohammed, sir, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you today?
I'm doing very well, thank you. What do you got?
Okay. I'm a little bit nervous, but you have to bear with me. Number 1, start understanding, protect our reputation for public and clients. Number 2 is yes. Number 3 is learn from it, own it, ask the broker for the guidance, what to do. Number 4, talk to the agent first If they don't listen, go to the broker, keep the records. Number 5, make it aware of it, educate so we can correct the problem. And number 6 is the answer is yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Group 4, who we got? Andrew, Angela, Sherry, Christine, Iris, Jamia, Joyce, and Tina. Who's the captain?
That would be me.
Hello, Christine.
Hi, hello. So the first part, what is the importance of the code of ethics? It's the foundation for all business relationships that sets the standard of professionalism, promoting trust and integrity. The second question, can you violate the code without knowing? Yes. Sometimes there's an oversight and other times it's an intention in an action. 3, if yes, the code is violated without knowing, how do you fix the wrong? And that would be acknowledging the mistake and correcting the action, letting your broker know what happened, get more involved in community activities, including continuing education and training to learn the code of ethics. 4, what should you do if you witness a violation? And 5, what would you want someone to do if they saw you? For both, the group said, tell your broker, or for the other agent to tell their broker. And then the last piece, is one violation more serious than another? As a group, we said yes. Missing something on your social media profile that makes you compliant is not the same as fraud.
Okay. Thank you. I think you all did really, really well here. I'm gonna give the points to group 4. Christine, thank you. So you did well with your group. I'm going to take a screenshot and give Lisa group 4 points. All right. In my next slide. Questions. Is it ethical for a realtor to swear to protect and obey the code and has never read it? These are rhetorical. Is it possible for a realtor to fully obey a code they've never read? And have you ever really read the code? Rhetorical, again, in nature. This is designed to put the thought in your head of the importance of the code and that the articles, the standards of practice, are promises that we all agree to, practices that we will follow these practices of you. And so following the practices is something that we need to know what those are. The code isn't just the SOPs, though the code is larger than that as well, because it also is the gift of vision, which we have here, also the pathways to professionalism, as well as the code of the preamble to the code. So downloading the code of ethics is going to give you the header, which is the preamble and all of the articles and their SOPs. There's also this concept of pathways to professionalism, which is respect for the public, respect for property, and respect for peers. And we also follow the pathways to professionalism. We go over that in our orientation. I'm going to put a copy of the pathways to professionalism in the homework today, because I want you guys to review that. It's very specific things, like be responsible for everyone you allow to enter listed property. Never allow buyers to enter listed properties unaccompanied. When showing property, keep all members of the group together. Never allow unaccompanied access to properties without permission, and so on. Very specific things to help safeguard property, help safeguard the respect for peers, and respecting the public. What I would ask of each of you is to read the Code of Ethics and circle those things that you're not sure what you're reading, because some of it is confusing. Some of it is. That when I first read it, I was trying to figure out what it is that they were talking about. So read it, highlight the things that you're not 100% sure about, and bring that to me. so that I can break it down in a 1 hour segment that we're going to have on Friday, where I'm going to answer those questions if anybody has any questions regarding the code. And I'm hoping at least a couple of you bring that to me. Let's talk about Article 10. Article 10 is the fair housing article that's built into our Code of Ethics. Article 10 basically says don't discriminate. We're talking about now all the protected classes. Article 10 is going through a metamorphosis right now. Back in 2020, there was an amendment to Article 10, and it was actually an amendment to Article 10 in that it would apply to all of your business related activities, not just as it relates to your real estate business. That was changed in 2020. And on Thursday of last week, while you were in your Mega Minis, as you know, I'm a director for the National Association of Realtors, and we had our board meeting. We have 2 required board meetings a year, and that was one of them. And the National Association of Realtors attorneys, well, specifically this guy named Matt Trelawney, they have been compelled by the Department of Justice to remove that language in Article 10 to make sure that it doesn't just apply, so that it no longer applies to all of your business-related activities. Not that they want to stop it from relating to all your activities, but rather they want to remove that from Article 10. They already have rules that make it apply to everything. You can't discriminate at all. But because it was in Article 10, they were getting hit by the Department of Justice saying that that was overreach. So it was changed, and they're backing that language back out of the code. And I wish that each of you could have heard from the very passionate peers across the country who grabbed the mic, who were not okay with them changing this language. And they said, DOJ can go you know where, because this is our code, this is our profession, this is our relationship with the consumer, and we don't want to change this. But they felt with what's going on with the administration and their commitment against DEI, that they were going to be sued into oblivion, and NAR has been sued enough. By removing this right now would suffice and shut it down, and they can focus their priorities elsewhere. So that happened. Let's talk about enforcement on discriminatory practices. How many of you have completed your fair haven simulation? Lots of hands. So were some of you surprised in how maybe we pushed the wrong button a couple times and it says, no, maybe that's not the best course of action and maybe there's a better one? Anyone want to share a couple of things? Isa, thank you.
For me, it was the commercial. Shows you a commercial or an ad, I'd say, of a neighborhood, and it's obviously one is like showing inclusive, all different races, colors, etc. The other one is just showing white families with, the grandpa, like all ages and stuff. And obviously I liked the one where everybody's inclusive, but in my head, I was like, why only put affordable when the black family comes out? So I didn't like it. So I didn't choose that one. I choose the one with the white families, and then I was wrong. And I'm like, okay. But, that was just my experience. I then read that all that mattered is that there's a diversity of people in the ad, and that was that.
That's right. We don't want to exclude people in our advertising and marketing, so we want to be inclusive. This is all about respecting people. We want to make sure that we don't send the message that we only want to help certain people, or that we're only wanting or ability or will help certain people. So here is a story that I'm going to share with you. That is a story that I've been sharing for a while. This is a true story. This is a part of the arbitration guide that I'm holding is case studies. Of course, the names are withheld and the areas are withheld so that we don't throw anybody under the bus. But ways that the code was applied, and then tell future generations on maybe there was a tribunal, and in that tribunal, a case was heard, and the outcome was this because of this, and this is why, and the rationale and the justification. We have due process in the Code of Ethics. So if you are brought up on allegations of violation of the Code of Ethics, before you can be provided any disciplinary action or sanctions, first you have your day in court. And you're gonna, if you decide that you're going to fight it, then you go into a hearing, and it looks very much like a courtroom. You've got the complainant on one side, and you've got the respondent on the other, and they can bring in their representation. They can have witnesses come in, and you have a panel, and that panel is of five Realtor members who serve on professional standards, who have taken the necessary training to serve on a panel, and one alternate. And the alternate is there only in case someone doesn't show up. They're not voting, but they can sit in the entire hearing if they want. So there's 6 people sitting across from the complainant and the respondent. And there is a chair. The chair used to be someone who served the longest on professional standards, but Texas Realtors pulled away from that a couple of years ago. And now the chair is someone like David Jones, who is Assistant General Counsel to Texas Realtors. He's an attorney. And so the chair is always an attorney member, and they run the show. And the number one thing that they're there to protect is to make sure that the due process is not violated, so that the respondent feels that the entire thing was fair. And we have to actually even ask, do you feel this was fair? And the entire thing is recorded. The complainant gets to share their story. The respondent then gets to respond to what the complainant said. Once that's done, then the respondent and then the complainant gets to respond to that. Now the respondent now gets to share their case, share their entire story, and then the complainant gets to respond to that. Then after that's done, the panel members then will discuss and ask questions of the parties. They're not going to discuss, but they're going to ask questions. And once that's done, then they're dismissed. The parties are dismissed, and then they go into closed session and they discuss the whole thing. And then they decide and they vote on the outcome. And then they discuss what the sanction is going to be and what the disciplinary action is going to be. Now that is a code of ethics, a violation of code of ethics. We have also arbitration, and we arbitrate money, and we have the tribunals on ethics. So it's 2 different things. We go through a lot of training to be a panel member, because the expression on our face, we have to have poker face. We can't be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they said that. And the expression on your face can tell a story. So how we're dressed, how we respond, how we ask questions, being on time, all of these things really matters, because we're volunteer members. And so they expect the best of the best. Here's a scenario where, so this story that I'm sharing with you is one of the stories that I share because I'm an instructor for new professional standards members who are getting on our committee. As you know, I served as chair for a while, and I've been on the committee for 20 years. I'm an ombudsman. I get to teach some of the classes. So if you want to get involved in professional standards and serve on these hearings or be an ombudsman, I teach the classes that open the gate for you to serve on that committee. And this is one of the stories I share. Listing agent Sarah lived in the same neighborhood as a listed property. So she is an agent that primarily lists properties in the subdivision that she lives in. And a property was listed, her next door neighbor was home went on the market and went on the market with another agent. And Sarah was standing in her living room drinking coffee and looking out the window when she saw an agent pull up and go up to the sign and take the for sale sign down and put up a pending sign. And as the story goes, Sarah, who is in her morning slippers and robe and coffee, came outside, walked across the lawn, and went up to the listing agent with excitement and said, "Hey, tell me a little bit about the buyers." What church do they go to? Where are they from? Do they have kids? What race are they? And it asked all these questions. She was excited to learn about who her neighbors may or may not be. The very heart of the Code of Ethics. Now, the very heart of the Code of Ethics says that we can't show a preference or have discussions based on every single question that this homeowner just asked. But these two people are in a very different place right now. One is a listing agent very much in the throes of representing a seller and putting a sign in the yard. And the other is drinking a cup of coffee, coming out of their home, and they're in the mindset of a neighbor. So we have one person that's in the mindset of being a neighbor, and the other one is in the mindset of being a real estate agent. Based on the story that I just told you, based on the questions that were being asked of the neighbor, based on the questions that the neighbor asked the listing agent, was that a violation of the code to ask those questions?
Absolutely.
And the answer is yes. It is a violation. Can a license holder ask these questions? No, they can't ask these questions. A realtor may not ask questions that could be in a manner of being interpreted to indicate a preference based on a protected class. So the listing agent was very uncomfortable with these questions. Went to her broker and they contacted the board, and it did go to a hearing, and this particular neighbor was brought into a hearing and required to take 30 hours of Code of Ethics training. So it was a sanction, but a sanction of education, which is really what most people are looking for. Sarah was found to be in violation of TREC Rule 531-19, Canons of Professional Ethics and Conduct, due to her inquiry about her prospective buyer's race and religion. Not only was she in violation of the Code of Ethics, but also the federal fair housing laws. There are 3 different, completely separate areas that are regulatory bodies regulating our conduct here. HUD fair housing laws, the TREC rules, and the Code of Ethics. So this isn't just a realtor thing. This is a federal law thing. This is a realtor thing. It's a TREC thing. Knowing that every single regulatory body does not allow those questions, should we be asking another licensee those questions and putting them in that position? No. We should not be asking another licensee in the throes of their business to answer those questions. If nothing else, it was a trap. And when you look at it that way, you think, okay, now I get it. Because at first glance, you think, well, I feel sorry for the neighbor. I feel sorry for the neighbor who came out of her home and wanted to know who her neighbor was. Her neighbor should know better. She's a listing agent in that neighborhood, went to another agent and asked those questions. The 2 people who are absolutely forbidden to have that conversation was a licensee asking another licensee. Completely inappropriate and put her in the worst situation possible. And to ask another licensee those questions from a licensee tells the licensee this person ought to know better, and they don't. So this is a story that happened in 1981, and we've been sharing the story ever since, long, long before, of course, I ever got into the business. In November 2019, Newsday released a bombshell report called Long Island Divided. This was an incredible hit to the organization across the entire country because it showed up on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. It was on every news outlet across the country, and it hit and it hit and it stung hard because everything was tied back to a TV show that people could watch. And what the agents said in the quote unquote TV show was indefensible. Have any of you watched it or saw it or heard of this, Long Island Divided? I'm not seeing any hands. We're going to watch the first 10 minutes of it. We're going to go to break and then come back and we're going to watch the first, I might actually be able to have time to watch the first 8 minutes of it. So in any event, what they did was they hired actors and they give all the actors what's called pair testing. So 2 actors with the same FICO score, the same credit, the same job, the same life with 2 different races. One actor was one race, one actor was the other. They went to the same brokerage, sometimes the same people. And guess what? They were shown different properties. They had different service related, and the questions they answered, they were given different properties. And in some cases, one of the buyer said that they wouldn't show them any properties until they got a representation agreement. And the other person showed them properties and didn't even talk to them about financing. So we as a firm, we're not 300 different firms. We're not 300 as of today. We're not 372 different firms. We are one firm, and we are required to treat all of our customers the same. We are of one policy. And if one agent in our firm has a different set of policies than another agent in our firm, and one customer gets one set of services from one of our agents and different from another, that is disseparate treatment from the firm, and it is a violation of fair housing laws. So they did this 36 times. Rather, they went to 36 different brokerages, and 30 of the 36 brokerages failed epically. And we're going to watch a couple of the first few minutes of this because we've got time to do it. So let me hit the play button and let's see what you hear and what you think of this.
Yeah. So, 1, 2, 3. My name is Jesus Rivera. Today's the 21st of April.
It's about 10 after 2, and I'm in my car.
So it's Richard Helling testing as Matt Browning on May 3rd.
Hello. Hi. My name is Kelvin too. How you doing? Yes, Kelvin.
How are you?
Yeah, me and my wife is looking to purchase a home within the Brentwood area.
They were ordinary Long Islanders.
Maybe go get some more then, okay?
And we sent them to meet with real estate agents to ask about buying their first home.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
All good?
Thank you.
They were trained, confident, and followed scripts.
Tag in Stephen Macropolis as Nicholas Parisi.
They had no idea what houses agents would suggest, or even which communities.
You were not going to like those schools. But you don't want to go there. It's a mixed neighborhood.
Mixed neighborhood.
If agents are courteous and professional, how can you know that they're treating you equally compared with someone of a different race or ethnicity?
I have to say it without saying it, you know.
Behind smiles and handshakes, how do you know if they're giving you fewer options or suggesting different areas?
I'm not going to send you anything you want to unless you don't want to start your car to buy your crap.
Or that rules don't apply to you and another home buyer in the same way.
Yeah, okay. I definitely need that.
Long Island is one of America's most segregated suburbs. Newsday set out to discover what role real estate agents might play in keeping it that way, potentially affecting the quality of lives.
Technically, as a real estate agent, we shouldn't tell the buyers.
In house hunting, it's nearly impossible to see evidence of hidden discrimination. You would never know unless you go undercover.
In one test, Johnny Mae Alston was the black tester and Cindy Parry was the white tester, and they met with Anne-Marie Quealy-Bichon at Signature Premier Properties office in Cold Spring Harbor. They asked for the same thing, As often happens, the agent discussed getting pre-qualified or pre-approved for a mortgage by a bank, showing how much a buyer can spend on a house.
You pre-qualified, I asked. My husband's working with somebody in a bank. We've done some preliminary talks, about getting pre-approved.
Neither had been pre-approved or pre-qualified. Here's what the agent told the black tester.
So I really need that. I won't take out any money unless you have a pre-qualification letter. So I need to know that you're pre-qualified for a mortgage. Oh, so that means I can't go out to see anything. I won't do it. You can try another person, but I don't have the time.
And without pre-approval, here's what the agent told the white tester.
What is your availability? When can you start looking at houses? I would say not this coming week.
Cindy received 79 listings from this agent. Johnny May couldn't get any listings. And Cindy, the white tester, received 2 home tours. They had the same finances, the same budget, and they made the same request in the same area. But one was white, the other was black. The agent treated them differently. Queely Bichon did not respond to a letter, calls, and emails. Her agency's Signature Premier Properties co-owner and 2 branch managers viewed the recordings and declined to comment.
A 3-year undercover Newsday investigation revealed evidence of widespread hidden discrimination by real estate agents brokering home sales across Long Island. For Hispanic home seekers, evidence of unfair treatment emerged 39% of the time. For Asians, the rate was 19%. Black house hunters in the investigation risked unequal, lesser access to homes and communities just about half the time when compared to white buyers.
Kelvin Toon is a black man in his early 50s, and he went in to meet with an agent involving a test in the Brentwood community, a community that is 80% Hispanic and black. The agent communicated to Kelvin, our black tester, that she enjoyed meeting with clients from the Brentwood area.
Every time I get a new listing in Brentwood or a new client, I get so excited because they're the nicest people.
When we sent Kelvin's counterpart in to meet with the same agent, the white tester was actually warned about Brentwood not being a nice place.
The nursing home we need to be near is in Brentwood.
Okay.
And so we found a couple that are in Brentwood.
Pretty close to each other.
Okay. And it just seemed like those would be handy also for going to visit.
Do you want to give me them and I'll look into them for you? Or?
Yeah, I can do that.
That warning came later to the white testers saying there was concern about gang activity going on in Brentwood. This agent wanted the white tester to know, but that information wasn't provided to Kelvin, the black tester. The listings centered black tester Kelvin in Brentwood with 27 house listings, while the white tester got 0 listings in Brentwood and was directed towards much whiter neighborhoods. Vickery said she had warned only the white tester about gang activity because she had not been aware of it when she met with the black tester, despite widespread media coverage. She also said her business partner, Gene Gillen, sent the listings to the black tester. Gillen said the listings were unquestionably prepared based on Vickery's criteria, and that Vickery may have sent the listings using Gillen's email. She said she didn't know the race of the black tester until she met him later on a house tour. Keller Williams, which was their employer at the time, released this statement. Keller Williams does not tolerate discrimination of any kind. All complaints of less than exemplary conduct are addressed and resolved.
Newsday conducted 86 tests that matched white and black, white and Hispanic, and white and Asian buyers. We focused on agents associated with the 12 brands that represented more than half of the island's home sellers in 2017. The primary question was whether the agents provided equal service.
So let me ask you this question. How many of you would be devastated with your name and you being the agent in this video? I mean, can you imagine? Because this video is not going anywhere. Every one of their family, every one of their friends, every one of their colleagues are going to see it. They're going to see their bad practice. And holy mackerel, is this a terrifying prospect that you could be secret shopped at any moment. So when you were working with the public, there is no such thing as in secret. You need to believe that in everything you do, you're being recorded, you're being watched. So what you do when no one is looking is even more important when they are. That's my motto. But we need to be we need to believe that we're under the microscope, even when we're not.
Yeah, it's just
Number one.
unethical to begin with. It's just appalling.
And number two, there needs to be more training. There needs to be more brokers doing what we're doing here today, having these conversations. And by the way, we've been doing this since 2017, 3 years before this came out. There needs to be more education. And that's what created Fair Haven, by the way, which is why as a broker, I ask every single one of my agents to take the Fair Haven so that we can be hard on the problem, soft on the people. And if we find that there are people here that truly only want to help certain people and not others, they're not welcome here. Andy, I see your hand up.
Yes. Ethics, they say, often comes from religion or spirituality. And the thought to have, if you are religious, is God is always watching you. You may think you're not being watched, God or the spirit, the great whatever, you're always being watched. And if you're spiritual, you say your spirit is aware of what you're doing. So don't do it.
The most important commandment, if you are religious, the most important commandment that was given to us is to love thy neighbor as thyself. The most important commandment. I agree. All right, so with that, we're going to take our break. The entire video, which is 45 minutes long, is in the after class email already queued up and ready to send after class. So that'll go to you. And one of your homework assignments is going to be to watch that Newsday report. Now, what came out of the Newsday report was some best practices that happened at the regulatory level in New Jersey, as well as NAR and across the entire country. We're going to talk about the impacts of this report and how it affected the profession and what practice changes happened following it. It's 11:05. See you back at 11:15.
Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we just watched a video, pretty upsetting video, I think, for a lot of us because we expect better of our fellow realtors out there who have subscribed to this code and maybe not following it with the same level of zest that we would. So the question then is, what do we do with them? What do we do with people who are violating the code? We are a profession and we are an association that self-reports. The Realtor Association is not looking for violations. TREC is not out there looking for violators. They only investigate complaints. It's 100% complaint driven. If you don't complain, then the practice continues. If we're going to hold each other accountable, then the complaint process is designed to help make people better, help hold people accountable. Unfortunately, there are a lot of small markets where people are afraid of retribution. They're afraid that if they complain against someone, that it's going to affect them and their clients' ability to get offers accepted, especially in those small markets where everybody knows each other really well. So then they came up with this idea of anonymous complaints. The problem is that anonymous complaints don't allow the respondent to face their accuser, which is part of due process. So there are anonymous complaints only in advertising, in certain things that are not what they call a wider berth issue, meaning something that could affect a consumer negatively. NAR created as a best practice for brokerages, for those that are interested in being on a track like this, for open house protocol from Newsday report. Just from everything in doing open houses to meeting first-time home buyers, doing your home buyer seminar, doing your listing appointments, buyer boot camps, all of the things, buyer counseling sessions, all of it. Part of the open house protocol is talk to everyone who comes in. And sometimes we are skittish or a little afraid. Sometimes we kind of get in our own head as people come in, and some days we're having an off day and we're not feeling that social, and we're pushing ourselves hard to say things as people come in, and we're friendly and smile. But people walk in sometimes and they walk in to see the property, and we don't engage them for whatever reason. So if you're only engaging certain people that you feel comfortable with, that could be a violation itself, because you're not treating every customer who came in the same. And we have an obligation to the seller of that property to leave no rock unturned and speak to everyone and try to market that property to the best we can. So make an attempt to register every visitor. Follow the same services to every visitor at the open house. Follow up with every visitor, documenting methods that you use to follow up with each. And give the same information to every buyer. This means that when you do an open house, it's not you doing something on your own time. It's not you doing another real estate agent a favor. It's not you hanging out at an open house on a Saturday by yourself and talking to strangers who are coming in. That you represent the greater picture in everything that you do, even on a Saturday afternoon, even on a Sunday when you're holding a consumer's house open. And I'm going to say it, especially on a Saturday and a Sunday afternoon when you're holding a property open. Because on Saturday and Sunday, you're exposing your business to more consumers than you do anywhere else, because they're actually coming to you. So you have even a higher obligation to make sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's versus those days where you're kind of hidden inside the office in front of your computer. So I think we need to remember what it is that we do and that we're licensed to do it. And there's regulatory bodies monitoring, not monitoring, but governing our actions. And that we need to remember that this isn't something we're just doing as a hobby, that this is serious. The New York Senate committee, after they investigated this, because the New York was New York and New Jersey, actually, because it was on the line right there. They both looked into this, and they developed a statewide fair housing strategy. Proactive enforcement of fair housing laws. They got a government grant. Increased licensing and renewal education for fair housing laws for licensees. Increased penalties and broader accountability for brokers and agents who are violating the code. And greater government involvement to further fair housing laws, and an entire broker industry reform, trying to get brokers involved and get them to show up at NAR. And NAR has all but alienated all of their brokers across the nation, because they have real estate agents who are creating rules that the brokers have to follow, having no idea what it is to be a broker, or have no idea the rules in the first place, causing a nightmare. And so NAR has pretty much destroyed the relationship that they had with brokers, which is why you see when you go to the Realtor Association, you never see brokers there. I'm a rarity that I'm involved at this level, because my fellow brokers are not involved. Very few, very, very few, 1%. 99% want nothing to do with it. So then that came from this was the National Association of Realtors president, Chris Policon, standing up in front of the world having to apologize and take accountability for the agents and saying we got it wrong and we're going to do better and vowing to do better. And that's was the creation of Fairhaven. So NAR launched this Fairhaven. I added it to Mega as soon as it came out as 1,000-point for your Mega journey to take this Fairhaven, even though it's required for every agent. It's in your policy and everyone should have already taken it long before they found their way into Mega. But I am having Lindsay follow up with people asking for their certificate, and we push them, but it never arrives. So we're gonna create some new policies at the company regarding this coming into 2026. The new Fairhaven 2.0 is much better than the version of it before. It's got a lot more situational awareness stuff going on in it, and it provides customized feedback. So as you get more things in a particular subject wrong, it feeds more of those to you. And you get more right, it feeds less of those to you. So it's like resistance. The harder it is for you, the harder it's going to get, because that's where the learning begins. And so it's really cool. That's how they built it to work. Fairhaven.realtor is how you can take this exam or take this self-paced learning. Realty Texas has a video on its website that we went ahead, or I had published, and it's going to sound a lot like I really liked what Fairhaven did, and so we created our own video, and this is the video that is what we tell our consumer. You see a couple of our agents in this video. We do these kind of videos from time to time. So if you want to be in one of our videos, just let us know. But this is on our website to tell the consumer about our commitment to diversity.
Where we live affects our opportunities to thrive, both today and for generations to come. As real estate agents, we have power as trusted guides to help clients and communities, or we will lock people out of the benefits of home ownership. In our line of work, we must adhere to the laws and our code of ethics. The concept is simple: treat everyone fairly and put the needs of our clients above our own. Providing equal service benefits our business, our clients, and our communities. Welcome to Texas. From our major metropolitan cities to our thriving suburban areas, our state is attracting new business, tourists, and of course, new residents. As a potential home buyer, you'll get to explore everything that Texas has to offer. No matter what you're looking for, there's a place and a price point that fits your wants and needs. We at Realty Texas believe that helping our clients find their dream homes while adhering to fair housing principles is the baseline. Our core values and our code of ethics align so well that we can't distinguish where one begins and the other ends. As a brokerage, we are committed to fostering inclusiveness and diversity in all our communities. Realty Texas's mission is to ensure that buyers, sellers, and agents are treated fairly and have the best experience, whether they are buying, leasing, or selling.
So you got to see live every single one of those actors are Realty Texas agents, which is kind of cool. So that is our promise to the consumer. We created that when the Fairhaven simulation came up, and you can kind of see that beginning of the Fairhaven. You can kind of feel the similarities. Here's a poll. Now that you guys are being challenged by your broker to understand the code a little bit more, read the code, investigate it, make it part of your DNA, let's ask a couple questions. How many articles are in the code? Put your answer in the chat. Okay, I'm seeing a couple different answers, but I'm seeing a resounding trend. Yes, there are 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. I saw one person put 23. That's okay. That's your 1 to 4 family home contract. That's how many paragraphs are in our purchase contract. 17 is how many articles that we have in our Code of Ethics. Does anyone know which article in the Code of Ethics is not about ethics? Which article that is?
Is it to arbitrate, not litigate, or
17?
That's right. You're both right. Article 17 is arbitrate, don't litigate. So it's before you go suing each other and causing a bunch of drama for each other, use our professional standards. That's what the Code of Ethics is for. Go through the professional standards so that you can have a hearing panel who understands the code, facilitate that process rather than taking it into attorneys who are just going to sue each other and not learn anything regarding it. So arbitrate, don't litigate. Yes. Number 3. How often is the Code of Ethics updated? Does anyone know?
I think every few years, right? 3, maybe?
is it yearly?
It has been updated every year consistently for the last 2 decades. And every year we see something change. Last year it was Article 4-1. This year it's Article 10. Every year something gets changed. And more of a clarification or wordsmithing because maybe 2 articles are confusing and they want to make it more transparent. But if you read The Gift of Vision, which of course I closed it, now I gotta find it. If you read The Gift of Vision, it actually has a little thing about the Code of Ethics and that it's a enduring thing that's been going on for a really long time. Yeah, it's gonna take me a second to find it, unfortunately. The code has been around, as you know, for 100 years, and it has been pretty much unchanged all of these years. And the reason it's been unchanged is because the original premise of the Code of Ethics has pretty much remained unchanged. I'll read it to you in a second. All right. And I mentioned already at the beginning of the class of what year the Code of Ethics was adopted. Does anybody remember what year that was?
1821.
Exactly right. And 1921, it was formally adopted. I don't know why my screen says 1913. That's the year NAR was created. All right, so and we've come a long way. I don't think this works anymore. Unfortunately, it did before, and it was something that NAR created in the Realtor magazine that they actually got rid of. It's not there anymore, so I'm gonna have to get rid of that. It showed pictures of NAR along its many years over the last 100 years, and it was interesting to watch. But they took it down. Okay. So, which items are authorized discipline? Remember, we have disciplinary action and sanctions. So you've got TREC. TREC has certain abilities that it has, and it governs licensees. And NAR Code of Ethics has certain disciplinary actions that's at its disposal for its members. So let's look at the Code of Ethics. Which items below are authorized discipline or sanction for being found in violation of the Code of Ethics? Number 1, MLS suspension for up to a year, board membership suspension up to 3 years, a fine up to 15,000, or loss of license. Which one are authorized? What do you think? Put in the chat. So I see a lot of you saying all. So you're close. But remember, the National Association of Realtors has no jurisdiction over your license. The only entity that has jurisdiction over your license is TREC. TREC is there to administer the License Act, and the License Act is the requirements of licensure. So the National Association of Realtors is a voluntary trade association for real estate agents. You become a realtor. You then have access to their database, the MLS and RPR, and their tools, and they can suspend you from the MLS. They can suspend you for board membership to up to 3 years. They can fine you up to $15,000. And the association cannot they cannot remove your license. They can just remove your membership to NAR. Now, if they kick you out of NAR, you no longer have access to MLS. It's going to be very difficult for you to do this business as a real estate agent, but your license will remain active with TREC regardless if you're kicked out of the realtor organization. So just a distinction between the two. Because TREC. We mentioned this before too. This is a test question for today. What article in the NAR Code of Ethics addresses discrimination in all of the protected classes? And add that.
Oh, you don't want us to say it out loud? Okay.
Yep, chat is good. And thank you, Jeff. Anybody else want to put that in there? The test question. All right. That's right, Article 10. Article 10 is the provide equal services to everyone article for the fair housing, Article 10. Which article? That's the same one. All right. So when serving a buyer, a seller, a landlord, and a tenant or other party in a non-agency capacity, realtors remain obligated to treat all parties what? Now, this is the thing. We have duties. We have duties to the three groups: clients and customers, the public, and then ourselves. The question then is, when the Code of Ethics starts talking about non-agency, they're talking about customers, not clients. There's not an agency relationship yet. And so we still have to treat all people a certain way. And what is that? Honestly, is correct. We cannot lie. We can never lie. We have certain things that are confidential. So if there's something that we can't say we don't know. We have to say it's confidential, because we are not at liberty to lie. Next question. In attempting to secure a listing, when attempting to secure a listing, get hired for the job, be a listing agent, listing appointment, a realtor shall not deliberately mislead the owner as to what? The realtor's experience, the realtor's competence, the market value, or commission rates. Standard of practice 1-3. What do you think this one is?
C. I would say C.
Not only is this C, but this is deeply rooted in TREC laws, TREC rules. Deeply rooted in TREC rules. So not only is it in the Code of Ethics, but it's also a TREC rule that we must provide every customer what document before we're allowed to negotiate a transaction for them.
CMA.
That's exactly right, Mohammed. And who do we give CMAs to?
Our clients.
Sellers.
Everybody. I think we do it to buyers too.
Uh-huh. And so we have buyers and sellers, but who else do we have?
Customers.
Prospects.
Do we only represent buyers and sellers?
The public.
Lease tenants.
Ah, tenants. Got it. So now we've spoken that we have to give a CMA to a tenant and to a seller and to a buyer, but isn't there a fourth one we also represent? Who is the counterpart to a tenant?
I say landlords.
That's right, landlords. So you have to give a CMA to everyone. And I think agents sometimes think that they're only required to give it to a seller before they list a property. But that is not what TREC says. TREC says that you must provide all of your clients a CMA before negotiating a listing. Now they hear the word negotiating a listing and they think, well, that's negotiating a listing. That means that I'm getting my listing agreement signed. Or I'm negotiating a listing, so I'm representing a buyer, and they get their head all wrapped around this. What TREC is saying is before negotiations can begin on a property, a CMA is required. That means that we have to give it to our seller when we take the listing. We have to give it to our landlord when we take the listing. We have to give it to our buyer before we start negotiating their position, and we have to give it to a tenant before we start negotiating their position, which is why I created the packet system in your .me that requires a CMA cover sheet on all of these, so that it requires you to go and get a CMA for each one so that you know that that's a required document so it never gets missed. This way, the consumer, and the reason TREC requires this is they want the consumers negotiating from a place of strength. They want them to know what the comps are so that they're negotiating something concrete rather just negotiating from, you know, goodwill or whatever, just out of emotion. They want you to be negotiating from a place of strength. SOP 1-16, Standard of Practice 1-16, which is Article 1. You'll see that they call them SOPs, but this one is 1-16, and this comes from Article 1. This means that there's 17 standards of practice just inside Article 1 itself. Article 1, by the way, when you violate any one of the SOPs, you're in violation of Article 1. So when someone brings up charges on you or a complaint is filed, you don't violate an SOP 1-16. It's a violation of Article 1, just as a tidbit. Realtors shall not access or use or permit or enable others to access or use listed or managed property on terms or conditions other than those authorized by the owner or seller. Is this true or false? Is this actually an SOP? True, true. I'm seeing Charlie true. Kyle says true. Okay. Give me a couple of examples of what this means.
You let somebody in unauthorized into the property, you're breaking. I mean, you need to be able to.
Okay, well, I want some examples of what unauthorized could be. Who are we bringing into the property that we're not allowed to? And it's not just letting them in. It says access or use or permit others to access or use.
Yeah, giving the code, giving the key.
Okay.
Letting someone come out and be a squatter.
Okay. There's an example of that coming up. Yes. Iris, I think someone had their hand up too. Iris and then Danita.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you have an assistant, you're not supposed to let this person manage anything in an open house, for example. There's some limitations, and not to leave the doors to say, okay, you take care of it. Let's say an agent has another showing, and sometimes they're in a hurry. They're not allowed to leave the property. Let's say, for example, another agent comes in to do an open house in the one that you were hosting, and you have to go to a next appointment or whatever it is. You're not supposed to give the key, for example, to the other agent. You have to put it back in the lock and follow the procedures. That's very important too.
Yep. So there's about 40 different uses of this, and we've talked about 2 of the 40, so there's a lot. We're not able to access or use the managed property on terms or conditions other than authorized by the owner. So we talked about maybe accessing it, but what do we mean by terms? What could this mean?
How we imagine terms is how long it lasts, but also like the identity each party assumes.
Okay. So it's access or use. All right. So I'm going to give you a few examples. You have a $500,000 buyer that wants to see $1 million home. The terms are $1 million. You brought that buyer in. It's a violation of the code. You have a 1 o'clock appointment with this property, or you want to set an appointment on this property, and it's scheduled, and it says in the code of ethics, it says in showing time that every appointment is booked. And you think, well, that's fine. I'm just going to get in line and I'm just going to pretend like I have an appointment. I'm just going to go in between two agents. It's a violation of the code because it was appointment with owner and you access that property without an appointment. It could also be that you forgot to schedule an appointment, and you show up at a property, or you open a property and the property had been withdrawn, or it was temporarily on hold, and you have a client that wants to see it, and you go out there and the status changed. There's a lot here. There was a agent who thought that they would have a great idea and created an open house pool party at the $1 million listing, and invited people to come. Lost his license for that. Another situation where a agent allowed people to access the property. They called him and said, "Hey, the owner asked me to drop off this. I need the code in the lockbox," and gave this person who they didn't know a code to the lockbox to get into the property because there was a combination, and this person turned out to be someone other than who they said they'd be. So, under this whole paragraph is respecting the listed property. We have an obligation to protect and safeguard our sellers' properties. Making an appointment to show it before we see it, make sure we have authorization, make sure we call the listing agent before we show a property and just check in to make sure that, it's still active on the market and all the things, and that we don't give the key to someone else like you mentioned, and that we're not going to show this property to people um, who just want to see it because they're interested in seeing it only. Oh, there's this $1 million home on the market. Can I see it? Oh, there's a triple homicide property in Round Rock. There's been two of them. And in each case, and when the property listed, everyone wanted to go see it. I remember a couple years back, property was listed in Round Rock with triple homicide. And I had like 4 requests for showings on that property. And I found out why. It had nothing to do with that property. It had to do with people wanted to go inside the murder house. These kind of things. So we're not going to have a conversation about paragraph A or B here on this one because this changed on last Thursday. We're going to leave this. This is where it was the Code of Ethics Article 10 was related to all of their activities, where it used to not be. So we're going to leave this one be for now because it's been changed back. A real estate agent, successful agent, someone that's got their sights set on making this their career, we got to figure out a way to generate more leads, convert more leads, provide better service, learn and grow, and continually get better and better. We grow in a lot of different ways, not just learning our scripts, but also learning the practices, learning the gift of vision and reading it. I think everyone should read The Pathways to Professionalism that is in this book, which are promises that we make each other, which is the arbitration guide. This, by the way, will be in the email that I send right after class, so you can take a quick read on those. I've asked this question 3 times. This is the last time I'm going to ask it in Mega until we get to graduation. Raise your hand if you want to make $1 million in the next 12 months. Yes, the money's available. It's out there. We just have to go and get it. And those of you that are hungry and that you want this, in order to keep this sustainable year over year, we have to look at all of the different angles in our career. How do we increase our ability? How do we increase our reputation? How do we increase our commitment? All of these things. And all of it matter. And they all matter equally. Andy was talking about this earlier, and I said it was prophetic because we're going to talk about this. And it's the Dunbar's number, proposed by this British anthropologist, Robin Dunbar. Dunbar's number suggests that the average person can maintain stable social relationships with approximately 150 people. This number is based on all the limitations we have in our brain and the time it takes. So if you have 200 people in your database, you're going to be needing to organize these people with notes because your database is going to grow further than your ability to keep everyone straight in your mind. If we had a higher cognitive amount, you could be able to track and have a relationship with 500 people, you wouldn't need a database, but that's not the case. You're going to have more people in your database, which means you can't commit this to memory. You're not going to remember the last time you called these people, and you're not going to remember all the conversations that you've had, especially if you've been doing this for 10 or 15 years. Those notes become very, very important. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot their dad was in the hospital. I'm going to ask how's he's doing. These types of things, and the notes help put you back in the mindset of knowing what's going on in them and keeping up with that. You must call every person that you know and take them through the Ford script. We've put this in your homework. We're given the homework assignment already, but it's going to be in your slides again today, in your email that you get today. The 150 people that you already know is where your buyers and sellers most likely are going to come from. The chances that your next client is going to come from one of these 150 people is very, very high. 10% of these are going to refer 3 people a year. Now, we said on average, every person in your database is going to yield 1 person. Well, that's just based on the law of averages. So if your database has 200 people, you're going to get 200 referrals. That doesn't mean that all 200 people are going to give you someone. It means that you're going to get 200 referrals, and some of them are going to be your A people who are giving you 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 10 referrals a year. Some people are giving you 1 or 2, and some have not given you any yet. So those people who are giving you a lot of referrals, we tag them as an A client. Those people who are B, who tell us that they love us and they want to help us succeed, but they haven't sent us a client yet, that's going to go into the Bs because we're going to be, talking and communicating to that group a little bit differently. And then we have the Cs, which maybe you're working with right now, you're still showcasing your services to them and you really want to get them to commit, but they're not there yet. And then the Ds, you're not getting any referrals from them. So if 10% of your 150 are referring people, that's 45 transactions a year. 7% will refer 2 people a year. It's 150 times 7%, that's 21. 5% will refer 1 person a year. So you're looking at 1,095,000. That's a test question. If your entire database yields what it's supposed to yield, what it's going to yield, it's going to yield 1,095,000. How many database entries does a salesperson need in their database? Between 100 and 300. That's really what you're striving to get at. And your database is going to change over time. It's going to change from people who you know, love, and trust, and that's going to evolve into those people who are know, love, and trust. It's going to be categorized then later in your business 5 years from now of people who have and have not transacted with you, and people who have and have not provided you referrals. But those people who have transacted with you before, there's another transaction coming. Maybe not right now because they're going to live in that home for the next 5 years. But we're going to continue doing what Tom Ferry said. Maybe once or twice a year, you're going to send them a CMA in the mail. And we're going to continue communicating because you want that listing in 5 years. Right now, this month, this month, I am selling 4 properties. All 4 properties, I helped my clients buy those properties. All 4 of them, I was the buyer agent for. Condo on Stastny, property in Elgin, property off 130 on Palmer Lane and Bellingham Meadows, and a property that is in Round Rock. Every single one of those clients, I was the buyer's agent anywhere from 5 years ago to 18 years ago. And I've stayed in contact with every single one of those people. I only work my past clients. I don't take new clients. 0% new clients. And in fact, One of them, the one in Bellingham Meadows, I handed that off to one of our buyer agents, or sorry, one of our listing agents. And she's putting in MLS and she is doing the whole thing because I don't have time because guess what I'm doing right now? I'm a little busy with Mega. But because I already have 4 transactions that I'm closing. So there comes a point in which I'm going to refer that one off. 100 to 300 people in your database is what you're looking for because when this client turns into a buyer, they're going to turn into a seller. And when they sell that property, you're most likely going to be helping them buy. And then they're going to have family and friends. So your database is so important, guys. What is the agent's intent for each person in their database? Primary intent, referrals. Secondary intent, actually for them to transact with you. What is the dollar value annually for every referral that transacts? Just remember, everybody in your database is a $15,000 check. Just look at that as an average. So if 20% of your database is producing, that's 40,000. That's 40 closings. That's $600,000. Your database before you, as a brand new agent, is a $500,000 database before they've transacted because you don't have any past clients in here. So you're not getting any referrals. We're just looking at this database. Out the gate, that's what it's worth. But what's the dollar value for the people who are referring you? You should get 100% because the percentages are there for you to make $1,050,000. Depending on if you have 100 people in your database, 150 people in your database, or 200 people in your database or more. So what's your database worth? 600,000 for the people who are transacting, and for the referrals, you're talking about a large number, a very, very large number. And it's not pie in the sky stuff, it's reality. But if you haven't called your people and you haven't started working on your database, it's a certainty that it won't exist for you. The certainty is making it happen by making the phone calls. And I know a lot of you have a lot more phone calls to make. And I asked today how many people had made more than 100 phone calls because last week you should have made 20 phone calls a day, which is 100 phone calls for last week. And now we're looking at today being Wednesday. So you should have had 40 calls completed so far at this point in this week. And after today, you should have your 160th call made. If you can't do it on a Monday, you got time on Saturday and Sunday before your open houses. So you got to find time to make the calls because the one thing that you can't not do is the phone calls. The phone calls are the priority. Like it said in the Red Book, the Keller Williams Red Book, the Shift Book, that the priority has to be contacting the people. Another thing I want to ask you about is how many people has given you a referral. And I want you to think back. Who was the last person that gave you a referral? Where is that information and what did you do for them? Did you send them a handwritten thank you card? Did you take them to lunch? What did you do? I want to hear from you. Who's going to volunteer? And right now I'm seeing 5 people with glasses and they are on their computers. So let's pull back because we got about 7 more minutes before lunch. Let's take a minute to put the distractions aside. Phones down, computers aside, because this is an important one. Where did your last 5 deals come from? Isa.
So I know there's one of my past clients. He was a buyer of mine. He sent me at least 3 people. All those 3 people I couldn't help, unfortunately, but I did stay in communication with them for about 6 months to a year. And then now that I think about it, I never followed up with them again. But mainly it was like someone trying to sell just the mobile home, no property or anything like that. The other one wanted to buy. They had an ITIN and didn't, they weren't ready yet, like with their down payment.
So
And the
you
other
told me,
one,
what promise did you make me when you told me this story when you were standing at my office door about a month or 2 ago? What promise did you make me?
that I was gonna follow up with everybody.
That you were going to call that guy who had given you those referrals because he hadn't sent you some referrals in a while.
Yes, and he's actually a cousin of my husband. And well, recently I'm trying to like switch over all my contacts to the application, and I went from my A's. So I've made about, I want to say I've made like 60 calls barely. I'm still not at my C's.
Isa, that's a good job. I'm proud of you.
Um,
You are doing it. I'm proud of you. Good job.
I am. The only thing is you guys probably don't have like you haven't tracked the first calls because those were from my phone. So
Mhm.
I'm still working on getting them all into the application. I also made calls yesterday from the opportunities, and I think I made 20 on there from the opportunities. I'm getting there. I am gonna get to him. His name is Christopher. I remember him. I have sent like postcards, I think during Christmas. I haven't sent any like gift cards. Maybe I should start there. But yeah.
That might be the best excuse I've ever heard. Because it was not yet. They're in the C's and I'm in the A's. I mean, I couldn't ask for something better than that. What I'm hearing is Isa is going to be in the top 5% of agents who are selling because she's doing the one thing. There's no question in my mind right now that Isa, if she continues on the track that she's doing right now, is going to sell 25 plus homes next year. There's absolutely no question in my mind. That is awesome, Isa. Who else
I'm
is
gonna try.
following?
And
No,
on Marketplace, FYI, on
no, no,
Marketplace,
no.
yesterday I got 2 leads.
You're not going to try. You're going to do it.
I'm gonna do it. Yes, sir.
There's a huge difference between trying and doing it, and you're already doing it, so you're going to do it.
Yes.
So
Good
I'm
job.
not sure if I would consider following up on that, Jack, but I know I have, now that with the recent purchase of our new home, I have reached out to a lot of my my sphere, and just invited them to a little I guess family barbecue, what we can call it. So it's kind of just dropping seeds, and that's kind of how I've been tapping into my sphere and just letting them know that I am here, and if they need my services, I am available.
Okay. Yes, contact every single person. Let them know in your real estate that it would be an honor to be their agent next time they're looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. And by the way, who do they know that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? Because it'd mean the world to you to get their referrals. Be very intentional in your ask. Take a moment at the end of that phone call to let them know how important it is that this business is about you finding clients, and that's you need your village, and you need your village to help you. That's where it's going to come from. If we hint around it or we sound robotic or we don't explain to them the importance of this, we're not going to get the desired reaction we're looking for, which is, let's say I'm talking to my cousin Tom. Hey, I had a great conversation with them and checked in about mom and my second cousin and third cousin and what's going on in the family. I'm an agent, right? Yeah. Okay. So what I found that's really hard about this is not the business, because the business is easy, but it's really hard is finding the clients. So when you guys are looking to buy or sell, it'd mean the world to me if you guys choose me as your agent. That'd really mean a lot to me. That's really important to me if you do that. Yeah, of course I would. Awesome. That's awesome. And also, if you have someone that you know that's looking to buy, if you hear like one of your friends talking about buying, would you call me and let me know who they are so you can get me in touch with them? Because this business is more about me finding my client than anything else. Yeah, I'd do that. Good. And you have to have that conversation with them 3 times. This is an intentional conversation. It's not just a little drop and then hang up the phone and run. It's not like that. It's an intentional conversation that we have to have. Okay. Isa, your hand up, and then Aki, and then we're going to lunch.
I have a question that has nothing to do with this.
Then let me take you to lunch, or let you take us to lunch as soon as we're done with Aki.
Okay. Last weekend, I was holding an open house with Mary Beth Ray, and one of you know, our neighborhood, she is interested in me and asked me to, if I'm interested in, helping her. But also she is Mary Beth neighbors. I guess a past um the client, and I just got kind of sandwiched in the middle of a situation, and how you proceed the Mary Beth. I mean, I don't want to steal her client, or just because neighborhood, where I live, close to her, and I don't want to step into her farming, territory or something. I don't know. How do you proceed if
I'm
if
going
if
to answer your question like this. You've
uh-huh.
been at Realty. Let's just fast forward in the future. I'm going to say this story. Aki Weathers has been with Realty Texas for 4 or 5 years, has built a team, has closed hundreds of transactions, and Aki asks another Realty Texas agent to do her open house. What does Aki want that open house agent to do? And I'm going to let you answer that question that way. Because if you think I'm going to touch that question with a 1,000-foot pole, you're crazy.
Oh, okay. All right, gotcha.
Okay. Thank you, Aki. All right,
Yeah,
everyone.
thank you.
It is noon. We're going to lunch. And so I know a couple of you had a couple questions of me. So bring me your questions. Starting
Okay,
with
so mine, I've always stayed out of politics because I feel very helpless when it comes to politics. As you guys know, there's a lot of protesting. Some are horrible, some are peaceful. As realtors, should we just stay out of it? Is it best that we do speak up on what we believe? I think it's safer to kind of stay out of it, but a part of me wants to speak up as well and just be a part of, like peaceful protests and just know that I'm there for my people.
So this is what I recommend. I recommend that you create a public persona of yourself. And I would recommend that that public persona of your Realtor Facebook profile, your Realtor Instagram profile, be very business oriented. Go to your city council meeting and talk about local issues that are affecting real estate. Talk about property tax issues that are going on in real estate. Talk about things that are affecting buyers and sellers. Do videos about the day in the life of a realtor. Go out and speak with new home consultants and and interview them and put those videos up on social media. And if you want to be a voice for a political cause, create a different page for that. Create a different page that has nothing to do with real estate. And if you are just this is really important to you to go out there and advocate for something, then you advocate. If you use your real estate platform to advocate for a divisive issue, it's going to take a toll on your real estate career. You're going to have people who are for it and against it. I've learned this in all my years in politics. 33% are going to be for it, 33% are going to be against it, and 33% don't give a flying flip about it. So you're going to have passionate people. And so what I call is the law of halves, because the 1/3 doesn't care. You're going to have this 50% that care and 50% that don't care, and they're going to be viscerally for it or viscerally against it, which means you're creating a divisive issue that's going to take your platform and you're going to slice people off of it. Now, I'm not going to tell you what to do here. I'm going to tell you what a good salesperson might do is not try. If you're going to come to me and say, I am this party and I don't want to help another party buy a house. I don't want to work with them. And I find out that there's this party, I hate them so much that I don't want to work with them. Well, that's a choice that you have to make. If you're going to say, I'm going to help all people get a roof over their head, and I'm going to make sure that we're not having political conversations during real estate because this has nothing to do with that, then I'm going to say, okay. So, my recommendation is that if you want to operate your career from a position that's not going to isolate people and not push people that were clients out of your life, that you toe the line, you have a very diplomatic profile, you respect everyone's position, and you help people with your business. And if you're passionate about something and you just need to go out and protest or do whatever it is that you feel that you need to do, create a different profile for that. Don't commingle those two conversations at all. And by God, no matter what you do, vote.
Understood. Thank you, Jack.
Yep. Anybody else have any other things before we head off to lunch? Well, you're actually already class dismissed, but while you have me for a few minutes, does anybody have any other questions on or off topic?
I just wanted to comment. I have been making calls, but I just literally got my office number on Friday, and unfortunately, it's still not working. So I am making calls. They're just not being tracked at this time. I didn't want you to think I'm just not making any.
Okay, we'll get with Miguel or Katie because all of
Yeah,
our
I did yesterday. I think they're working on it. So I just want to just put that out there.
okay. Have
I'm
you?
going to work on that right now. Again.
Thank you, Miguel. Yep, it takes about 1 day for us to provision the account, so I'm sure he'll have that fixed right now.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Thank you for letting us know.
No problem.
Who else has got something for Jack before I disappear?
Where's everybody?
That's a very good question.
We're waiting.
Yeah, here.
Good, because I was here and my dad was talking about. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's after 1. Where's the welcome back Cotter music?
I know.
Hi, Wells.
There it is.
There it goes. There's the music.
I got a mutiny going on. All right, welcome back. It is 1:03. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We left off on a whole big conversation. We were talking about our industry's code of ethics, about the License Act, about doing the right thing. And then we watched that video from the Long Island Divided. And that video, the whole long video is going to be in your homework that is in the email I sent after class, as well as the Pathways to Professionalism sheet is also in that email. So we're about to do a breakout session here, because then we started going back into, remember, ability, commitment, ethics. Today is about maximizing your income, but in order to maximize our income, we need to know how to have a conversation with the client at a property. We need to know how to facilitate a transaction by fulfilling our duties under the law. One of those is explaining representation, explaining the IABS, and now we have a new regulatory requirement that before we take them inside a home, we show them information about brokerage services. So we started this day before lunch talking about ethics and how important business ethics are. Now the second half of today is going to be about the mindset again, and then we're going to actually show you some videos on how to present the information about brokerage services and what that dialogue should look like. And you're going to be in a lot of breakout sessions. So then we talked about, again, getting back with our people again and having those conversations with people and how all of this is interconnected. If we don't connect with our spheres, we're not going to get the business in. But in order to continue propagating that information, in order to keep propagating the business from our clients, when they send us the business, we have to know how to respond to it so that we can continue getting more referrals from them, expertly close it, and then always do everything ethically and know what the rules are so that we don't do something that ends a referral-based business from that particular client. So yes, we can ask for the business, but if we mess up our ability, mess up our commitment, or mess up our ethics, it could be the end of the line for that relationship. And we work really hard to establish a relationship that's going to be giving us business. So we need to keep it going. So yes, all of this is 100% interconnected. Thank you for those of you who have been doing a really good job in communicating with your people already, because the first step is to let them know you're in real estate and how grateful you would be for their business and how grateful you would be for their referrals. Two different things. First is their business. We would like to transact with you, and then we would also like you to refer us out to those people who you know could use some assistance. Okay, those two things. Now, part of all of this is operating from Dunbar's number and knowing that we need a database. If you're going to have more than 150 people, you're going to lose track of everything. And when we start with our real estate business, we think, I haven't closed anybody, so I don't have a database yet, so I don't need one. And once I close someone, then I need a database for that one person that's going to be sitting in there all by themselves, lonely little database of one past client. And that's not how a database is supposed to work. Everybody is supposed to be in your database. Then you're going to start labeling those people past clients, and then the A, B, C, and D, which is how many referrals they've sent you. So get everyone in there. And then I need to ask the question, the very important question, right out of lunch. Who was the last person you got a referral from? Then you need to go to your database and tag them as an A client. Who's the last person you who is all of your referral sources? Who are all the people that gave you a referral? Where did they come from? And go into your database and make sure they're there, and then make sure that they're properly tagged in your CRM so that you can tag them an ABC client and that you can tag them that you've closed business with them. Now, if you've closed business with them, you're going to create a room. And when you create a room, they're going to fall into your tier 2 clients as closed business, and you'll see them there. But our pipelines automatically serve you who to call next. So all you do is come and call your people. It's very easy. They're all there. You just click a button. We've talked about the field work a little bit, but we haven't dived into it yet because we're just now getting there. Remember, Mega goes down a series of starting with the mindset all the way to the very end, which is negotiating a contract. So we're taking you through the steps in order, step by step, by step by step. So where we should be in our mega journey right now, and where we've just got to just now, is we called our people, we converted one of them, and now here they are. Maybe we've got someone that's going to meet with us for a listing appointment. Maybe we have someone who wants us to help them buy a home, so we're going to have a buyer orientation with them. And maybe we got into our relocation program and you just accepted a lead and we're meeting a client at one of our listings because they want to see it. They're interested. And maybe you've got another lead from your website for someone who wants to see 123 Main Street who's not one of our listings. Those are 4 different situations, and we're going to approach them differently. We're going to approach a client differently when we have never met them before and we meet them at one of our listings for the first time. We're going to approach that differently than if we meet someone for the first time at another broker's listing. We're going to approach that a little bit differently versus a client that's coming to us and saying, hey, I'd like to buy a home, but I haven't started the process yet. They don't have a property yet. So you're going to offer them a buyer orientation, get them with a lender, get them in the client gateway, try to find properties and go out and show them properties in the right order. That's how we like to do business, but that's not how the Zillow and Realtor.com people like to do business. So we have to do business the way they want to do business, but we also have to check off the boxes of the regulatory requirements, like telling them who we represent and giving them the information about brokerage services. And now, because of the realtor organization's lawsuit settlement, getting a representation agreement before we open a door for them. Versus someone calling in saying, hey, I would love for you to come out and talk to me and our spouse about listing our home for sale. You're going to approach them differently as well. 4 different situations. So we're going to do the same things. They're going to all end up at the same place. We need a representation agreement to help all of them, but the dialogue is going to be a little bit different in each one of them. Zillow, Realtor.com, and Homes.com teach that attempting to convert a lead over the phone, if you've never met them, is going to result in less than 1% conversion rate. That means out of every 100 leads you get from them, one of them is going to be someone that you're going to work with in the short term. That's dismal, and in fact it's not going to pay for itself. The cost of the Zillow lead is going to far exceed the money that you bring in, because Zillow leads the Zillow Flex is $1,000 a lead, and that lead goes off to 5 different people. So the first person to get it wins. So you're talking about $300 to $1,300 per lead that you get that comes from Zillow. It's very costly, which means that you need to be on your A game, because you need to be able to get a hold of them quickly, convert that quickly, set the appointment quickly, get out there in the real world and convert it expertly. And if you're not got your A game going on, you're going to quickly go into the red. So you get 100 leads, you're talking about $100,000 worth of out the door expense that you paid just for the leads and may not have any income from it. You might get $10,000 and you're $90,000 in the hole. We're talking about real numbers here. I have a little cheat sheet that I have next to my desk that I always like to share with people. And this is from 2023, so it has not been updated in a couple of years. But at the time I created this, Realty Texas had spent, we had purchased 12,929 leads from Realtor.com at an expense of $916,645. We had spent 3,000 leads from Zillow at a cost of $151,000. Chime leads, which were Facebook leads, we had spent $40,000. We've far exceeded that now. And we spent $197,000 on Google AdWords. $1,327,865 raw cost of leads that the company spent. And at the time, we had made $1.2 million. So we lost $100,000 in this program because our 10% is a lot less. So then we went 50-50, but we're paying for the raw cost of leads, and all of those that didn't convert, we still paid for and only received income for the ones that you actually closed, whereas the agents didn't have any out-of-pocket expenses. So why are we allowing ourselves to break even or go in the red on leads? Because it keeps agents in the business. And our goal is to increase our conversion rate so that we close more, so that we don't just break even, that the company is able to pay for its staff that's in that department, not just the raw cost of leads. So it's an investment. It's a huge investment in our agents. In order to realize a 4% conversion rate, you've got to be using the CRM and you got to be using the scripts. And you're our sales force that's out there in the field. So we're relying on having a 4% conversion rate on real estate agents who don't have any skin in the game for the cost of the lead and maybe have not learned the scripts. That's why we have our Ready, Set, Sell program, so you can go through that program, because remember, there's a huge investment here, so that by the time you've gone through Ready, Set, Sell, you are prepared to help that client. Now, for people who are in Mega, once you get out of the MEGA 3 class, Relentless Conversion, you understand the importance of scripts. So then if you've taken Mega and not taken Ready, Set, Sell, we let you into the program. But you have to pass a readiness assessment and you have to come in for your pilot program where a staff person is going to be there with you and walk you through that. But we ask everyone that's in the department to come to our weekly sales meeting Tuesday at 1 o'clock and come to that sales meeting and be part of it. Out the gate, most agents have a 1% conversion rate, which is one closing out of every 100 leads. 4% is the standard of people who are using a CRM. 5 and 6% is people at the point where they have gone through the amount of training that we give them here, which is at 5th and 6th closing, which is a huge difference. So those statistics are rooted in reality. What we find, though, is those agents who are kind of pushing back a little bit on our teachings and try to qualify them over the phone burn through the leads because they don't want to waste their time. When we know that we're not going to be hired for the job over the phone, we have to set the appointment and go meet him in the real world, and that's where the hiring takes place. So the question is you want to do the interview in person. That's how you're going to get hired. And the interview is meeting them. Sometimes we interview them at the kitchen table for a seller. Sometimes for a buyer, they come in and we do an interview at a buyer orientation. Or sometimes your interview happens at the front door of a property where you have a full interview that you are going to have to condense that interview into a few words. But remember, if they set the appointment with you to go meet you, they haven't spent a lifetime dreaming about hiring a real estate agent. They spent a lifetime about purchasing a home. They're excited about seeing the home, and the agent is sort of a consolation prize that gets to open the door for them. So they've kind of already calling you their real estate agent when they're going out and to see the house. So that's not everyone, but that's what Zillow and Realtor.com are finding on the majority of the people that they're working with. There's not a big public push to interview your real estate agent. Here's 10 questions you should ask your agent before you hire them. That doesn't really exist. And you can kind of thank NAR for that, because NAR has kind of created this gold standard. If they're a realtor, they're good. And I find that to be a little maybe not the best for us as a profession. they should be pushing their designations more. If you hire a realtor, ask them their designations. What are their specialties? And make sure that you're going with a real estate agent who has a specialty in the type of service that you're asking them to broker for you. Something like that, so that we're forcing these agents to go through additional education so that they take this. You got 1.5 million realtors, but less than 2% who have GRI, for instance. So if the interview for a lot of these people are going to be at the front door, that means we need to get good at working in the field. We need to get really good at explaining the information about brokerage services in person and the buyer rep as well. In fact, now it's required. I mean, we used to be able to, at least Maya used to teach, meet them at the property and then at the kitchen table or in the kitchen, go over the information about brokerage services outside of the heat of the sun in the driveway. But we don't even get that anymore. We're stuck in the driveway in the heat before we can even open the door for them. That is the rules now. So we can only do what we can do. They ask to see the property. We meet them at the property. We can digitally give them the buyer one-page buyer rep through the app, and they can sign it on their cell phone. And I do recommend that you have in the back in your car in a folder a bunch of information about brokerage services that are pre-filled out and some one-page buyer reps that are also pre-filled out with all of the defaults all ready to go, maybe even your signature on it. And then if they want to hard code it to just this property, you can just handwrite in the property address and give it to them for them to sign if they want to do it in paper, because some people want to work in paper. Now, that is how Realtor.com and Zillow and Homes.com and Facebook have proven to have a 4% conversion rate. No matter what you do with a person, if you try to circumvent this entire process and try to pre-qualify them over the phone, are you able, are you willing, and are you willing, able, and ready, and you try to pre-qualify them on those three things over the phone, your conversion rate will 100% drop to 1%. Andy.
Jack, about the IABS, is that something we're supposed to, I mean, do we, instead of waiting at the door and say, hey, you got to sign this, what percentage do you know, this is a question, what percentage of people turn it down? Like we had, I don't know who it was the other day, they said they wouldn't absolutely sign. I think it was Christine, I wasn't sure. They had this person, was it Christine?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, what percentage don't sign it? And I'm thinking, and then if you answer that, then the second question would be, is it possible to kind of submit it to them even before we go out to show the property? Because without that, then we've wasted their time and ours.
Yeah. So if somebody wants to get in the door, then they've got to they got to sign the paperwork. And your doctor's office doesn't send you the HIPAA form before you get there. They give it to you and you walk up to the front desk. We have been desensitized to this now about there being agreements and contracts that need to be signed. What percentage refuses to sign it when it comes to the information about brokerage services? Because you asked me that specifically, I'm going to answer the question two different ways. One, how many people refuse to sign the information about brokerage services versus how many people refuse to sign the buyer rep. I'm going to have two different conversations because of two very different questions and two very different answers. And the reason I'm separating those two into two different camps is because the consumer doesn't have to sign the information about brokerage services. We need their signature on it to prove that we had that conversation. But what TREC says is that we will go over agency with them. We will have that conversation, and then we give them the form. We have to give them the form, but they don't have to sign it. You can take a picture of them holding the form in their hand, and that suffices TREC. So we don't have to have it. Now for the file, we need to have their signature on it. But let's just say you're out there and you had a big substantial dialogue about real estate and they refuse to sign your information about brokerage services and they don't want to sign anything. You've already had a substantial dialogue regarding real estate. So that means you should have already handed them information about brokerage service and went through it with them. But if they refuse to sign it, then you can say, it's perfectly okay for you not to sign that document. The Texas Real Estate Commission doesn't say that you have to sign it. It says that I have to prove that I went over it with you, and your signature is an acknowledgement, not an agreement. So you acknowledge that I went over the information about brokerage services, and that's my proof that I did my job. Because if there is a missing IABS in the file and TREC audits your file, it's an immediate violation and it's a $10,000 fine for every missing IABS in every single file. And that's a big deal. That's a very big number for a missing information about brokerage service. Now, so that's one thing. The other conversation is, well, how many people are refusing to sign the information about the buyer representation agreement themselves because they don't want to get married before they go on their first date? And so we say, all right, I understand, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, there were some regulatory changes that happened in 2024, and I'm unable by rule to open the door for you without without this agreement signed. And so in order for me to be able to open the door, there has to be an agreement. If you'd like me to write the address on this particular property, so this agreement only works for this house, that's okay. My goal in getting you to sign this is not tricking you into signing something. It's a regulatory requirement that your signature on this authorizes me to unlock the door. It's not, I'm trying to be difficult and I just want to trick you into signing this. There was regulatory changes that happened and I am required now, duty bound, and so is every other real estate agent, to get your acknowledgement on this document before we unlock the door, or get your authorization to open the door. So that's the conversation. Now, how do we have that conversation productively when it's 104 degrees outside in the Texas sun? Well, I have created for each of you inside your app, exactly as Andy mentioned, a way to send them ahead of time a video along with the buyer rep agreement that says, hey, I'm on my way. I just sent you a video. There's mandatory disclosures that we have to give you. This video is about 3 minutes. So if you just watch that video real quick, you'll be prepared. And you can send that video to them ahead of time. And it is our avatar taking them through why the agreement needs to be signed. So that when they get there, they heard from me in my words exactly what the requirements are and why this document's there. And they can simply click the button and it'll be done before you even meet them. I've taken them through the information about brokerage services and explained it to them as TREC requires. And then they sign it, and then the buyer rep agreement, and they sign it. They may arrive and say, no, I'm okay with this information about brokerage services, but I don't want to hire you guys. I just want you to open this door for me, and say, okay, well, look, I'm happy to show you this property. I would really also even be more happy if you hired me to be your real estate agent, because I know that I'm the best person for the job. But if you'd like, I can just go ahead and write the address on this property so it authorizes me to open the door, and then I'll want to figure out a way to earn your business. If
Jack,
someone,
I'm sorry, just an interruption, if I may. Do you have these scripts? Because they're so facile. I love them. I mean, do you have them somewhere that we could just learn them? Do you have a book of scripts that you use? Because you do it with such facility.
Thank you. I do, and they're all inside of Mega, and they are not written down. Even though we do have in Mega Power Start Your Business, there was a four-page document that had all the scripts on there. Everything from, if I'm working this hard, just get in touch with you. Imagine how hard I'm going to work to help you find a home, or all of these scripts. They do exist, yes. Once you get more and more familiar with them, then they just become a wrench or a screwdriver that you pull from your toolbox in that moment. And so that you've got these scripts that you can pull from that you just help concatenate and put together to have a conversation with, and it just helps us be able to take this whole complex thing and make a few words and make it all make sense. So yes, they're there. I think for a lot of agents, they like to watch the videos that I've created, and then all of those scripts are inside those videos, and then they start using the way I explain the information about brokerage services and also how I explain the buyer rep agreement. And so in a few moments, I'm going to be putting you guys in groups, and you're going to hear my script, and you're going to see the entire video. And if you watch that video a couple times, I recommend explaining the information about brokerages services the exact same way that I explain it. We're going to get there in just a few moments. Okay, so new lead at the appointment. So we're going to arrive early. We're going to go inside and turn on the lights, open the blinds, and make the house ready for our showing. Bright areas possible. Lock the door and get back in your car, because we need to wait for them to arrive and meet them in the driveway, which, by the way, has not changed. Before or after the practice changes, I still recommended these same things. Now, during COVID, this changed a little bit because we were not allowed to touch anything in the house, but we're kind of back to pre-COVID area where we are able to, turn on a light. That's perfectly acceptable. So in this moment, you have a regulatory requirement now because you are sitting in the car. They haven't shown up yet. And there are some formalities. I want you guys to use those words, formalities. You can also use duties, but you have regulatory requirements or formalities or duties to perform right now as they're about to meet you. So you're meeting them, you arrived early, you prepared the home for the showing, got back in your car, you're waiting for them, and then you see them pull up. You start walking towards them. What are the 3 duties that you have to perform right now as you meet this person? Go. What's the first?
Give them your name, who you're working with, show them the IBS, get them to sign the 1-page agreement, and then open the door.
Okay. So there was one that was missed, and that's okay. TREC breaks these down into 3 very specific duties. One of them is the first one, present and explain the information about brokerage services. We have to do that first before we do anything else. We have an obligation to explain the information about brokerage services. What's interesting is there is no requirement that we give them the IABS. That's not what the law says. The law says that we're going to explain agency. And then they gave us a form that is a good guide. So we're going to give them the form and we're going to explain agency. So then they sign the document, and then the information about brokerage services, the part at the bottom, the reason we want to give it to them is because we're supposed to let them know who our broker is, who our manager is, our license number, and our information, which is included at the bottom of the information about brokerage services. So that form really helps you with a lot of the burden of the regulatory requirements that you have in that moment. So you give it to them, they sign it, you take a picture of it, because how many of you give them the IABS and ask them to sign it and walk away with it? Did you give them the IABS? You kind of Indian gave it to them. You gave it to them and then sold it back. So maybe we need to rethink that. Maybe we need to have a couple of copies. Okay, here's 2 copies. Here's one for you. I need you to sign here as an acknowledgement that I gave this to you and then I went over this with you. This is not an agreement. This is an acknowledgement. That's what you have a conversation with them. I'm going to take you through explaining the IABS line by line and show you why we explain it that way and what TREC requires. All right, Jeff, what's your question? What do you got?
Oh, crap. So if say you're meeting a husband and wife, do you both have to sign that, or is that just one of them needs to sign that, knowing that or acknowledging that?
So you should get both their signatures because you don't know who's going to end up on your buyer rep and you don't know who's going to end up on the contract. And if the husband signed it and you find out that the husband's not going to be on the loan and the wife's buying it, you never had an agreement with her. So in that moment, you should have both of them sign it because we don't know if one of them might not end up there at all and you might have picked the wrong one. Yep. Okay. So the first one, present and explain the IABS. What is the second one?
The 1-page agreement.
Get the buyer rep agreement signed.
Presentation.
According to TREC, I mean, we're going to do the TREC duties first because TREC is the law. The association is a rule. We're going to do the law first. We're going to do the rule second. And the law says you're going to do these 2 things at first of the dialogue. You're going to explain the information about brokerage services and you're going to tell the prospect who you represent. That's a regulatory requirement straight out of TREC. So the very first thing you do is explain agency, and the very next thing you do what?
Tell them who you work for or represent.
Not who you work for.
Who you represent, the buyer.
That's right. Because is this my seller that we're about to walk into? Is this a seller of Realty, Texas? So we have to tell them if we represent someone in this transaction. So TREC, all of us, when we went through Champions or wherever you went to school, you had this dialogue inside your classrooms. Before you were allowed to get a license, you had to know these 2 things. You have to present the information about brokerage services and explain agency to them, and then tell them who you represent. That hasn't changed. That is exactly the same as it's always been. The third one now is obtain a signed agreement to tour the property. That is the new third requirement, and this is not, in fact, I'm just going to put it here. This is a rule, law. This is a rule, law. This down here This is a practice. It's not a law because it's the National Association of Realtors requirement based on the settlement. Anyone who's a member of the National Association of Realtors now has to obtain a signed agreement before they can tour the property. If you give up the realtor, if you move over to Realty Inc. and you're not a realtor, you have no such agreement. You can tour a home all day long without an agreement signed, which is why a lot of brokerages right now are pulling out of NAR and says, I don't want to have anything to do with that. The problem is they don't have MLS access. So the boards, who are the owners of the MLSs, because the NAR doesn't own the MLSs, the boards are saying we're going to allow non-realtors into the MLS. And what most agents hear is, you're going to let the buyers and sellers have access to the MLS? No, non-members doesn't mean consumers. Non-members means non-realtors, meaning real estate agents who are not members of NAR. So lots of changes in the landscape right now. But right now, those changes haven't materialized, and all of the sky is falling stuff is sky is still up there, pretty solid right now. So as an NAR member, we have a practice that we have to follow. So that's why we're going to explain this to the consumer. We're not going to tell them, I legally have to get an agreement signed before I show you your home. That's a lie. That would be misleading the consumer because it's not a law. It's a membership requirement for the NAR. The club that we all belong to, and NAR is a club just like any other. It's an association with no regulatory requirements because it's an association. It's a 501c3 nonprofit trade association. They're forcing us to get a agreement signed before we tour the property. Because if we don't, then they can take away our realtor membership, which means we can't call ourselves a realtor, which at the end of the day doesn't really matter. But what does matter is they take away our MLS access because the board is tied to the MLS, and they're trying to pull those two things apart right now. And they will be ripped apart because they're being pulled at each end. But right now, they're not. So here's what this looks like. We have on the right side the information about brokerage services, and on the left-hand side, we have the one-page buyer rep agreement. So again, at the appointment, we're going to go through the information about brokerage services. I'm going to go through this with you, and then there's going to be a script, the 4 elements, and then I'm going to have you guys go into your breakout sessions, and I'm going to have you do it in your groups until you become so good at it that it comes off your tongue like it does mine. Now, your IABS is broken into 4 sections. So if you look at the 4 sections for what they are, it's pretty simple. The types of licenses are in Texas. Can someone tell me what the different types of licenses that TREC hands out? How many, first of all?
2.
2. That is exactly right.
Salesman and broker.
That's right. And that's it. And a broker associate, how does that play into all of this?
Don't they fall under agents at that moment because they're not a broker technically?
Exactly right. So according to TREC, there is no hierarchy between brokers. So if I hire a broker to represent Realty Texas, then that broker still has their requirements, but the only relationship that I have with that person is through an independent contractor agreement. I don't hold their license, so I don't have any liability for their acts. So when you get a broker's license, all it does is subjugate and points all the fingers at you, and you have no one protecting yourself. So instead of being under the protection, like a beautiful little raincoat or an umbrella, you lose the umbrella protection, and now it's squarely on your shoulders 100% because there is no hierarchy between brokers. Brokers are at the same level. So there is no sponsorship. In fact, it is so much so that if you go to one of our broker associates, I'll use Cindy Bell as an example, and you go to TREC, it doesn't state that she works at Realty Texas because she's a broker. There is no sponsorship. It just shows her license is active, and it shows her address happens to be the same address of this firm, but it doesn't say sponsored by Realty Texas because there is no sponsorship between those two. So she doesn't send me her license and I accept it under Realty Texas. You go to Realty Texas and look at all of our sponsored agents, she will not appear there because she is a broker herself. And so she's not even sponsored under it. She is an independent contractor with the firm and choosing to act as an agent, even though she holds a broker's license. A lot of the old school real estate instructors used to say we would never get our broker's license because that's ridiculous. Some people want to get their broker's license. I support whatever decisions being made. I think it's smart to get a broker's license, but I think it's also a good thing for me because you've taken all the risk and liability away from me completely in doing so. So the 4 types is the types of licensees. There's brokers and sales agent. There's only 2. And a sales agent has to work for a broker. And if you're a broker, you can work under another broker, but you do so through an independent contractor agreement only. Number 2, minimum services. There are minimum services that every real estate agent must perform. Now, you're going to think back probably to 2023 and 2024 at your local association when they were talking about a touring agreement and how, well, let's create a touring agreement because the National Association of Realtors says that we have to have an agreement to tour a property. So can there just be a touring agreement? Can it not be an agency relationship? Can it simply be that they pay us $50 to open the door and we become a very expensive tool that's a key and that's it? And they sign an agreement? Well, a lot of states did that and said, well, let's just enter into a touring agreement. And you're kind of dating and you're just working through a touring agreement. And then if they want to hire you through an agency relationship later, you can. But it doesn't work that way in Texas. Because in Texas, we have minimum services that you're required to provide everyone, whether they're a customer or a client. If you're aiding someone in a transaction, you have minimum duties that you have to perform. And one of them is present offers and counter offers received, which means if you have a touring agreement and I don't know, they pay you $50 to open the door and that goes to the broker because it still has to be paid to the broker. If they want to submit an offer, you've agreed to a compensation of $50 and you can't be paid more than that. So no, we're not going to do a touring agreement because that's crazy. So minimum services. And I hope we're all paying close attention because you're going to go into your group sessions and you guys are going to all have to present this to your counterpart and do a really good job and then bring it back into the group setting. So this is something that we really need to focus in on. And then the agent's role in a transaction. Who can we represent in a transaction? What are the different ways?
Can represent a seller or a buyer or both.
Or landlord or tenant.
Yep. So buyer tenant, seller landlord, or an intermediary. What is the difference between representing a buyer versus an intermediary from the agent perspective?
Repeat that.
What are the difference in representation from the agent perspective in representing a buyer versus intermediary?
If you can't talk to the broker about it, the broker has to stay so independent. So you got to keep that confidentiality separate, and so does the other agent. If you're all within you would all be within the same brokerage at that point.
Well, at that point, Jack, you would be the only person who couldn't side with either side.
Right.
The agents that you appoint to either side can be fiduciarily honest, fair, trusting all the
but not what I asked.
things.
Not you. I asked you guys from your perspective. How does it differ? Not from mine. So everyone went to me and about me.
Don't you have to be unbiased and intimate, or my tongue gets twisted, but don't you have to be unbiased on that one as opposed to just being the buyer's agent?
The broker does, not the agent has to do everything to the client.
The agent's relationship doesn't change at this moment if we're appointed to that side.
So let's again make sure we understand what we're talking about. So you or an agent are aiding a buyer. You can aid a buyer where the buyer is purchasing a home listed by a different firm, or you can aid a buyer who is represented by this firm. So what are your practice differences from your perspective? What changes from you in aiding that buyer in those two scenarios?
Nothing.
Nothing, because you're still
yeah. And you have to have their permission to show them a property that's listed by your brokerage.
Okay. So there is a very, very big, huge, colossal, gigantic difference in you representing the buyer. There is huge difference in your confidentiality.
You can't talk to the broker.
Again, we're going to talk about that side of it again. It has nothing to do with me.
Okay.
Yep. So do you think your duties change in terms of confidentiality inside an intermediary versus outside an intermediary?
Oof, man, that's like, oh.
Gabriel says that's a good question.
Ah, shit, yeah, oh, I thought I was on mute.
So the question is, should we already know this answer? We
Yes.
should.
Yeah.
How do we not?
Yes.
How do we not know this answer? Okay. And that's okay, because that was also a rhetorical question. Isa, what do you got? Because I'm going to tell you the answer here real quick.
I think since both agents are under the same broker and you're with the same broker, disclosing all material facts of the property is going to be a huge one, because now as an intermediary, the broker has access to all these facts from the listing agent as well.
Yes, so you were on the right track, but on the wrong side of history.
Okay.
Yep. So I'm going to give all you my Venmo, and if you want the answer, you have to send me $1.
I have Cash App.
You'll make $35.
Let me.
Did I say something?
I know that fiduciary duties are still the same to your client, because you still represent them for the better part of it.
Send me your Venmo, I'll send that $1.
Okay, so let's move on. I'm going to explain here in a minute how it is. So first one is the different type of licensees. The second one is the minimum services that we perform. The third one is the role that we have in a transaction. And the fourth section is the contact information at the bottom of the form is required to be there. So the two types of licenses is in Texas, there's two licenses. There's a broker and a sales agent. Sales agents are sponsored for a broker. In this case, let's say this is Kelly. In this case, I am a sales agent that works for Realty Texas, and Realty Texas would be the broker. That's how you would explain section 1 of the information about brokerage services. So Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, this is the information about brokerage services. This is a regulatory requirement from the Texas Real Estate Commission. They require every licensee to explain this document thoroughly before they have any substantive dialogue regarding real estate. So, and then you hand it to them. All right, so the first section here about the type of licenses, there's two types of licenses in Texas. There's a broker and a sales agent. In this case, Kelly would say, I'm a real estate agent working for the broker who is Realty Texas. That's all you got to say for the first one. Super simple. The second one is all sales agents who are because we're just going to go in a different angle. When you work for a broker, there are minimum duties that are required that broker provide you. The minimum duties is that of a fiduciary relationship, that they have to put your duties ahead of their own. You have to disclose any facts about the transaction that they know. So anything they know about the property, they're required to disclose. Answer any questions that you have regarding the property, as well as submitting offers and counter offers timely. And we have to treat all parties fairly and honestly. Those are the minimum services that are required. Then the agent's role in the transaction. The broker can represent the buyer. If they do, they're the buyer agent. They can represent the seller. If they do, they're the listing agent. Or they can represent both. The broker can represent both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction, and that's called intermediary. I leave it at that. And then I go on to the next section. And then there's sub-agent. A broker can represent a buyer without an agreement signed. If they do, they don't represent that buyer, but they can assist the buyer. But they actually owe their fiduciary duties to the seller instead of the buyer. So they're kind of a double agent. And then the contact information at the bottom. And that sub-agent conversation, that sub-agent information is the perfect opening of a doorway to sign a representation agreement. So when you sign a representation agreement, that's when the fiduciary relationship comes in, and that's when we owe you all of the duties and not the listing agent. So that is the nutshell version of it. Now let's talk about the duties and how they change inside of an intermediary scenario outside. I'm going to tell a couple of stories. And Mohammed, I know that you know the answer and you were about to give it away, so that's why I'm just going to go ahead and explain. because Mohammed knows the answer here. What if you are at a realtor association meeting? Let's use it as an example. And another firm, there's a listing agent there, and you happen to have a buyer and you scheduled a showing to show that person that listing agent's firm's property. So you walk up to him and say, "Hey, I got an appointment to show your property tomorrow." They're like, "Oh, really? That's awesome. Yeah, that's what a huge coincidence that I happen to run into you here. Cool. Yeah, we're going to show it tomorrow too. Cool. Awesome. That's it. You just happen to be in the same room with them and you're taking a class. Maybe it's an ABR class. And you're at the back on a break and the agent's phone rings and you overhear a conversation. "Oh, hi, Sam. Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, did you sign that amendment? Because you know we have the open house this weekend and I want to make sure you reduce the price before the open house." And now you hear a whole conversation going on. And you extrapolate based on the conversation that you know what property they're talking about and that you know that there's a price reduction coming. You know there's a price reduction coming because you even heard it. And then maybe even the agent says, "Yeah, my listing over at 123 Main Street, we're going to be, I've been talking to my seller about reducing the price, but they haven't signed the amendment yet." And so you overheard all of this information. Do you have an obligation to tell your buyer that you overheard this conversation? Different broker, here you are as an agent, and you
Yes.
overheard this conversation.
Yeah. Yes.
You owe it to
Yes,
your
you have
client?
to disclose that.
What happens if that client now what happened to that agent? It wasn't at the board, it was at the office here, and they shared a wall with you, and you happen to be showing that property, and you find out that there's a $5,000 price reduction coming on Friday. Do you have an obligation to tell the buyer?
No.
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 It's confidential.
Exactly.
So what was a mandatory disclosure now is completely the polar opposite, and now it's confidential. That is a very big deal in how your practices change inside intermediary versus outside. You worked with the same buyer, but depend on who the listing agent was, whether or not you know material information about a price change or about a property absolutely changed the landscape of what you can and can't tell your buyer. Because TREC knows, look, guys, you were the listing firm. You already had a relationship with that seller. You have a fiduciary relationship with that seller too, and that seller did not authorize you to tell anyone about a price reduction yet. And this person had privileged information. It was privileged information that wasn't supposed to make its way outside. And because you have access to privileged information, then you don't get to tell them. Because obviously you're going to be in the same office and you're going to hear stuff because you're the listing firm. And the listing is taken in the name of the broker, and everybody at that broker owes that seller the same level of fiduciary duty. So all of us have access to that seller's information. You see, TREC knows this and says, so if you're going to then turn around and represent a buyer and you obviously are going to have an access to all of that seller's information, you're not going to share it. Questions about that?
No, but the light bulb went off as soon as you started talking about minimum services, about obviously not being able to disclose that information. So yeah, that light bulb went off then. Thank you.
So Jack, just for clarification, if it's within the brokerage, there's confidentiality, but if it's outside, then we owe our fiduciary responsibilities towards our client.
There's confidentiality and privileged information, but there's never confidentiality in defects.
It's confidentiality because we're all representing you when it's within the client. We're representing the broker.
No. We're all representing the seller.
Right. But I'm saying is we're not, we're the agent. So it's if you have a listing on something that's going to preempt anything, it's still your listing that we're working on, and we work under you.
That's right. So, and let's take me out of this scenario for a moment, because Realty Texas has a license of its own, 9005703. Yes, 9005703. Realty Texas is an entity. You know, if you go out there and get an LLC or you incorporate, it's an entity and it has its own social security number called a tax ID. And so a business is an entity, just like a person is an entity, just like a brokerage can be an entity. So the consumer has signed an agreement with the firm, and all of us work for the firm. I also work for the firm. I work for the firm as its managing broker. I also happen to own the firm, but that's separate. I work for the firm as the broker. So I am under this firm just like all of you are, you see? So the firm is the one, the client signed an agreement with Realty Texas, and every single licensee at that firm owes that seller the same fiduciary duties. So when we learn something, so whenever we're standing in front of that client, we all owe them the same duties. It's true that in the independent contractor agreement, it says that the broker is going to appoint someone to represent that seller. But that seller, if we're doing an open house or we find out confidential information, although you don't all have a duty to go list it in the MLS, and you don't have an all duty to go take photos of the property, because there's a point person when it comes to the regulatory requirements of disclosure and confidentiality. We all owe that seller the same level of duties there. Okay. So do we get into the weeds and have a 45-minute conversation in the driveway regarding information about brokerage services? No, but do you need to know it so well that you know it thoroughly inside and out? Of course you do. So we're going to actually read the information about brokerage services here for a moment, because we're going to read the differences here. It says, as an agent for both through intermediary. To act as an intermediary between the parties, the broker must first obtain the written agreement of each party to the transaction. So in order for intermediary to occur, three things has to happen. There must be a representation agreement between the buyer and the firm, and there must be a representation agreement between the seller and the firm. They must have both signed one. And in that representation agreement, they must have checked off the box that says intermediary authorized. If either party checked off the box that says intermediary is not authorized, intermediary cannot occur. And according to TREC, once they say no to intermediary, it can never be changed. It's one of the only things that cannot ever be amended later, which means we can't show them our listing. We can't ever represent them as anything other than an unrepresented buyer. And if they want to buy it, we must refer them out to someone else. We're not even technically supposed to even show them our listings, because when we represent them as a buyer, when we say intermediary is not authorized, we can't show them our listing. We would have to send them to another firm to see one of our listings because they said intermediary unauthorized. That's why we have it automatically checked on to say intermediary authorized, by the way. Okay. So the consumer first has to pre-authorize the buyer and the listing. The buyer and the seller has to pre-authorize intermediary in their respective agreements that were signed. Second, well, no, third. First, they both have to have a representation agreement. Second, they both have to have pre-authorized intermediary. And third, in that transaction, prior to going under contract, they had to have authorized intermediary for that transaction, which is our intermediary form. So they have to sign, and they both have to acknowledge that this is intermediary and agree to it in the transaction, which is the third thing that has to take place. So it kind of explains it here. To act as an intermediary between the parties, the broker must first obtain the written agreement of each party to the transaction. The written agreement must state who will pay the broker, and in conspicuous, bold, or underlined print set forth the broker's obligations as an intermediary. Then it talks about the intermediary here. A broker who acts as an intermediary, number one, must treat all parties to their transaction impartially and fairly, may, with the party's written consent, appoint a different license holder associated with the broker to each party, owner and buyer, to communicate with, provide opinions and advice to, and carry out the instructions of each party to the transaction. Now, here it is under the must not, and that's where things have changed in the must not. Must not, unless specifically authorized in writing to do so by the party, and when it says specifically, the party would have to have not blanket said you can tell them. You'd have to go to them in this moment and say, we want to get in writing for you that you would like to let us authorize that there's going to be a price reduction possibly on Friday. I mean, it has to be specific, so it's very specific here. Must not, unless specifically authorized in writing to do so by the party disclose, number one, that the owner will accept a price less than the written asking price. That the buyer tenant will pay a price greater than the price submitted in a written offer. And any confidential information or any other information that a party specifically instructs the broker in writing not to disclose, unless required to do so by law. So if we find out that the seller is willing to accept less, or if we find out that the buyer was willing to pay more, in other situations, if we found that out, it would be mandatory that we told the client. But when we find out that our seller was willing to accept less, or when our buyer was willing to pay more inside that intermediary, it absolutely cannot be disclosed. You may be sitting on a huge piece of information. You may be representing that buyer, and they want to put in an offer today on Monday, and you know 100%, and I want you to all hear me on this. You know 100% all full well that that seller is going to sign an amendment to reduce the price by $50,000 on Friday, and they want to put in an offer on Tuesday. If you tell them to put the offer in on Saturday, you can lose your license because you use privileged information to fight against the seller who you have a requirement in. So, client wants to put in an offer. You can't tell them that that $50,000 price reduction is coming on Friday. You are forbidden. Iris.
I have a question. So, and I'm assuming that in this particular situation, each party will have a manager assigned, right, to go through the transaction.
I'm going to get there, but yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So what Iris is mentioning is that now, once we do have you've got a scenario where the broker was hired by a buyer and the broker was hired by a seller, and by happenstance, they're both dealing now with the same subject property, and they both agree to transact through the intermediary, and the buyer and seller have signed the intermediary form. We take the intermediary form requirements to the next level because the broker is the one who's an intermediary, not the agents. The agents are being appointed to speak to both sides. And of course, the broker is going to know all of the details on every single file. So in this case, what we've done here, and by the way, a broker of one office and one agent can't do an intermediary. It's not possible because it says here it says may with the party's written consent appoint a different license holder associated with the broker to each party, owner and buyer, to provide opinions and advice. If you don't have one agent on one side and one agent on the other, you can't provide opinions and advice. If it's only one broker and they're truly just doing one agent on both sides, because one agent can do an intermediary and one agent can aid the seller and aid the buyer, but in that scenario, they can't give them any opinions, any advice, which is what they pay us for as opinion and advice, so we really can't do our job. But it can occur, but it's called a facilitation in a transaction. So maybe you have a divorce scenario and they want you to write the contract for them because it's going to get transacted between parties. Or maybe you have a buyer and a seller who says, look, we've already done the deal, we've already negotiated, we want someone to write the contract for me. Or I can facilitate it, but I can't give you any advice. That's fine. We don't want advice. We just want you to write the contract. Okay. And technically, in that scenario, then one agent can be appointed to both sides, and they can't advise on inspections. They can't even if one side is making a huge mistake, we can't advise and give them advice and say, oh, no, you must give a seller's disclosure. We can't give them advice. We can't do anything. So now you've got one agent appointed to the buyer and one agent appointed to the seller. The broker then has to subjugate themselves. And the broker says, look, I have to be Switzerland here. I can't give either of you advice. You're going to both tell me everything that's going on, but I can't give you advice. So you're going to tell me, and I'm going to learn all kinds of things. So when you say, oh, we can't tell the broker, that's ludicrous. You, of course, are going to tell your broker because you never keep anything from your broker, but your broker can't respond to it. So I'm going to absorb the information and I can't say anything except go talk to your manager. And the managers come to me and say, Jack, I need your help. And the first question is this intermediary? No. This is what I hired you to do. Go do your job and do it well. And just ask yourself every step of the way, WWJD, what would Jack do? Because you represent me right now, and I'm trusting that you're going to represent me well. And that's why I do it a little bit differently here, where we have one agent appointed to the buyer and one agent appointed to the seller. I also appoint a manager to each. So I will appoint Lisa to one and Michael Potter to the other. And if Lisa or Michael have a problem, they can go to Andrew, who's not the broker, who can kind of help them if they need help going between the two of them. And then at the end, I get debriefed on, really what happened, and then it's done. And we're doing a lot of these. We're doing a ton. Right now, we have more intermediaries going on than non-intermediaries because we are handing out so many leads because we're advertising our properties so well. Okay, I know that's a lot of information, and we haven't even started going over it. But first, before we explain the information about brokerage services to our buyers and sellers and prospects in the field, we need to know it that well. But we're not going to explain it to them that well. We're going to go over the Cliff Notes version. But then when they have a question about it, now you can answer the question with expert guidance. It's 2 o'clock. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back at 2:10. I'm going to take you through the information about brokerage services again as soon as we get back. Then I'm going to put you in groups and you're going to do it on your own. And then you're going to watch my video. It's 2:01. Come back at 2:11.
Jack, can I ask you a question?
Kelly, of course.
Yes. Back when we were talking about the 3 duties that we do at the door when we present the IABS and everything, you said number 2 was tell the prospect who you represent. What do you say to them when they haven't signed an agreement with you? Who do you represent at that point?
Well, so no, I don't tell them that I represent you. It would be if they're standing at the property and that's your listed property, you have to tell them that you're the listing agent of that firm. You can't just leave that detail out.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes perfect sense.
Yep.
Thank you, Jack.
Of course.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are having a wonderful discussion regarding the information about brokerage services, about the IABS, about the buyer rep agreement, our buyer broker agreement here at the company. And this is rudimentary stuff that we need. So digging in deep is very good to help us really know how to approach this. Every single Mega goes through this, and it helps them exponentially out there in the field about how to approach this. So we broke down the information about brokerage services like this. If the broker represents the seller, they're the listing agent. If the broker represents the buyer, they're the buyer agent. If the broker represents both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction, that is called intermediary. If the buyer agent and the buyer work together without signing a buyer representation agreement, that type of representation is called subagency. It means that although I can assist you, I actually work as a subagent to the listing agent and really work for them and have a duty to tell them everything that you tell me. Sort of a sneaky double agent. I don't do that either. It says here, license holder acts as a subagent when aiding a buyer in a transaction without an agreement to represent them and must place the interests of the owner first. Let's go and look at that line. So we're going to zoom in here so you can see it. You have as agent for owner, as agent for buyer, and we read what it means to be as an agent for both the intermediaries, so you understand that really well. But as a subagent, it says, a license holder acts as a subagent when aiding a buyer in a transaction without an agreement to represent the buyer. A subagent can assist the buyer, but does not represent the buyer and must place the interests of the owner first. This is the perfect line to read to the buyer when you're having a conversation with them because you're required to first explain the information about brokerage services. And if you read them this line, that when you hire a real estate broker, what you're looking for is someone who has your back, who's putting your interest above all else. That only happens when you sign a buyer representation agreement with someone. If you don't sign a buyer representation agreement, it means that the broker can assist you, but it actually means that they owe their fiduciary duties to the seller instead of you. So then that makes the light bulb go on and like, I see. And then if they're, kind of on the fence, I'll say at some point you're going to hire a real estate agent. And I'd really love to be the agent who gets to assist you. And so the earlier you hire them, the more services you get from them. And then sometimes they're like, I got it. Now this doesn't promise that you're going to buy a home. It just means that the relationships that form between us is that I owe you my duties. And if you never buy a home, that's okay. I keep working with you over the years, and as you have family members and people that are looking, you refer them to me. That would be awesome. And when you do, when you're ready, I will be able to be there to assist you. Got it. And then, you let them know that if they want to limit the representation agreement to just as property, you can do that as well. So there's a lot of tools here, and I'm going to show you that how we have it in our video and how I explain it. You guys are going to watch that video. But again, it's going to help you. Jeff.
So if they sign an IABS agreement with us now and say that they don't transact with us, but in like a couple years down the road, they decide to make that transaction, would this IABS still stand?
Yep. So what makes them a client on the sub-agency is signing that representation agreement. So what makes them a client is signing the representation agreement. And that representation agreement has a start date and an end date, and it can't be more than 2 years. So if the representation agreement ends and you're going to form a new agency relationship, you would need to give them a new information about brokerage services and have them sign a new representation agreement. Yes, unless, and this is possible, that the agent simply sign an amendment to the representation agreement, changing the end date, which is possible. Okay, any questions regarding that? None. Everyone is good. Okay. I'm going to put you in a breakout session. I'm going to put you in a couple of four, in groups of four, and I want you to cycle through these four. This is important because I want to make sure that each of you are able to approach this. The script that you should take them through is just this one. There are two types of licensees in Texas: a broker and a sales agent. There are minimum duties, and these are, you can just point to them, these are the minimum duties that every real estate broker is required to perform for you. And in a transaction, the broker can represent the seller. That makes them the listing agent. They can represent the buyer. That makes them the buyer agent. They can represent both parties in a transaction. A broker will appoint one agent to each and owe their fiduciary duties, what's called intermediary. But if a buyer agent or if a broker tries to represent a buyer and they don't have an agreement signed, it really means that that broker represents the duties of the seller instead of you. So you're not really having anyone has a fiduciary duty with you in that case. And then I point to the bottom of it and I say, and then here is the information for the broker, the direct manager, and my contact information. And then you hand it to them. It's really that simple. You don't need to go into anything longer than that. So if you hit a timer and you time me, you're probably talking about 30 seconds or less of what it really takes to go through the information about brokerage services. I'm duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to explain this document to you. This is called the Information About Brokerage Services. You don't have to sign this form, but I have to prove that I gave it to you. So the signature on the bottom of this form is not a contract. It's an acknowledgement that I gave it to you. And then I point to the first one. There's two types of brokers in Texas. Two types of licensees in Texas. One is a sales agent, one is a broker. You tell them I'm a sales agent with Realty Texas. Realty Texas in this case would be the broker. Here are the minimum duties required by law that a broker perform. And then there are different ways an agent and a broker can work in a transaction with parties. If they represent the seller, they're the listing agent. If they represent the buyer, they're the buyer agent. If they represent both parties, a broker will assign an agent to each, and that's called intermediary, where both people are being helped by the same broker. And then sub-agent. And a sub-agent is when the broker is attempting to aid the buyer in a transaction without an agreement, and the broker then holds their duties to the seller first. And the bottom of the form here is the contact information for my broker, my direct manager, and then my information. That's it. That's how you explain it. That is a very short, condensed information, but it's not, here's the information about brokerage services. I'm required to give it to you. Thanks, bye. You are supposed to explain the document because TREC says there's three parts. You're going to explain to them about agency. You're going to tell them who you represent. And if you represent someone in that transaction, it's going to be, you're pointing to the seller. And if you're showing a property at an open house, or you're bringing an offer, you have a duty to tell the seller, hey, by the way, Realty Texas, they represent this buyer, which is why the intermediary form is required to be signed in that transaction. So it's the proof disclosure was made to the seller that the buyer was also represented by the firm. Because TREC says, first, the information about brokerage services. Second, if you represent a party in this transaction or proposed transaction, you're required to disclose it. Do you have any questions regarding the scripts that I just went through 5 times? Do you need me to go through it again? Because I'm going to put you in 4, and then you're going to pick.
Yes, and can you please go slower because it's like a blur.
They're really on the items 1 through 5. Okay, who wants to give it a go in front of the class? I'm going to do it one more time. First, you're just going to have a conversation with them. I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to go over this piece of paper with you. You don't have to sign it, but I have to prove that I gave it to you. And by signing this document, you're acknowledging that I gave it to you. Who wants to role play with me? All right, Jeff. So I'm going to go through it one more time. I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. You don't have to sign it, but I have to prove that I gave it to you. And by signing the bottom of it, it's really an acknowledgement that I gave it to you. Feed that back to me just like I said it.
Okay, hold on. Let's try this again. All right, so I'm duty bound to show you the IAB. Jesus, I can't even get it out. I'm duty bound to show you the IABS form.
Okay. I am duty bound to give you this document by the Texas Real Estate Commission.
I'm duty bound by the Texas Real Estate to give you this document.
Okay. You don't have to sign this document, but I have to prove that I gave it to you.
You don't have to sign this document, but I do have to acknowledge that you've seen it or received it.
You don't have to sign this document, but I have to prove that I gave it to you.
You don't have to sign this document, but I have to prove that I've given it to you.
Okay. By signing it at the bottom, it's proof that I gave it to you.
By signing it at the bottom, it's proof that I've given it to you.
Okay, that is the intro to it. So again, Mr. and Mrs. Consumer, I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. This is the information about brokerage services. You don't have to sign this document, but I have to prove that I've given it to you. And by signing at the bottom, that's my proof. That is the intro to it. So, all right, throw that back at me.
Oh, interesting. Let's try. All right, let's try it.
4 parts.
All right, I'm duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to, Jesus Christ. I'm duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to, Jesus, is it to offer you, to show you this form?
I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document.
To give you this document by Jesus, I can't. I'm trying to do it so quick. I'm trying to do it as fast as you're doing it. It's not coming off the tongue.
Okay. So what I really want you to do, though, is put it in your own words, just like you were at a property. So you don't have to use my words exactly, although it's helpful. So I'm duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. You don't have to sign it, but I have to prove that I've given it to you. By signing at the bottom, it's an acknowledgement that I gave it to you. Basically, that's it.
Golly, you say so fast. Even with trying to reword it. Okay. So I'm duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to offer you to inform you with this document. You don't have to sign, but Texas Real Estate Commission. Jesus Christ! All right, I'm gonna get this. All right, I'm duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to show you this document. It's about information broker services. You don't have to sign it, but at the bottom of this, if you do, it's acknowledging that I've shown you and informed you about these services.
Basically that.
Okay.
Again, it's just, I'm duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. So I'm telling them, I'm duty bound. I have to give you this. I'm duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. You don't have to sign this document, but I have to prove that I gave it to you. So by signing it, it's an acknowledgement that I went over this document with you. That's the prefix. And it doesn't have to be those words, but it has to be that concept. Look, and the concept is legally, I have to give you this document. It's a requirement of my license. If I don't, I can lose my license. So I'm duty bound. I have to give it to you. So here it is, me giving it to you. I have to prove somehow that I gave it to you. And by you putting your name on it, it's not agreeing to it. You're just simply stating that I gave it to you and over you with you. So you get to find your words for that. So who wants to feed that back to me? Thank you, Jeff. You did good.
I'll try it once.
Okay, hold on, Isa. Elisa, you're up. She wrote her hand up a little bit quicker. You're on mute though, Alicia.
I forget. Okay, here we go. Jack, I'm duty bound to give you this document by Texas Real Estate Commission. You don't have to sign it, but signing the bottom of it is my proof I gave it to you and an acknowledgement
That's it.
that I gave it to you.
That's it. Simple as that. Good job. All right, Isa, you're up next, and then Angela.
Hello, Jack. I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. This is the information about brokerage services. You don't have to sign this document, but by signing it, it helps me prove that I have given you this information.
100%. That's it. Good job. Angela.
I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. You don't have to sign it, but I have to prove that I gave it to you. Please sign the bottom so it shows that I gave you the document.
Yep, exactly. Good job, Angela. Gabriel.
Hey, Jack, I'm duty bound by Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. You don't have to sign it, but I do have to prove I gave it to you. By signing at the bottom, this is proof that you have received it.
Yep, exactly right. Good job, Gabriel. Kyle.
Hello, Jack. I'm duty bound to give you this document by Texas Realty Commission. You do not have to sign this, but I do need to prove that I've given it to you. And by signing below, it's not an agreement, but it is an acknowledgement.
Exactly right. That's a nice thing to add in there, letting them know that this is not an agreement. It's just an acknowledgement that I gave it to you. So, hey, Kyle. So I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. You don't have to sign this document, but I have to prove that I gave it to you. So by signing at the bottom of this, you acknowledge that I've given you this document and that we've gone over it together. And then I go over it. So we're going to also get good at that part as well. So I'm going to go through the whole thing. I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. Clean. You don't have to sign this document, but I have to prove that I've given it to you because that's 100% true. They don't have to sign it. TREC doesn't force them to sign it, but I got to prove that I gave it to them. So I'm duty bound to give you this document by the Texas Real Estate Commission. You don't have to sign it, but I have to prove that I gave it to you. So by signing the bottom of it, it's an acknowledgement that I've given this to you and that I went over it. And then I point to the top of it. There are two types of licenses in Texas, a broker and a sales agent. In this case, I'm a sales agent with Realty Texas and my broker is Realty Texas. Second is the minimum duties that every broker is required to perform for their clients, and here are the four. The next section is the types of services brokers perform. If they represent the seller, they're the listing agent. If they represent the buyer, they're the buyer agent. And if the broker represents the buyer and the seller in the same transaction, that's called intermediary. The next section is called subagency. A subagency happens if the broker represents the buyer without an agreement signed. If they represent the buyer without the agreement signed, they actually represent the seller. And at the bottom of this form is my broker's information, my direct manager's information, and my information. That is all you got to do to go over the form. You need to know the four sections. So the sections, you know, your script for handing them the form and explaining to them why they have the form, you can use my script, you can use your own. You know, I'm required by the Texas Real Estate Commission to provide every buyer. You can do it however you want. Mine is I'm duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document, and then I let them. You're not required to sign it, but I have to prove that I've given it to you. And so by signing the bottom, it's an acknowledgement that I gave it to you and went over it. And they're like, okay. So then I point to the top. Now I have to go over this with you. And there's four sections. And it's actually very quick. Two types of licensees, minimum duties, how we represent a buyer in a transaction, and our information at the bottom. So who wants to go through the information about brokerage services part, the 4 things, now that you've gone through the handing it to them, actually going through it with them? Who's going to be first?
I can do it.
And okay, so Danita had a hand up first, so we're going to go there. Who said I, by the way? So who was the one speaking?
That was Gabriel.
Okay, Gabriel. Okay, Gabriel, you're going to go next, and then Angela. Okay, Donita, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. And by the way, guys, you're in a safe place. I mean, it's much better to do it in here than do it in front of a client and out in the real world. So this is a space where we get to make all of our mistakes, and that's a good thing. Donita, you're up.
So you just want the 4 different sections that the IABS talks about?
Yep. So we're going to assume that you've already had the conversation with them about why this document's in their hand, and now you're going to point to the first item.
All right. So in the IABS form, it just states the different types of licenses we may hold as agents and the minimum services we provide as agents, the different roles we may play in transactions, and then our contact info.
That's right. And so I like to dig a little bit deeper in the roles, but it's not required that you do that either. But if you do, then it's going to be the perfect prelude that gets you into the buyer rep agreement, which is the sub-agency thing. So I'm fine with saying that here are the different types of licenses in Texas. Here are the minimum duties and the roles an agent plays. And then in that, I want you to go through the different roles. If the broker represents the buyer, if the broker represents the seller, if the broker tries to represent both, or if the broker tries to help a buyer without a broker agreement. Can you go do you want to take me up on my plea to go through those 4?
Okay. So, and the different roles we play in the transactions would be the broker represents the seller, then they're the listing agent. And if the broker represents the buyer, they're the buyer agent. And if the broker represents both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction, that's called intermediary. And then if the buyer, not this one, I don't know so much about this one. If the buyer agent and the buyer work together without a buyer representation agreement, that type of representation is sub-agency. And it means that although I can assist you, I actually work as a sub-agent to the listing agent and really work for them and have a duty to tell them everything you tell me.
I mean, I think that was a mic drop moment. I think it could not have been more perfect than that. That was absolutely perfect. That was flawless. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Angela, I see your hand up. Are you going to follow that, Angela? You're brave.
I know, seriously. Okay, so each of us, so to go over the IABS, that we each have different roles that we play. If the broker represents the seller, they are the listing agent. If the broker represents the buyer, they're the buyer agent. If the broker represents both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction, that is called intermediary. If the buyer agent and the buyer work together without a buyer representation agreement, that type of representation is called a sub-agency. It means that although I can assist you, I actually work as a sub-agent to the listing agent, and I really work for them and have a duty to tell them everything you tell me. Sort of a sneaky double agent. I don't do that either. It says it here. So here you are, and you can sign that you received it, and I'll give you a copy.
Okay, so very good. All right, so let's take it from the top. Let's take it from the top where we start and we point. So we've given it to them. I'm duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. You don't have to sign it, but I do have to prove that I've given it to you by signing at the bottom of this. It's an acknowledgement that I gave it to you, and then you point to the first item, Angela, on the top, and let's go from the top.
Like here, if the broker represents the seller, or
the top is the top is the 2 types of licensees in Texas.
Why am I not seeing that?
Okay, so it's the 4 sections.
Right.
The 4 sections is 2 types of real estate license holders. A broker's minimum duties And a license holder can represent a party in a real estate transaction as a seller, a buyer, intermediary, or subagent. And then at the bottom is our contact information. So I'm going to go through it one more time.
Okay.
I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. You're not required to sign the document, but I am required to prove that I've given it to you. By signing the bottom, it's an acknowledgement that I gave it to you and then I went over it. And then I point to the top one. There's two types of licensees in Texas, a sales agent and a broker. In this case, I'm a sales agent with Realty Texas. That's what you would say. Or I would say, in this case, I'm the broker of Realty Texas. Then you go to the next one. These are the minimum services that every broker is required to provide in a transaction in Texas. And then I point to the next one. These are the different ways a broker can represent parties in a transaction. They represent the seller, they're the listing agent. They represent the buyer, they're the buyer agent. If they represent the seller and the buyer in the same transaction, it's called intermediary. Or if the broker is trying to represent the buyer or the broker is aiding the buyer in a transaction, that's called intermediary without an agreement signed. That means that the broker represents actually the seller, not the buyer, because they don't have an agreement signed. And then my contact information, the contact information from my manager and the contact information from my broker is at the bottom. Done. That is how we're supposed to properly go through the information about brokerage services in Texas. That's what TREC requires, that we go through that. And now that I said this about the sub-agency thing, that's why you want to get a buyer representation agreement signed, because then that means that everything you tell me is confidential. That's a whole conversation that we're going to have later, but first we have to get through this one pager. And again, it is a really quick thing. And standing in front of a property, it goes very fast. And the better you're at it, the more you're going to feel good about handing this form to them, because you're going to know exactly what to say, how to say it, but more importantly, when they ask you a question about it, oh, that's interesting. How come no one ever has given to me this before? I've met 3 different agents and no one's given me this before. I have a script for that. You want to hear it? What? Hold on. I can't speak to the practices of other agents, but here at Realty Texas, we make sure that we follow the requirements of the law. I can't speak to what other agents are doing, but I can tell you that it's a regulatory requirement that I'm required to perform.
That is really good.
Okay, who wants to go? Whole thing, all the way through it. Gabriel wants to do it. All right, Gabriel. So let's start from the top, handing it to me and going through that part as well. Sound good? Cool. All right, let's do it.
Hey, Jack, we're going to talk about this information about brokerage services. I'm duty bound by Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. You don't have to sign it, but I do have to prove I gave it to you. By signing at the bottom, that is proof that you received it and I gave it to you. Now, there's 2 types of license holders, a broker and a sales agent. If the broker represents the seller, they are the listing agent. If the broker represents the buyer, they are the buyer agent. If the broker represents both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction, that is called intermediary. If the buyer agent and the buyer work together without buyer representation agreement, that type of representation is called subagency. It means that although I can assist you, I actually work as a subagent to the listing agent and really work for them. And I have a duty to tell them everything you tell me. Sort of a sneaky double agent. I don't do that either. It says here, a license holder acts as a subagent when aiding a buyer in a transaction without an agreement to represent them and must place the interest of the owner first. And down at the bottom is my information, my broker's information, and my supervisor's information. If you have any questions, actually, I think that's it. I add at the end.
Good job, Gabriel. So, out the gate, you mentioned we're going to go over this document. So, I want to address that. I want to address that because they haven't given you permission to go over any documents with them yet. And so, how we initially out the gate present this to them is really going to gauge how they're going to react to it. So, that's why I really start with, sort of an inflection of my voice that's I'm sorry before I start talking kind of a thing, you know, I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document and go over it. So I'm kind of like, I'm sorry, but we have to take a moment. This is a regulatory requirement that I have to make. So I start it that way, and I do it all the time. I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document and go over it. And then I just go through it. And they're like, okay. And then I'm required to explain it. And I just go through it. And I just explain it real quick and say, and thank you. You're going to hear in the video that there's a little different language that I throw in there and that I think can also be helpful. But this regulatory requirement and duty bound, those two things are helpful in them like being okay, I get it. This person has to do their job. And they're gonna go through this bill and they're gonna be like, okay, they're gonna be okay with that. But you probably are gonna get the question, well, how come no one else has done that? Well, I really can't speak to the other practices that the other agents out there are employing, but I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give this to you. That is one of my requirements. And in fact, before we have any dialogue with a client, we're supposed to go over this with them. So anyway, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and put you into your groups. I want you guys not to talk about how this is hard. I don't want you to talk about how you fumble this. I want you to literally just jump into it and go over it and help each other out, and all of you do it once, because I know there's a lot of people in here who hasn't gotten to do it yet. So you're going to be in groups of 4, and I want every single one of you to go and go through the whole thing. It's probably a good idea for you to have the information about brokerage services as a guide to go through it so that you can follow along. Because, thank you, Jeff. Because if you have it, you're not going to forget the section about one of the sections, because really, I really recommend that you literally hand this to them. Now, a lot of agents right now, they are sending the video and along with it, and the video is going through it on the screen, explaining it all the way through every single section, which is this IABS presentation. This IABS presentation, raise your hand if you've seen this presentation. Okay, I literally point to each section and I explain it. So the words that I've just shared with you are deeply embedded into this video. So for those of you who are wanting me to slow down, every single word is in this video verbatim. So this video is the thing that you should play over and over again until you've got it down, because this is the correct presentation. But in this group, what you're about to do is not use this as a guide. You're not going to send them the video and have the video walk through with them. You're going to do it in person. So I'm going to do it one more time right before we go in. I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. You're not required to sign it, but I have to prove that I've given it to you by signing at the bottom. It's not an agreement, it's an acknowledgement that I've given it to you. And then I point to the top. There's 2 types of licensees in Texas, sales agent and a broker. In this case, I'm Kelly, a real estate agent with Realty Texas, the broker. The next section here is the minimum duties that all brokers are required to provide their clients. The next section is the role that brokers play in a transaction. A broker can represent the seller as a listing agent. They can represent a buyer as the buyer agent, or they can represent the buyer and the seller in the same transaction. That's called intermediary. Or the broker can assist the buyer in a transaction as a subagent. It means that they can help the buyer, but they actually owe the duties to the seller. They represent the seller, not the buyer. And then the contact information here at the bottom is for my manager and my broker and my information. And then now I've got the representation agreement, and then we go from there. But we're not going to do that in your group. In your group, you're not going to get to the representation agreement. You're just going to go through the IABS. Welcome back. Did anyone not have an opportunity to go through the whole thing? Okay. No one.
Christine wasn't able to. She had to be on a call. I think she's still on a call right now.
Got
She
it.
can let us know.
Yeah, I just got off of it.
Oh, Christine, you want to go ahead and do it now?
Sure. Okay, let's see. So I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to go over this document with you. You don't have to sign it, but I have to prove that I gave it to you. And by signing this document, you're acknowledging that I gave it to you.
Excellent. And do you want to go over the actual document now, the presentation of it, pointing to the first section and going through it?
Sure. So was everybody freestyling this part or like just like paraphrasing
I
what
think,
you
well, he had it kind of wordsmithed is what we had it before. So I know you're kind of stuck with the big long document here.
Oh no, I mean, it's fine. I could freestyle it. This is fun. Okay, so the first section is just talking about the brokerage's minimum duties required by law. So these are the items that you could expect from my brokerage. And oh, right, rewind. So the first section is giving the difference between the broker and the sales agent. And then after that, the minimum duties required by law for the brokerage. You could reference this to see what you could expect from the brokerage in your partnership in identifying your next home or property. After that, I can present a party. Sorry, just decompressing from this service call for my house.
No problem. That's okay. Does somebody else also want to go through it? Anybody who in your group session feel like either one of your fellow classmates nailed it, or if you feel like you really nailed it and you want to go through it live in front of everyone and here.
I'd love to put Jemea on the spot if she wants to do it.
I would like Tina. She did a really good job too.
Yeah, the man did good. The man did good.
Okay, Jamia, you are our current rock star, voted in by the class to take us through it.
Okay. Well, let me breathe. I wasn't expecting this.
And don't feel obligated at all. If don't feel at all obligated.
Okay. I can give it a shot in front of everybody. Hello, thank you for meeting me at the property. Before we walk in, I am duty bound by Texas Real Estate Commission to provide you this document. It is not an agreement, but I do have to prove that I gave it to you. So if you signed, that does show that I provided you with this information. The first part is going to go over the two different types of licenses in real estate. It's the broker and sales agent. I am representing I'm getting nervous. I'm sorry.
You're doing really well.
I'm sorry. I am a sales agent representing Realty Texas. The next part is going to be discussing the minimum duties of our profession. The third part is going to talk about the different roles agents can play. One role is buyer's agent. That's where I will be representing you as a buyer during this transaction. Second role is listing agent. If you were selling a property, I'll be representing you as a seller. The third role is going to be, I can never say the word, y'all, don't judge me, intermediary. I can never say it, but it is, yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Think of it like going inside of a room. Enter me, diary.
Ooh, I like the intermediary. And that is where basically I'll be representing both buyer and seller. And then the last role is sub-agency. And that is where if you are not signing for me to represent you, then ultimately I'll be obligated to represent the seller. At the bottom of the page is where you'll find all the contact information for my brokerage. That will include my broker, my managing broker, and my information to contact us.
Yay, Jamia. All right, excellent. So I'm going to go through it one more time. You did an excellent job. I am duty bound by the Texas Real Estate Commission to give you this document. You're not required to sign it, but By signing it, it proves that I've given it to you. There are two types of licensees in Texas, a broker and a sales agent. Here are the minimum duties that brokerages are required to provide. Here are the different ways an agent can represent a party in a transaction. If the broker represents the buyer, they're the buyer agent. If the broker represents the seller, they're the listing agent. If the broker represents the buyer and the seller in the same transaction, we call that intermediary. And if the broker aids the buyer without an agreement signed, that's called subagency, and the broker owes their duties then to the seller, not the buyer. At the bottom of the form is my contact information, the contact information for my manager, managing broker, and the broker of the firm. Boom, done. Easy. Okay, we just went through it a lot. We went into a breakout session. You all went through it. You've had a couple opportunities to go through it. I'm going to put you back in the same group again. So here are the four types of license holders, brokers, and sales agents. The minimum services is to put the client's interest above all others, including the broker, disclose to the client material information about the property and transaction, answer questions, and present offers and counter offers by my broker. Treat all parties fairly and honestly. I typically don't read all four of those. I just say here are the minimum services that are required that we provide each buyer, and then the role in the transaction, one of four things: represent a buyer, a seller, intermediary, or a subagent. And I explain the intermediary just by if the broker represents buyer and the seller in the same transaction, it's called intermediary. Leave it at that. Go on to the subagency, and if the broker tries to aid a buyer in a transaction without a representation agreement signed, that's called subagency, and it really means that the broker represents the seller and owes the fiduciary duties to them first. Then at the bottom, here's the contact information. So you guys did your group really, really well. Then we do the representation agreement. This representation agreement allows me to answer questions, give advice, put your needs first, and permits confidentiality. We can sign this just for this property, or we can open it up to the entire marketplace, and you can cancel this at any time before we go under contract on a property. My broker's fee is 3%, not my fee. My broker's fee is 3%. There's no upfront fee, no obligation to purchase the home, and my fee can be covered in one of three ways: from the listing agent, from the seller, or paid for by the buyer, or a combination of all three. I want you guys to listen to the video that I have before we jump into this, because we're going to do this in a little bit different way. We're going to listen to this as a group first here, and I want you to hear what the consumer hears if you use our app to send this to them.
Hello, and welcome to Realty Texas. We are grateful for the opportunity to serve you. Due to a national regulatory change in 2024, there are a few quick formalities required before our agent is authorized to tour a home. Two essential documents are now required to be provided as part of the home buying process. The first document is required by the Texas Real Estate Commission, and the second document is required by the National Association of Realtors. Please bear with me as I present these two documents, as I am required to go over them prior to touring a home. The first document is the Information About Brokerage Services form. This form is broken into 4 sections. The first section states the types of real estate license holders in Texas: brokers, who are responsible for overseeing all agent activities, and sales agents, who must work under a sponsoring broker. In this case, Realty Texas is responsible for all brokerage services, and our agent works with clients on behalf of Realty Texas. The second part of the form outlines the broker's minimum duties required by law, such as put the interests of the client above all others, including the broker's own interests, inform the client of any material information about the property or transaction, received or known by the broker, answer the client's questions, and present any offer to or counteroffer from the client, and treat all parties to a real estate transaction honestly and fairly. The third section of the form discusses the various ways brokers represent clients in transactions. A broker becomes the property owner's agent through a signed listing agreement with the owner, owing minimum duties and fiduciary duties to the owner. The broker becomes the buyer or tenant agent, whichever the case may be, by agreeing to represent them through a signed broker agreement, owing minimum duties and fiduciary duties to the buyer, as an agent for both in what's called an intermediary relationship. This requires written agreements and written approval from both parties and involves one agent representing the buyer and another agent from the same brokerage representing the seller, where the agent owe minimum duties and fiduciary duties to their respective party. Or finally, as a sub-agent, this occurs when a buyer does not have a signed agreement with their agent. In this case, the agent can assist the buyer, but does not represent the buyer and must place the interests of the owner first. As the form explains, to avoid disputes, all agreements between the client and the broker should be in writing and clearly establishes the broker's duties and responsibilities, who will pay the broker for services provided to you, when payment will be made, and how the payment will be calculated. Finally, the last section of the form provides the contact information for our agent, the supervisor for the agent, the designated broker of the firm, and the firm's information. The second document is the buyer representation agreement.
Now, this one, this that you're sending out goes over the information about brokerage services, and then it goes through the buyer rep agreement. So as you can see, 2 minutes, 43 seconds to thoroughly go through the entire document. 4 minutes, 27 seconds to go through the entire document and the information about brokerage services. How many of you have used this before? This video has been shown over 9,000 times. I think because I put it up on YouTube, I think other brokers agents are using this as well. And that's okay.
That means you did something great there, Jack. That's exactly what that means.
Well, they're telling them that they're brokers, Realty Texas, but you know, that's fine. They want to do that. So we get using that sub-agencies as a nice segue into talking about the rep agreement. So the representation agreement, it's very important that when you go through it in person, that you just let them know that this does not force them or require them to purchase a home. This does not in any way obligate them to purchase a home. It just forms a fiduciary relationship, that there are no upfront fees, and that the only time you get paid is if they do in fact purchase a home. And if before they go under contract in a home, they wish to cancel this agreement, you're more than happy to get them with your manager, and the manager can have a conversation with letting them out of the agreement. We are not going to try to keep someone in a buyer rep agreement that doesn't want to work with us. That doesn't work. Our managers have been working with me long enough to know what my scripts are in trying to save the relationship and ask a few questions, but not going so far as to antagonize or upset the consumer. So we let them know, look, if you'd like to be let out of this agreement, that's something we can certainly discuss. We really do believe that we are the best company for the job. We take our roles very, very seriously here at this firm, and we'd like an opportunity to earn your business. Can you share a bit about why you are wanting to separate from this agreement? And just ask and hear what they say and listen to them. And well, it's because of this, and this, or I'm not wanting to purchase a home, or whatever their situation is. Once they've purchased a home, and they want out of the agreement, it's, well, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, we can let you out of this agreement, but what it really means is that we still get paid and you no longer have representation because our commission has already been earned. That's how this works, because we already earned the commission at the point they're under contract, and we are going to be paid. So them, by letting us out of their agreement, it doesn't do what they think it does. And we've had, in fact, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, one of our agents had a buyer who was under contract on a builder deal, wanted out of it. And this agent was really, really frustrated because she had spent probably 40 minutes with this buyer trying to talk them through this. And what they really wanted was out of the contract, because the builder told them that if they fire their agent, that they can take the compensation of the agent and they can put that towards their closing costs and giving them the ability to purchase the home, which of course caused a big nightmare situation for us. So I invited the buyer to come sit here with me in my office, and him and his wife, technically fiance, met for about 30 minutes, and problem solved. I got them over that. But we spent about 40 minutes going over different ways that they can purchase this property, and I got them with one of our preferred lenders because the builder's lender was not doing them a justice at all, and our lender actually was able to get the deal done and get them a lower price. The interest rate that they were offering to borrow their own closing costs was really, really high, and our lender was able to give them a much better credit, a much better deal on the credit. Jamia, I see your hand up, and then Iris.
So I wasn't, yeah, you just mentioned the builder did that. Are they legally allowed to do, like, how did they get away with that? That just seems messed up. But the reason why I had my hand up was because something that's so frustrating to me is on social media, you see a lot of agents promote like, oh, my service is free, you know? And so whenever, sorry, my kid, please get out of the camera. Um, sorry. But that's
We
whenever I
love kids.
go,
We're a
oh,
huge family, so it's okay.
you said what?
I said we are a huge family. It's okay, no problem. We like kids.
But yeah, like you see these other agents that are blasting themselves as free, whatever. But then whenever we go over our portion, yeah, like I make it known at the beginning, like, hey, there is a fee associated. Now, where that comes from is negotiable. And I go over the 3 ways, you know, but I do feel like I've lost clients because of that, you know.
Agents don't say they're free. Agents absolutely do not offer mention that their services are free, and if they do, they will have a $15,000 fine on their hands, and they will be removed from the realtor organization. You take that and send it to your local board, and that broker is going to terminate that agent dead in their tracks. The 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 settlement agreement for the National Association of Realtors was a $4 billion settlement agreement that they ended up settling out of court for $700 million. And they have three $200 million payments, and they've already made their first payment. Talking about massive amounts of money. That settlement was agreement on the entire 1.4 million of us all having the same practices after the agreement. So we settled the agreement, which means we were not found in violation of anything, but we said we're going to settle and we're going to pay this amount. And here are the practice changes that all 1.4 million realtors are going to employ. And if the agent, the realtor doesn't employ those practices, then that broker is exempt from the settlement. And what NAR did was the reason that NAR paid the $700 million was to protect and to indemnify all brokers who did less than $2 billion in production in calendar year 2022. Those people had no settlement. They paid not a cent. The large firms who did more than 2 billion in production in one calendar year, Remax paid $50 million, Keller Williams paid $75 million, and all of them had their own payment that they had to make on top of the $700 million that NAR is going to pay, but NAR indemnified all of the brokers. For those agents who continue after the settlement, who says their services are free, removes the protections and undoes the indemnification, meaning that now that particular brokerage can be sued specifically and they can have their own $80 million payout. So they're no longer protected under the settlement agreement from the National Association of Realtors. So you take that person who says their services are free and you send that information to their broker, and that agent is going to land in a frying pan of hot oil and they're going to get fried. So no, there should not be a single agent out there that's saying their services are free. Not at this point. I understand your concern that there's a lot of agents out there that don't understand their value and they make their value their compensation. And I always like to say this: look, if you're willing to go work for whoever is going to charge you the least, if they can't even negotiate their own commission, how in the world do you expect them to negotiate the sale of your home? 0.5% is $1,500. I'm helping my clients get $5,000, $10,000 in closing costs. I'm helping them get washer, dryer, fridge. I'm helping them negotiate the largest transaction. So if you want to buy this property for list price and save $1,500, go with them. You want to go with me and I can negotiate real money, because that's what we're talking about. Because what you really want is a master negotiator on your side, not someone who's going to throw themselves under the bus because the only value that they have is their own commission. Those are the talking points that you have to employ. And when you look at them straight in the eye and you're brave and gutsy to look at them and tell them that, they're not going to want to hire anybody else anymore, because they're right. They do want you. They want someone who's confident, who's going to protect them, and who's a good negotiator. Iris and then Isa, sorry.
Jack, can you show us? I would love to see from your perspective if we have time. If not, if you can put it in the chat, that would be really appreciated. I want to see how can we send this video and the from the app from the perspective of for us real estate agents that are going to meet for the first time with this client. You know, this customer that is going to be a potential client. Please.
Can you see my app? Okay. You're going to go to your address book. You're going to find the client or the agent. In this case, it's going to be Iris, who I am going to send a text message to. I'm going to click the paperclip, and I'm going to click the IABS intro, and I am going to click.
Hello, and welcome to Realty Texas.
And there you go. I've now texted to you. And it's in your text, it's in your phone, so you've got it.
I got so much.
Yep. Isa.
Okay, well, she beat me to it. That was going to be my first question. And then I was just going to make a comment on how much I truly admire. At this moment, I joined Realty Texas in February, I believe. How accessible everything is so easy once we learn it. And I feel a whole bunch, more confident now being with you because I had situations in the past where lenders tried to throw me under a bus and get my commission for closing, and my broker at that point in time did not back me up, and I felt like I was alone. And just hearing that you were there and you sat with clients personally as a broker who has, all these responsibilities is very admirable. And so I look forward to growing as an agent, hopefully becoming the best I can. And God forbid that never happens to me again. I'm happy to know that you'd be there for us.
I got your back in every way that a broker can. And when it comes to fighting for agents, 100%. There have been hundreds of times I've been on the phone, met with them in a coffee shop, met them at a builder's office, had them come sit with me in my office. Yes, we save deals and we make these problems go away on a daily basis. And that's one of the things why Andrew is so excited to be here, because he's never seen a brokerage be able to do stuff like that before. And one of the things that formed a really strong bond between Lisa and I was she kind of had a scenario where a lender completely screwed up a transaction really bad. And I wasn't her broker, I was an agent at the office. And I happened to be president of the board, and I called the lender and I said, you know what, this is what this, and basically the buyer lost their earnest money. The lender made the buyer lose their earnest money. And after having a 15-minute conversation with this lender happened to ask me, he said, where are you right now? And I said, I happen to be doing an open house. And he said, what's the address? And I told him. He drove to my open house and wrote a check to the buyer for the earnest money that the buyer lost. Handed that check to Lisa. She gave it to the client. Big hurrah. Super excited because the buyers, that was their ability to buy a home. And the lender screwed up. And so that's long before I came here. That was my motto and my mantra. And it's even more now that I'm here.
I am curious to if this, hopefully it never happens again. But when a lender communicates with your client and tells them the only way you can close is if your agent pays this much out of their commission, otherwise you're not closing. What is the best thing to do as an agent in that situation?
Yeah, I let them know that the real estate agent's not a party to a transaction, and so we can't commingle our representation with the transaction. We need to find another way. And then we start researching the different ways. So we tell them, no, we're not a party to this transaction. Our commission is not part of this transaction, but by doing so, it makes us a party. Let's move this conversation over, and I understand now what we're trying to deal with. We need to try to figure out how we can get this deal done. There's many different ways. First of all, what lender credit are you providing? Get through the lender credit. And have you spoken to your manager and asked for an override? And then yes or no, because after this deal transacts, that lender is going to get paid by selling the loan. So their loan origination is a very small amount how they're going to get paid. So first we figure out how much of the origination charge can go into the deal, and it's usually all of it. Then it's who can we ask for gift money from? Who do we have as a family that can do a gift? Is there a 401k plan that we can jump into this? Do we really need cash? Is this borrower, is there a down payment assistance program that we haven't looked into for this particular borrower? Is there a way that we can increase the rate by an eighth a point and borrow money from themselves? And we just start looking at all the options. And there's always an option. There's always a way. The way is not the agent's commission. And so far, we found a way in every single situation.
But my broker said if I wanted to close, I needed to give up the commission, and so I did at that point in time.
There's always a way, and making us a party to the transaction. The only time that we have thrown our commission into the deal is when we owe it and when we own it. I'll give you two scenarios. One scenario, our listing agent, the seller told them that they absolutely were not going to lose their curtains, that they wanted to keep their curtains. And in the listing agreement, they excluded the curtains. The listing agent forgot to exclude the curtains in the contract. They got to the closing table. The buyer wanted the curtains, and the buyer were owed the curtains. And these were $15,000 curtains. And this was a mistake that the agent made. And we were able to keep more than 3/4 of the commission, but we were able to give enough away for them to close and be happy. Situations like that, when mistakes are made, sometimes we have to own up to it. But outside of that, no. Andy, I see your hand up.
I just want to say, I want to square what Issa said. I am elated to be here. I've been at other brokerages, and the value here is incredible. And I want to thank you, Jack. And I bet everybody here will shake their heads. And if you don't, then you're not aware about how bad other places can be and how great this place is. So I want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. I appreciate the love from all of you. Gabriel, you got your hand up.
Yeah, no, Andy's not wrong. Not much of a question. Could you rerun that quick little avatar thing on how you did it on the app, Jack? I kind of missed. I was trying to follow you.
Just go into your text messages, and when you go into the text message, like you're going to send someone a text, click the paperclip. And when you click that paperclip, there's a link called IABS intro, and it's right there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And when you click that paperclip, you can send them an image, you can send them a video, you can send them the intro. You can also send them your V card, by the way, everyone. You know, that V card that you have that sends them your digital business card. So maybe you're meeting someone for the first time, and you saved them as a record, and then you click and it sends them your V card so that they have your information there as well. Jamia.
Last thing. Okay, so because I've been doing things kind of backwards, and so I'm really learning during this class. I just had someone contact me wanting to look at a home that I posted for purchase. Okay, so I am not going to ask them about their pre-approval yet, right? I'm going to say, hey, when can you, like they said, when can we set up a time or whatever? I told them to text me because I'm in class right now. So I'll call them whenever I'm available, and I'll set up the date, and we'll view it. But before we go in the door, I need to present the IABS and everything and get that signature.
Yeah.
And then I'll ask them about, like, well, have you been pre-approved and all that, correct?
Yep. We're going to back into it because we're going to realize that they're going to need a real estate agent, and we want to get hired for the job. So we're going to set the appointment. We're going to go meet them in the real world. And at this point, they want to meet at the property. So if they want to see the property, that's fine. We're going to schedule an appointment, go show the property, and then get hired to do the job. And then once we're hired, then we're going to start providing opinions and advice. Remember, we don't really have the authorization to provide people opinions and advice until we're under a representation agreement. So providing them all this advice to a customer, not a client, isn't even a thing, because we can't give opinions advice to an unrepresented client. We have to go get hired. So we've got two options. We can try to drag them into our office and sit their butt down in a chair and have a buyer orientation, or we can go meet them in the real world and get hired by them. That's the options we have. Andy.
Actually, this is a quick alteration or recanting part of what I said. I shouldn't talk about how the other brokerages are so bad. I should only focus on the fact that this one is stellar. That's accurate. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, so now we got through the IABS portion of this, but we haven't gone through yet the buyer representation agreement. That's what is the second portion of this video. So when you go into the app and you click to send the one page buyer rep, I'm going to have all of you do that now. And as groups, you're going to go into the app and I'm going to put you in groups of 2. Miguel's going to lose his mind because we're going to create 60 rooms and he's going to get flooded with all these rooms that are getting canceled and he's going to just, poor Miguel. But we're going to create buyer rep agreements for each one of you because I want you to go through the process so that you know how to do it and use the app's buyer rep agreement. And in part of that buyer rep agreement is also this video that comes along for the ride. So I'm going to show you how to do it in the video, and then I'm going to put you in groups of 2. Some of you will have 3, but initially you're going to ask them you're going to take them through the script. Okay, so what's your number? You're going to pretend like you're at the property. You're going to enter their first name, their last name, their phone number. You're going to pick if they're a buyer, seller, landlord, or tenant. You're going to click next, and then it's going to send them the buyer rep agreement. They're going to click sign, and then it's going to send them the copy of the agreement signed. And then they're going to see the video. So we're going to do that together so you'll have done it officially, so you don't have to go out there and figure out how this works in the real world on your own. But I do want to take us through the buyer representation agreement here. So let's watch this video and get through it really quick. So we just finished the IABS. Now we're in the Realty Texas one-page buyer rep,
which addresses new practices introduced by the National Association of Realtors in 2024. This agreement establishes a professional relationship between you and Realty Texas. Here's what it means for you. We owe you the highest level of fiduciary duty, including loyalty, confidentiality, and full disclosure. There are no upfront fees and no obligation to purchase a home. If we source a property for you, this agreement ensures we represent you exclusively and advocate for your best interests throughout the transaction. Now, let's address fees. Our broker's fee is typically 3% and is paid to the brokerage. Many listing brokers offer cooperative compensation, which means they cover all or part of the buyer's broker's fee. If they don't, we can negotiate with the seller to cover some or all of it. In most cases, we're successful in ensuring the entire fee is covered. And sometimes, we're even offered bonuses. On rare occasions, when the seller refuses to cover the fee, we'll inform you upfront so we can factor this into the negotiations with the seller. If, prior to going under contract on a home, you wish to cancel this agreement, our manager would be happy to respect your wishes. If a dispute arises, we are happy to work in good faith to resolve any misunderstandings. Your satisfaction is our top priority. Before we can discuss properties in detail or schedule a tour, these documents must be signed. This requirement applies across all Realtor member brokerages, not just Realty Texas.
That's it.
At Realty Texas, we believe in transparency, advocacy, and exceptional service. These requirements are designed to protect you and ensure you have a trusted advisor by your side. If you ever have questions or concerns, our sales manager is always available to assist. Thank you for choosing Realty Texas. We're excited to help you with your real estate goals.
Okay, so we quickly take them through the IABS and then we take them through the buyer representation agreement and we just explain to them about exclusive agency, about the term, about compensation, and then about separation if that happens. And what it means to sign the agreement, it means that we can open the door for them. So the following video is a walkthrough on how to use your Realty Texas Quick Rep feature. I'm going to click play on this, and then I'm going to send you in the groups where you guys are going to do this yourself. So I owe you a break, but it hasn't been a good time for a break yet, but we're getting close to that. So Let's watch this. This is a quick video, and it will show you how to use your app to send the one-page buyer rep, because we created what I call the 3-second buyer rep.
Hello and thank you for your interest in the Realty Texas Power App. In this video, I will demonstrate how to send, in just 2 simple steps, a representation packet to your client for signature via email and SMS using your Realty Texas mobile app. Let's get to it. Click Tools and Settings from the menu bar at the bottom of your Realty Texas app. From the Tools and Settings section, click the Quick Rep menu item. The one-page buyer rep loads with your template form's default values. Click Next to add buyer clients. Load existing clients using the search bar, or click the plus button to add a new client. From the blue Add form, enter the client's first name, last name, phone number, office line if they have one, email address. And source. Then click Save. The system will now add the client to your app and your CXM system. All that is left to do now is to click the Send button. That's it. The system will now send the client the IABS and buyer rep agreement via email and SMS for client signature. Once it has been sent, the Realty Texas e-signature platform will load and your new envelope will be listed at the top and ready for signature. Click the Sign button at the top and it will open your envelope so you can sign as the agent on the buyer representation agreement. The Realty Texas Quick Rep feature was designed to create a representation agreement while in the field. It will take less than 2 minutes from start to finish. Let's discuss the automation happening on your behalf on the back end when you use the Quick Rep feature. The system adds the client to your CXM, automatically creates a transaction room, adds the Quick Rep packet, adds the IABS and buyer rep forms, overlays the data on the forms, adds the signature blocks, creates the envelope, and sends the SMS and email in under 5 seconds. That is it. Thank you for your interest in the Quick Rep feature. We hope this feature aids in your ability to convert more buyers and close more transactions.
Okay, so do you need to use, or do you have to use the Quick Rep feature? No, you can go out in the field with the information about brokerage service form. You can have the brokerage service form already pre-signed, and you can have the one-page buyer rep agreement already printed out and ready to go. And then you can have 2 versions, one that they sign that you keep, and then a blank version that they have. And then bring those back to the office, scan them in, and then upload those to the room, and then apply the packet label. But when you do it this way, obviously it's already signed, it's already put in your room, and it's already labeled. So all of those things are done for you, and it's really super easy to use if you want to use it. Completely up to you if you want to use it or not. But I want you guys to try it out. So I'm going to put you guys in groups. You've already saw the video. I'm going to share my app again really quick because I know some of you are going to ask me the question, where do I find the Quick Rep feature? So let me share my screen. Here we go. You're going to click the hamburger in the bottom right corner, and you're going to see the Quick Rep feature up here. And then you're going to pick whether or not they're a buyer or a tenant. This is the auto fill from your templates. So everything's already here. Everything. You don't need to change anything. You simply click next. Now it could be that this is an existing client and they already have a room. You can click the room if they're already a buyer. If, for instance, it's a lead and Amy sent you out a room and the transaction room was already created, you can simply click the transaction room and then click next. Otherwise, you're going to click plus and add a new client. The property type, what kind of property is it, your role, and then click save. and then it's going to ask you for the client's name, and then you're going to click save, and it's going to send a text. So if you want, again, if you want to add a new client, you simply click this plus button right here. It's very, very simple. Again, hamburger in the bottom right corner. Look for quick wrap, which is up here at the top. You can change these defaults, but most of them are going to hold true for you. And if you want to change these defaults, get with Miguel and Katie, and they can show you how to change these defaults, because these are the same defaults that are in your room system if you're doing the one-page buyer rep there. When you click the autofill button and it autofills you from your templates, it's the same same thing on both sides. You simply click next. If it's a new client, you're simply going to click the plus, and you're going to follow the wizard through. I'm not going to create another contact in another room. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let you guys do that. All right, I am putting you guys in groups now.
Jack, just a real quick question. My phone is not active yet on my app. Is that going to keep me from doing this?
Alicia, I don't understand your question.
So I don't have access to my phone in my app, in my application app. So like I try to text myself the form, the earlier form, or actually the IABS, and it's not going through. My phone isn't active yet. I've got a phone number assigned, but there's no line to it yet. I mean, I've contacted a couple of people at the office already. Is that going to keep me from doing this?
I mean, we have a requirement that when people go through orientation, that their app is working before they step out of orientation. So I don't understand how you could get to this point and have your not have your app working. So on our very first day in Mega, I said, you guys need to have your app working. If you haven't set up your app yet, get with Katie and Miguel and make sure that that was done by the end of the day. So you should have had that done 4 classes ago. So I'm very surprised that we're to this point and your app isn't working yet. Miguel and Katie are your front ends for this. If they find out your app's not working, obviously they'll have it working by the end of the day. And if you're having some kind of weird technical issue with your phone, you bring your phone in and put it in their hands and they'll do it.
Okay.
I will go and make sure that they have addressed that.
Okay, what do we have? We have 5 people here. This is going to cause me some grief. Andy, you're here. Robert, Amy, and Jennifer. I need to get them out of the rooms here. Okay. This is going to take you 4 minutes each. I'm going to give you guys 10 minutes. I'm going to put you in groups of 3 because it's too difficult for me because some of you are not here. But you are here, but you're not. All right, 11 rooms. Okay. So the goal here is going to be someone is going to offer their cell phone number and their name. Someone is going to act as an agent. Someone is going to act as a buyer. And then you're going to take them through the wizard of adding them to your phone and adding the buyer rep, which is going to create a room, and it's going to create a rep, and it'll be in the app and it'll be done. We're going to cancel the rooms later, but at least now I know that you've done it. You know how it works, and there is no issues with that. So you have your rooms open. I'm going to grab Miguel. And if you guys have questions, I will have Miguel go into a breakout room with you. So we have 34 rooms created. So you guys obviously created a whole bunch of rooms. So that is good. How many of you have actually done that before? Even as a test, whether or not it be real. Okay. So how'd that go? Who successfully created a rep agreement?
All 3 of us did in Myers.
Good. Excellent.
We all did as well. I didn't know if we were supposed to sign it all.
Yeah, I really wanted you guys to go all the way through the process so that, you know, when you go out there in the field, you're not doing it for the first time. You've done it before, so you kind of know what to expect because nobody wants to be in the field and try to beta test something out there in the real world. So it's good in this environment so that if you have questions or something doesn't make sense to you, that you can reach out to our team and they can look into it and help you with that. All right, so we have gone through going through the information about brokerage services, and we went through talking about the representation agreement, and of course the practice changes on why we have to get a representation agreement signed before we open the door. Who feels confident in meeting a client at the door right now and go through the IABS and the rep agreement right now? Okay, good. A lot of you. So if you're not feeling confident, maybe you should take a family member with you and do a practice run and literally stand in front of a property and schedule an appointment with one of our listings and go through the whole thing, and maybe at an open house with Elisa St. John, go through the whole thing and just do it with someone live so that you've done it a few times so that you have muscle memory so that it makes sense to you, because this is the beginning of the whole thing, setting the appointment and getting hired. And you got to be really good at the job interview and get hired, because you're going to get hired for every single transaction. If you have closed 500 transactions over the next 5 years, you will have had 500 of these conversations. So you have to get really, really good at it. And I know sometimes when we haven't done it before, there's a little trepidation, there's a little bit of nerves because we're afraid they're going to say no, but then they sign it and we're like, oh, okay, they just signed it. Huh, I was really worried that they weren't. And then the next one signs it, and the next one signs it. And then sometimes people raise a question, you're like, wait, and then you answer their question and then they sign it. So I know sometimes we freak ourselves out, but when you just take them through it and explain it and what it is and they sign it, they sign it. But if you approach this like we're afraid that they should sign it, they're gonna be afraid to sign it. So a lot of it is how you present it too. Andrew, I see your hand up. Hi.
Hey, I just want, I don't know if you want me to discuss this now, but me and Mohammed were both trying to create stuff. He sent one to me, his room was created, but I never received anything on my end, and vice versa. I created one, have him in it, but he said he didn't receive anything on his end. So I don't know if it's us or our phones.
Well, the first thing we would do is look to see what phone number it was sent to. And so my recommendation is getting with Amy, because we have about 1,200 of these that are been created. So we're not aware of any issues. So yes, I do want you to successfully do this and make it work with someone. So my response would be get with Katie, look into the room, verify the phone number first of all, because if obviously if you sent it to the wrong phone number, then someone else is signing your documents right now. That's often the case when you don't receive a text, because the text is sent. So the only reason the phone would not receive a text message is if it was not sent to the phone, because I mean text is pretty tried and true. So okay, a lot. Thank you for going through the IABS. I'm glad that all of you, we spent a good amount of time, at least an hour, on that one thing, going through the information about brokerage services and then the buyer rep. I know that we go through this again and we even break it down in Ready, Set, Sell. In our sales meetings, we go over it again. We go through it in some of our business meetings. So I've probably gone through this 400 times, I feel like, since 2022 in different megas and different classes in my contract class and all of these different classes. I'm continually going over it over and over again. And so from my perspective, I feel like I've gone through it 1,000 times, but from a lot of our agents, it's the first time they've ever saw it. So that's why we create all these videos too, because then you have these videos to go and play and mimic and hear from, so that it's not stuck in my brain. It's on a video that you can watch and you have access to. Isa.
We've gone over bomb videos in another class. Let's say we do this, we already have all of these things signed from them. Are we still sending them bomb videos? Which are the bomb videos appropriate for them?
Yeah, so if they're standing in front of you and you get the representation agreement signed, then there's really no reason to send them a bomb unless you're going to go tour a property for them and you get authorization to tour a property with a listing agent that's sight unseen with the buyer, and you're going to do a video or something like that. But usually the bomb video is more about converting someone to a buyer. So you called them and they didn't answer, so you sent them a bomb. as a way to get them to respond to your phone call. And then once you've met them in the real world, you've kind of been hired. At that point, we don't really do a lot of bombs after that, because usually it's a tool to get them converted. But a lot of agents will do bomb videos after the sale, giving them CMAs, and do your quarterly CMA. And instead of, you can do the Tom Ferry coffee table worthy CMA, but a lot of times what agents do, they will send them a bomb video, and they will do an entire CMA presentation walking them through all of the trends in the market stats and send them that. And then they really appreciate that, because now they can watch it and understand what the value of the home is, and they feel like they just got to interact with you, which is really cool. That's a really good way to save top of mind.
Should we meet with Deandra to create a bomb video?
Well, so a bomb video is usually not something that you're gonna share to a bunch of different places. You're not gonna send the same one usually to multiple people. It's usually a very personal one that you film for one person. If you're wanting Deandra to kind of give you some tips and tricks on how to create a really effective bomb video, sure, absolutely. 1,000,000% yes. But if it's to film a bomb video that you're going to use to send to a bunch of different people, the beauty of the bomb video in the first place is it's going to someone, and you're using their name in the bomb video. If you want to film a video that's going to be sent to a lot of people, better use is to film a video, put it on YouTube, and have access on the YouTube, and just send them a link if that's what the purpose is. But yes, I think that bomb has a lot of good uses. And for me, it's after the sale and trying to get them to hire me. And then I get through the transaction, and very seldom is a bomb used during the transaction. Okay. Now we've got a couple more videos to go through. It's 4 o'clock. We have an hour. I am behind a little bit. This video.
Hi there, Jane.
Okay. So the video here that you just watched is the video that you're sending the buyer, or you're sending the client, explaining to them the two documents. This next video is a video that I'm going to put you back in those exact same groups. And I want you guys... Why is this a video? We're just going to play this as a group. So this is a video that was designed for you to see the whole process as if you're meeting a client in front of the property, taking them through the information about brokerage services, taking them through the buyer rep agreement, and this is an actor skit. So this is simulating meeting someone at the property, having the complete conversation regarding the IABS in person, and having the complete conversation of the rep agreement in person as a role play between two people. So let's go through this, and I think a lot of you will probably want to watch this video again.
Hi there, Jane. It is really great to meet you.
You too, Tom. Thank you for agreeing to show me the property.
Absolutely. It is my pleasure. Jane, we had some regulatory changes in 2024, so there are a few quick formalities we have to get through before I am authorized to take you inside. Do you mind?
Are we able to discuss them while touring the property?
Unfortunately, no. Realtors are no longer authorized to show a property to someone they just met until they cover a few quick topics. I promise it will be brief.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you for being understanding about it. There are 2 one-page documents that I am required to go over with you.
Okay.
It will just take me a moment to send them to you.
No problem.
Your name is Jane Smith, is that right?
Correct, and my cell is 000 000 0000.
And your email?
me@myemail.com.
Got it. Perfect. I am going to send you a link via text message with 2 documents. I will explain both of these documents to you as soon as you get them. Okay, they have been sent. You should have the link, and I am putting my initials on them now. The first document is a required notice called the Information About Brokerage Services. The second item is my firm's broker agreement. Did you get them?
Let me check. Yes. It looks like I have the link. It is opening. Okay, I have them open. Can you explain what I am looking at?
Absolutely, and thank you for your patience with this. The National Association of Realtors entered into an agreement with the federal government in 2024 requiring realtors to enter into an agreement with buyers prior to touring a home.
Actually, now that you mention it, I think I remember hearing something about this.
Yes, there was substantial media coverage, and these new practice changes are the result. They want agents to do a thorough job explaining these documents before they begin touring properties.
I see. So you'll go over with me what these documents are.
Exactly. The practice changes happened on the national level because not all states had these agreements. In Texas, we have had them for many years, and my firm have always required their use. The first document in the list is actually required that I give you by the Texas Real Estate Commission. It is called the IABS, or Information About Brokerage Services. This document states that there are two types of real estate licensees in Texas, a broker and a sales agent. Brokers are responsible for all the actions of their agents, and agents are required to be sponsored by a broker. In this case, my name is Tom Collins, and I work for Realty Texas, the brokerage. The second part of this document talks about the different roles real estate brokers can play in a transaction. For example, the broker can represent the seller and owe the seller fiduciary duties. The broker can represent the buyer and owe the buyer fiduciary duties. And in some cases, the broker represents the buyer and the seller in the same transaction, where one agent in the firm will represent the buyer, and another agent in that same firm will represent the seller, called intermediary. In cases of intermediary, both clients have to approve in writing before intermediary can happen. Additionally, the form contains my contact information, the contact information for my immediate supervisor, and the contact information for the broker of the firm, Jack Stapleton. And lastly, the document talks about subagency. That is when a broker represents a client without an agreement signed. If the buyer and the broker does not have a signed agreement, it means the broker helping the buyer actually works for the listing broker. And although they are permitted to help the buyer with the transaction, they owe their fiduciary duties to the seller. Our brokerage has never allowed subagency because we take great pride in the services we provide and want to always be in a position where we represent our buyers fully.
Wow, that is a lot of information. It is good information, just nobody has ever explained it to me like that before.
Real estate agents get paid for their knowledge and advice, so the more we know, the more our buyers are informed.
That is actually very impressive.
Thank you, Jane. I really appreciate it.
Okay, so what is the second document?
The second document is where the National Association of Realtors' new practices come into play. It states that Realty Texas will owe you the highest level of fiduciary duty. Obedience, loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, accounting, and reasonable care. The broker agreement hires us to provide you services. There are no upfront fees. It does not bind you to purchasing a home, but in the event we source a property for you, you will allow us to represent you and be your real estate agent for your home purchase. If you have any concerns about our representation, my manager would not hesitate to meet with you about your concerns. And if you wish to terminate the agreement prior to you going under contract on a property, they would not hesitate to respect your wishes.
So basically, I have to hire you before I see the home.
Exactly right, because if you don't, it makes us a sub-agent of the seller, and I would owe the duties I mentioned before to them. Instead of you...
I see. Okay, and if I later decide I want to work with someone else?
Well, my job is to impress you so much that you won't want to work with anyone else. But our brokerage really cares about its reputation, and if you decide you want to terminate prior to going under contract on a property, my sales manager would be happy to cancel the agreement, or, if you wish, work with another agent at the firm. We have over 350 agents in service all of Texas.
Very impressive. Okay. I am signing your broker's agreement.
Awesome. I'm really looking forward to helping you.
By the way, how much am I paying you?
Good question. My broker's fee is 3% and is paid to the brokerage. Many listing brokers offer cooperative compensation and will cover some or part of the buyer broker's fee. And if not, we can also work to negotiate with the seller to cover some or all of the fee. Most of the time, we are successful in getting the entire fee covered, and in some cases, I am even offered a bonus. There are rare occasions when the seller just refuses to reimburse the buyer for the buyer broker fee. I will inquire on each property we preview, so you can take this information into consideration in our negotiations.
Sounds like you have done this before.
Yes, you are in very good hands.
Okay, so there's a script role play you guys can watch and kind of see how that conversation naturally takes place. I have had a couple of agents who've come back and said the conversation almost mirrored it exactly. And so out the door, we're simply letting them know that regulatory changes happened. Every agent across the nation is having the same conversations with buyers. And would you bear with me as I go through these formalities? The answer is okay, and go through it. So unfortunately, we would much rather have people come into our office and sit down and go through a buyer representation agreement, but that's just not how the consumer wants to do business. They want to go see the house. So we go out there and we try to give them as much information to make sure that we are checking off the box for the regulatory requirements that we have to provide them the information that we're required to give them by TREC and NAR in a compact, concise way so that we're professional. They get the information that they're supposed to have, and we start off the transaction right. Questions?
There's a whole different presentation we do if we were trying to do a seller for this.
Well, yeah, a seller, you're not going to use the app. The seller, you're going to sit down at their kitchen table and you are going to do a presentation. And we have an entire day on that. The buyer and seller presentations coming on the 18th.
Gotcha. Enough said.
Yep. Wells. Hi.
So I don't know if I'm understanding this correctly, but when he says the 3% and explains the 3%, with me a few years back, I was told the 6%. When they explained it to me as 3%, it was so confusing because then you hear the 6% later. And it was
No.
like, I didn't understand it because, I wasn't a real estate agent then. So how do we work that in that conversation? Because I would like to make sure I'm clear with them, especially if they were ones like me, didn't understand. Started at 3 and then we ended up at 6.
No, we never end up at 6 ever because you represent the buyer and the buyer is paying 3% for their representation. If you are talking to a seller, and we're not talking to a seller here, a seller often will pay 6%, and the seller will pay 6%. They will offer 3% to cover the buyer fee, and they will pay their own agent 3%. So from the seller perspective, there's a 6% conversation. But from the buyer perspective, there is no 6% ever because
Okay.
they are paying their buyer broker 3%, and the buyer always pays the fee. The buyer has always, since the beginning of time, paid the fee. It was just a matter of whether or not someone was going to reimburse the buyer. And the talking points have always been wrong. It was, oh, you don't have a fee. The seller pays the buyer fee. That's not true. The seller didn't pay the buyer broker. The seller reimbursed the buyer for the fee that the buyer was paying to the broker. But agents were misspeaking out there and saying something that was completely untrue. So,
Thank you.
Yep. Isa.
Ever since some laws or regulations changed regarding the commissions, I have yet to come across one where they're not offering the buyer broker compensation, or commission. How do we work that with the clients? Does that change their down payment? Does that change their closing costs?
Well,
Due to the cost of it.
This is the thing. For most buyers who are really conscious about paying a commission, it's because they don't have the cash available to do it. They're not going to be in a multiple offer situation in the first place. I bring that up because we have these changes that actually happened regulatorily actually opened up buyer agents to make more money than they've ever made before. That's the truth, not less. And what I mentioned was I will bet you that listing brokers will start taking 4% listings, offering cooperating brokers nothing, and then let them beat up their seller in the negotiations in paragraph 12. If the property has been on the market for 10 days, 15 days, the seller is kind of thinking, okay, chirp, chirp, what's going on? Where are all these offers? Because in this market, we have a strong market, but we're not in the 2001 market where you put the property in the market and get 14 offers in the first 15 minutes. That's not the market we're in. We're in the market where there's one buyer and one seller. And so we got to take the right approach in negotiating an offer that's a win-win. Paragraph 12 says that the agent gets to negotiate the compensation, and the part that's entered in 12A1B is earmarked for broker compensation and only broker compensation. And then there's another portion of paragraph 12. By the way, that paid for by the seller. And there's another section in paragraph 12, which is closing costs that the seller is going to pay on behalf of the buyer. So if you pick up the phone and have a conversation with the listing broker and say, hi, and he's over at Realty Texas. I got a client that would like to see that property. By the way, are you offering cooperative compensation? And then they answer, well, yes, we are. Awesome. Would you mind sharing me what that is? We are offering 1%. Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, I wish you were offering more, beat them up, because it doesn't matter. Because the first thing out the gate that I'm thinking is, well, your seller is going to pay for it in paragraph 12. We're going to negotiate this in the contract now. Because the seller pre-authorized the world to know that they're willing to pay 1%. But now we are now inside the contract, which we were never there before. So during the negotiations, and the seller wants to sell the home. So now it's a back and forth, and we negotiate it. And the buyer says, look, Mr. Buyer, this is the reality. They're offering 1% out the gate. We have the ability to try and negotiate the rest in the contract. How do you want to proceed? Well, let's ask for the 2%. Got it. And we let them be in the driver's seat. Now, if the seller is countering the buyer's paying the 3%, our commission. And if the seller's refusing, the buyer's going to fight to get that covered themselves. They are fighting for us now because they don't want to pay for it. So now they're negotiating with the seller about the 3%, and they totally get it at that point. Well, they're going to pay the difference. And our agreement says we're going to show them every home on the market. And we've had one situation where a buyer said, look, if the seller is this unreasonable, I don't want to work with them. And it's like, look, you're talking about $3,000 here. You got the sellers down $12,000 already. So why don't we, they already covered your commission. It's just in a different field. And they're like, okay, I get it. I totally get it. So I think that we're bringing a lot of fear to the table, and that paragraph 12 is probably the biggest tool for you to make more than 3% than we've ever seen, because we've actually even had agents find out from the listing broker that it was 3%, and they come back and say, well, I have a 4% agreement signed and I'm putting 1%, and they got their agreement signed and the seller paid a 7% commission. So at the point where the seller wants to get the home is when they get a contract and like, okay, I want to get this home sold. So the thing is that when you're at the listing table and you're talking about how much the sellers are going to pay at the listing table, they're expecting the home to go into multiple offers on day one because they bought the home and they think it's the nicest home in the world, and they want to sell it for $25,000 more than it's worth, and they don't want to pay anyone anything. And then on the market for 15 days, and that didn't happen. Now they really want an offer. And now in the heat of the desperation of wanting to get their home sold, now we're negotiating our commissions in the contract. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better gift than that from the buyer agent perspective.
It gives us value, I guess, in the same sense. Do you have a class where
Leverage
we
is the word.
can,
Go ahead.
right. Do you have a class where we can focus more on this part of the negotiations?
We do. It's inside Mega on June 25th, bulletproof contracts.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, good job, everyone. So just know these videos exist, and that I recommend that offline you watch these videos. It's going to empower you to feel a little bit more confident about what's going on. So putting it all together, you got several options. Present the IABS and the buyer rep in paper form and go over the information in person, or use the Realty Texas Power app to get the rep signed and go over the IABS and buyer rep in person, or use the Realty Texas Power app to get the rep signed and send a video explanation of the rep agreement and IABS. So 3 distinct options. You get to pick the one that you want to implement in your business. You might hodgepodge them, but find what works for you. But there is no 4th option of not doing these things, right? So you get to pick from option A, B, or C. Okay, now let's talk about being at the property, meeting them at the property. Now we got the representation agreement signed, and now we're standing in front of the door. Oh, wait, that's right. We got to show you the house. So let's not forget about that part. So there's a couple of tools that I want to teach that has worked for me really, really well over the years, and it's gauging buyers' interest on the property. So, all right, let's take a look. Open up the lockbox, and show them the property. I open the door, I invite them in, close the door. I usually will lock the door. Why do I lock the door and lock us inside?
So nobody else can come in.
That's right. I don't want another agent. So I've got the key in my hand. I didn't put it back in the lockbox because I don't want another agent to come in behind me and then come inside and start showing the home. Because once they're inside, they're not going to leave. So I've got the key in my hand. The door is locked. We're inside, and no one. Now I get to have a private showing with my client. I lead them through the home while I'm standing in the entryway. I don't make a big deal of locking the door. They don't see it. They're looking forward. I just, quietly close the door and lock it. And then I look at my MLS sheet and say, okay, so this home was built in 2007. It's a 1,488 square foot home, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. It's been on the market 14 days. This one's currently listed at 425. Let's take a look. Every single time I'll be walking the home, I go through that exact same script with the beds, the baths, the price, how long it's been on the market, and then we tour the property. When we're done, I ask them the question, if you had to rank this property, how would you rank it, A, B, or C? The speed in which my clients respond to that question is lightning. It is just mind-boggling how fast. I'd give it a B plus. That quick. Bam. So if I were to ask you how to rank this home A, B, or C, what would you grade it? I think probably a B plus. It literally is that fast. If I ask them a different question, so what do you think? Let me think. Well, I kind of like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Well, and then they talk themselves in a circle. They word vomit all over me. I'm trying to wash it off, and I still have no idea what it is that they feel about this home because they're trying to PC it up a little bit as well. Although I do want to know the details of what they like and what they don't like, I want to know if it's a C plus because if it's a C minus, I honestly don't care. We're done. This home is no longer a contender. We're moving on to the next one. That's my thought about this. But if it's an A plus, got it. It's a way for me to get clarity. And if there's 2 of them, husband, wife, couple, fiancés, whatever the case may be, mom and dad, mom and son buying an investment property, dad and son buying investment property, whatever. I asked each of them, okay, how would you grade it? I think I'd grade a B minus. Really? I thought it was an A. And they have that conversation. That's okay. So then I write a plus in the top right corner of my MLS sheet because I have all my MLS sheets printed together. I've got the start time written at the top, so I know what time I'm going to get to every property, so there's no confusion about us being late. And then I write the grade from one on one and the grade for the other on there, and I track them as we go. And sometimes we'll get to the second one, and then I'll say, okay, after seeing this one, would you regrade the first one? Because the first one they had no reference point. And they might say, yeah, after seeing this one, the other one's not, it's definitely a B. Got it. So I get to the very end and I'm grading them as we go. And then what I'm thinking though is that every single time that they have an A at the end, maybe I show them 5 properties. And maybe 3 of them was 2 A minuses and A. So then I say, all right, so you had 3 that you really like, these 3 that you were an A. Do you want to go and see those again real quick? Let me call the listing agent and see if I can get an appointment to go and see them. All right, so this one showed up on floated to the top of their list. I'd like to go back for another look. Can we go see it? Great. So far, I've never had someone say no in all these years. No one say no. They'll be like, okay, yeah, let's make that happen. Because as soon as listing agent finds out that it floated to the top, then they're all about letting us come back. What I've done really is I notice as a buyer and a buyer agent that when you see 7, 8, 9 homes in an afternoon, it becomes a blur, and they forget what the first house was or for what the second house was, and it's a blur. So if I can, what I call pull the weeds, get rid of the homes that were just absolutely not a contender, and then go back and show them the homes that were a contender back to back, it really, really helps them. Now, that's typically not the day that we just had here, where we met a client at the property for the first time and showed them 7 homes. That's usually not the case. This is usually the case where I met them at the property because there were a lead. We built some rapport. We signed the rep agreement. They didn't like this one. So now it's okay. So how about we, how about I send you a list of all the homes that match your criteria? And then we go and look at all of them back to back so that you can really understand what's out there in this price range so that you can make a better decision based on seeing everything. Would you find value in that? Yes, I would. Okay, so let's do that. When are you available? Well, I'm available Thursday. Got it. All right, so let's go over again what you're looking for because I want to set up a criteria in the MLS and send you directly from the MLS. Does the number of stories matter to you? What area are you looking for? What's the max price? Because I don't want to hide anything from you. This conversation of the scripts I'm giving you, someone's going to ask, is that somewhere? And I'm going to say, yes, it is. It is in the June 18th class master, the buyer presentations where I take you through the buyer scripts that I have about how to set them up, go through the buyer orientation, and set up the buyer scripts. So in any event, I want you guys to beta test for your own businesses this concept of A, B, or C. If you had to rank it A, B, or C, how would you rank it? And then pay attention to that because those A's, B's, and C's going to help you narrow in and identify which properties they really like. But not only does it help me, it helps them clarify which ones they really like. Because if every property you leave, you just ask them what they like about it, and then they're done with the day after seeing 5 homes, they don't have clarity on which ones they really liked. It's sort of just all of these words floating out there of things they like and don't like, and then they have to go home and they have to figure it out, and they get home and they don't even remember the third property. So if you're helping them with this clarity, all right, if you grade this one A, B, or C, how would you grade it? C plus, A minus. It really, really helps them zero in on pulling the weeds and focusing on the ones that they really like. You've met them at a property, they decided they didn't like it. What questions do I need from them? Here are the walkaway questions that you want to make sure that you walk away with. What is the time frame that they're looking to buy? Because remember, we didn't ask them a lot of questions. So we showed them the home and now we got hired for the job. Now we're going to be their real estate agent and we're going to learn a lot about them. How long have they been looking? Have they seen any that they like? Do they have a sell? Do they have a house to sell? Very important question. Some agents forget to ask that question and then find out later that someone else is helping them list their home because they didn't even ask the question. That's a very important question because you want that listing. What area are they looking to buy? The bed, bath, square footage, and number of stories. The 5 things we're gonna go through on the open house day, which is the grand open day. We're gonna talk you through my grand open house script, which is very powerful. It's the 5 things: beds, bath, square footage, number of stories, and area. Those are the only things you need to know to put a really good criteria in the MLS. And usually there's less than 50 trend properties, and let them go through there and pick which ones they want to see by favoriting them. We're going to go through that later. Does the age of the home matter? Because I want to know if, are they looking for an older home? Do they want a new home? What that, because that helps me understand them. What's the max price? I don't ask them their price range because they don't know. And sometimes, if when they tell me the max price, I will ask them a question. So in terms of the max price, um, is there a max payment that you're looking for? Because sometimes people are coming from another state and they think the mortgage that they're paying for in another state is going to equate here, and that is not how that works. Because our property taxes are much, much more here. In fact, the property taxes are more than the interest every month, and that's considerable. So that changes the factor. So sometimes I also want to know what that payment is because I'm talking to my lenders and trying to get one. I'm asking them, are they going to be obtaining a loan? Not how are you going to pay for it, but are you going to be obtaining a loan or are you going to be paying cash? And then now I'm trying to get information, schedule an appointment to get him with the lender. And all of this conversation could be a phone conversation that I scheduled later. We're leaving the property. Okay, I'd like to meet with you today at 4 o'clock to kind of go over this and the buying process. You have time? Maybe I'm going to meet them on Zoom. Maybe we're going to meet at a coffee shop. Maybe we're going to leave the showing and go to a coffee shop. But or maybe we're going to have a conversation right there in the parking lot. But at some point, you have to have a conversation with them about what it is that they're looking for, so we can start from scratch and actually find them something they're gonna like. 99% of the time, you're not selling them this house. Maybe even 100% of the time, I can go that far. They never buy the home that they go and see. That's usually not the case. Very, very slim. In your career, it might happen twice. It's usually that they don't like it. So now we're going to go and send them everything and let them pick from the large menu of items that's out there. So we set the appointment to show them everything. I saw a couple of hands go up. Start with Gabriel.
Mine, just for psychological reasons, why, in terms of when we're asking, do you have another house? So why should we avoid from not using not home or avoid using not home?
Okay, so you got that. We want to remove the emotional connection that they have with their home. Do you want to sell your home? That's an emotional question, and that one is going to take them into an emotional buyer. So we want to talk about selling their house. When you're talking to a buyer about buying a home, we want to use the word home when we're talking to buyers. We want to use the word house when we're talking to our sellers 100% of the time. And that helps your seller. That helps them with the emotional attachment they have, because people don't have an attachment to a house. They have an attachment to a home. And those words help you zero in on, do you have a house to sell or a home to sell? The reaction is completely different. Okay, showing feedback. And then we're going to give you a quick break before we jump in. And actually, we don't have time for a break. Sorry. You're not going to get one. There was a lot of questions that we had, so we just don't have time. Not if I'm going to get through these next two videos, which I really want to get you through, because we've got like 5 more slides. We have just enough time to get you through this. How many of you heard about showing feedback? Okay. How many of you know that it's really dangerous to give showing feedback? Okay, some of you know. All right, we're gonna play this video, and this video is going to help us understand why that's the case.
Did you hear about the realtor that got sued for providing their buyers feedback after a home showing? Well, sellers often get frustrated when the agents don't share feedback on their home, but this may explain why. The buyer initially said the house was overpriced and in poor condition, so the agent shared this feedback with the seller's agent. A few days later, the buyer changed their mind and made an offer below the list price. The seller countered at full price and the buyer accepted, but during the inspection period, the buyer requested repairs and the seller refused. They said, take it or leave it. And at closing, the seller explained they were difficult because of the negative feedback. The buyer then sued their agent for violating their fiduciary duty and won.
Okay, so everything that the buyer tells you is confidential, and their interest in the property and how interested in their property is two things. One, why are you going to tell the listing agent, oh, they loved everything. They just loved everything. You just given away your negotiation standpoint as well. So this is the thing. This is how I approach feedback that protects me and my client. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, listing agent. Hey, no problem. I would be more than happy to send your questions to the buyer. Send me an email. My email is jack@realtytexas.com. When I get your email, I will forward it to the buyer. And then if they feel like sharing, I will forward that back to you. I send it to my buyer. I let my buyer fill it out with their own fingers on their own keyboard, and then I send it to the seller. But I will not be the carrier of information, because I'm not going to be the recipient of a lawsuit because I asked my client a question and they didn't even know that I was going to be sending it over to the listing agent in the first place. And they may be fine with it now, but then not be fine with it later. So nope, nope, nope. I want to be the source of the source, not the source. So if you want to do feedback, just do it that way. Ask the listing agent to send you an email, forward that email to the buyer, have the buyer respond, and then if the buyer responds back to you, then forward it to the listing agent. But don't do anything else is my recommendation. Doing it that way is going to make sure that you're not misrepresenting the buyer's interest, that you're not violating fair housing laws, that you're not breaching their confidentiality, and creating a legal battle or legal exposure for you and the firm later. So, Christine.
On buyer feedback, so I typically how I've handled it in the past is I use that opportunity to ask questions that the tenant or the buyer have, as opposed to being like, they loved everything. So one that I sent out this morning was, hey, they that were interested in the property, but they're not going to be ready to move until the end of August. Is that something that your landlord would be open to? And I just leave it at that, like leave it, use it as an opportunity to ask questions.
Yeah, I mean, in that rare situation where they happen to call you for feedback before you've called them for those questions anyway, because obviously we're not going to wait for them to call us for feedback to ask those questions. I mean, if we have a client that's interested, we probably will have already called them and asked them the questions. But yes, if those two things align and they haven't asked you any question or you haven't gotten your questions answered and they're asking for feedback, great. Use that as an opportunity to get the questions answered. But still, we have a fiduciary duty that we were asked a question and we have to take that to our client. So we can't not ask the buyer agent for their feedback because they asked it. So we need to get that request over to the buyer. We were asked by the listing agent for your feedback. I'm not authorized to tell them anything about your interest in the property. So would you like to provide feedback on the showing? If you would, respond to that email and I will forward it back to the listing agent and I will CC you on that. And if they reply, I will send you the reply.
That's great. Yeah, it's usually pretty immediate with showing time. So I never have a chance to even breathe before it comes my way.
Yep. Awesome. And yeah, and sometimes it's just digital questions that come and they want you to just fill out the questionnaire if they filled out the feedback form. So 1,000,000% yes. Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about. The best practices for feedback is use the written feedback, send it to your buyer, and explain to your buyer what's going to happen in the event that, well, just explain to the buyer, don't give away your negotiation standpoint here either, because they're going to share this with the client. And so we don't want to disparage the property because this is likely going to make it back to the seller. So this is the opportunity for the first communication between the buyer and seller. And so we might want to use this as a strategic opportunity, whether it's the tenant and the landlord, or the buyer and the seller, or the tenant and the property management company, to exchange their first words. And first impressions also matter. So we'll also keep that in mind. Creating an MLS search in our MLS Plus. A lot of you are using it. We have over 8,000 MLS searches right now set up. And a lot of that comes from our ISA department and our agents. What's cool about our MLS and what is different about it and what you don't have and what this currently does that no other systems have is all of the data in one place. Some of the MLSs are beginning to start share information. We don't have that between CTX MLS and Austin. There's been no data share. There has been a data share between Houston and Austin. It was turned off, turned back on. Now it's only active listing, so it's not sold. And I don't think that's going to stick around for much longer either. San Antonio has not shared their information with Actress, but they did with Houston, but they turned it off. In any event, it's still not working in the client gateway. Client gateway is a completely different product. So if you're doing a search, you can see the data, but you send the client gateway data is not there. What's cool about our client gateway is you might have in Georgetown a property that was listed in Waco MLS, which is now Netris. And the Waco agent put it in their local MLS and they're oblivious to the world around them, and they had someone really north Georgetown, maybe even Georgetown area, and they put it in their Waco because that's what's in their head, and they don't have MLS access to anything else. You might have an Austin agent who came into Round Rock and put a listing in Round Rock, but didn't put it in CTX MLS. You might have a Williamson County agent who has a listing and they put a property in Pflugerville, but they didn't put an address because they are primarily Williamson County. So you've got all of these different MLSs, and not all agents have subscriptions to all of these MLSs. Our requirement here at the firm is different than that some brokers don't manage this at all. But TREC says that one of the minimum competency requirements that should be had is the agent has access to the MLS so they can be doing CMAs in whatever primary MLSs are for those markets. So this means if you're working Georgetown, you really should have access to Netras, which is the Waco down. You should have access to Highland Lakes. You should have access to CTX MLS, and you should have access to Actress, because there could be listings splattered across all of those, and they're not in all of them, but some of them are just scattered across some of them. Using our MLS, then you have access to all of those listings by doing one client gateway. And that's a very powerful thing. And this video will show you how to very easily set up a client gateway search. This video here simply takes us through MLS Plus feature. I'm going to turn this down. You click on let me zoom in a little bit. We're going to click on the MLS Plus logo at the top. When the MLS opens, it's going to have all the listings, and at the bottom of the screen, which is now being covered by that. Can I get rid of that without it covering the bottom? I guess not. So at the bottom left-hand corner, there's a little section that shows how many active listings are based on this home search. It opens up, you click criteria, you got your property type and subtype, residential, residential lease, farm and ranch, land, whatever you're going to search for, and you pick the property type. Then, just like the MLS, you can type in the status and pick the statuses. Most time it's just going to be active. And now you can pick the price from and to. In this case, the property subtype also, you can pick a duplex or single family, or just leave it as residential like you typically would in the MLS. We also have county, city, zip code, subdivision. We have a map view where you can come here, just like the MLS, you can pick a polygon. You can do a circle, you can do a square, and pick the properties that are just inside that territory. So you have all of the functionalities that you have in the typical MLSs right here in your Realty Texas MLS, and you don't have to have access to the MLS to have this data, because Realty Texas is buying this data from all the MLSs, and we're providing it to all of our agents across the board. So you're really getting a free MLS of all the MLSs in Texas, and this data is also syndicating to your Realty Texas website as well. So you can do all the different polygon searches, they can overlap, you can do multiple of them, and then go back to the criteria page again, and you can put in number of bedrooms, you can put in square footage, you can put in number of stories, and then you can click the save button, type in their name and their email address, and they will get an email with an introductory invitation to go into the portal. When they enter the portal for the first time, they'll get an email saying that you'll get an email letting you know that they entered their portal. So you're like, oh, cool, they clicked my link and now they're in my portal. That's awesome. And then every time they favorite a property, it shows up in your app. And so I'm going to take a little hiatus here. I'm going to open up the app again and share my screen and show you guys that as they're favoriting properties, you're going to get a notification on your app, which is super, super cool, because that notification is real time. All right, let's click here. So the notification is real time. So the moment they click favorite on a property on the hamburger in your app, you'll see this up here. This is your MLS Plus. It'll show across your clients how many of your clients have favorited a property, how many have clicked the possibilities, and how many have entered a note. And then you click the MLS, and then it's going to open up the MLS sheet, and it's going to show you all of the MLS properties and who has favorited a property. And you can look at this data in multiple ways. You can look at it in this view, or you can click and you can look at it as the list view. Two different ways to look at the data, which it's going to take a second to update that. So beds, active, properties, hearts, favorites, possibilities. There's also another feature that maybe you guys don't know about, but this will tell you what client it is and what they've looked at, which is very powerful. How many of you know about this feature over here, which is the quick rep? No, MLS Plus, MLS Plus. And we click, so you click the location thing and then say allow all, and then it's going to grab your location services, and then it's going to bring you to the map of exactly where you are. It doesn't work when I'm mirroring because the mirroring is using my computer. That's why. All right, so go to your app and click the hamburger, click on the MLS Plus, click map, and then click location services. And then it brings you directly to where you're at in the moment. So you can't be sharing.
Now, quick question, Jack, on this, for this map, this shows all of the properties on every single MLS, regardless if we have access to those MLSs. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's all properties, regardless if you have a subscription for that MLS. So you can set up a criteria for your client, and it's going to give them, it's going to send them listings, and it's real time live. So the moment a listing hits the MLS, it's immediately within a couple of seconds ingested into our systems, and then we take it through our filter to see if we have any client gateway set up for that, and then we blast it out, letting them know a new property. They get a new email that says a new property has hit the market, and then they can click favorite possibility. And when they do, you immediately get a notification on your app letting them know that they favorited a property. And then you call them and say, hey, I see you favorited 123 Main Street. When do you want to see it? I would love to see that property. And you go and show it to them.
This is cool. Just if I have an open ticket, this doesn't work with the Android phone right now, I don't believe.
We
Oh, probably me too.
well,
It's got a ticket open since yesterday.
okay. I am gonna ask Elmer about that. When is the Android version? We have a new version that was submitted to the store. It takes 10 days for Android to
I can imagine. Yeah.
approve our new versions of the app, whereas iOS store approves it in 24 hours or less. So I know that there was a new one submitted. So
Awesome. Well, this is going to be cool. So thank you.
if you guys have issues, please get them with Katie. Katie then sends it to our tech team. And then thankfully, what's interesting about our entire process is that our two developers, both of them have Samsungs, not Apples. So we're developing this from the Samsung first and then making sure that it works on Apple. So if it's working on iOS, I know that that was the secondary because their primary was Android. So we usually have better luck with Androids than iOSs. So it's very seldom that we have a problem on one and not both.
Well, I love to hear that. I'm surrounded in my family by Apple users, except for me.
Well, I am not an Android user, so I am one of those people in your family.
That means get an iPhone, Kyle.
No, I can tell them I have a better camera than them. No, I'm holding out still.
Yeah, I'm an Android.
I wish that iPhones had just as good a camera as Androids. That you guys do have us there.
Okay, I'm having my team test the feature right now to see. Okay. We want to start getting hired by going out and meeting them in the real world and getting hired in person. Consumers are not in the market to hire a realtor, they're in the market to buy a home. Prospecting is setting the appointment, converting is getting hired. Those are two separate independent events. Don't try to commingle them in your head. Remember, and you are trying to get hired. Once you have a representation agreement, then you're trying to provide services. And so many agents commingle those two. And what they want to do instead is provide a bunch of services and a bunch of advice to try to somehow use that as a dangle to get yourself hired. And we find that that's actually not what gets most people agents hired. What usually gets them is being easy to work with and being friendly meeting them in the real world and agree to meet with them, that's what gets hired. Those same agents who want to provide a lot of services typically want to do that and give them a lot of information on the phone and keep them on the phone a long time and try to give them their advice and try to get them with a lender and do all this stuff over the phone when the other agent who just met him at the property ended up getting hired. And so while that other agent's still trying to, call them and continue getting them with the lender, next thing you know, they've been ghosted. Why? Because another agent set an appointment, met them in the real world, got their representation agreement signed, and now they're going and trying to get something under contract, and we're still, trying to get them with a lender. So this is why agents get ghosted so often, is because they're still trying to provide services to someone who's not even their client yet. So don't commingle them. First, set the appointment. Second, meet them at a property, meet them somewhere in the real world, figure out how you can meet them somewhere, get them through the IABS, explain to them the representation agreement. But trying to qualify them over the phone might work some of the time, but the majority of the time, it's going to result on getting hung up on or end up being ghosted. Also, we have this slide, don't get fired. Remember, when you set the appointment, NAR studies have shown that once you set the appointment and someone says, hey, where are you going? I'm going to go meet my realtor. There's this house we want to see. They've not even met you yet. They're already saying that. It's a weird phenomenon. So if though you're on the phone and someone says, hey, I want to see 123 Main Street, and you're on the phone with them, set the appointment. Even if you know that it's pending, set the appointment. And let me tell you why. You're going to then call the listing agent and say, hey, I saw that you pending, or I know that you're going pending. Are you guys looking for a backup? How stable is this deal? Because I have someone that wants to see it. Do you already have a backup? Well, I don't know. I think we're kind of going south in the option period and we may be going back active. Good information. Okay. So then once I do all my due diligence and I call the listing agent and I find out what's really going on with that property, I'm going to call back and say, hey, this one's pending. I talked to the listing agent and they're kind of on shaky grounds here. They're not going to sure what's happening and they're willing to receive a backup. So we can still see this one, but there's also another one that I did some research on this in the subdivision that's also a single story home. I sent you a link to it just now via text. And I think it's a great contender. So we might want to look at both. Would you be okay with that? That buyer that you set an appointment with, they're going to be blown away by this, because not only did you make it really easy to set the appointment, but then you called them back, you called the listing agent, and then you researched another property to go meet them at. And now they're like, okay, very cool. I'm happy to see it. What's the address? Let me take a look. Sometimes when you call and you try to set an appointment, they're going to say, I only want to talk with the listing agent. So there's some scripts that we're gonna talk about in next class about how we can get through that, but we want to find out why they only want to talk to the listing agent. In our sales meeting, we cover that one quite often. Oftentimes it's because maybe it's a crazy neighbor that's mad that the garbage can's been left out for a week, or maybe there's a car parked in front of their house that they're mad about, or who knows what. But sometimes it has nothing to do with them wanting to buy a home. So if they want to talk to the listing agent, we can help them get in contact with the listing agent. Sometimes they're going to ask us if the property is for rent and it's a property for sale. So then we can say, great, you know what, that's a really good question. I'm not saying that it is, but would you mind give me a little bit of time so I can call the listing agent and do some research for you to find out if that's the case? And then they'll say, yeah, that'd be great. What about the property interest you? Because it's kind of why did they find a property for sale and now they want to rent it? So if you can find out that answer, then while you're also doing some research and trying to find out if it's also for rent, you can find something that is in the neighborhood or local that is for rent that might match it to show them that one. So listen, be intuitive, try to overcome objections, be that little inquisitive kid trying to dig deep and try to figure out what their objections really are. We have 10 minutes left of class. We've got 3 slides here, so we're basically done for the day. But I'm going to give you a homework assignment for the last 10 minutes of class. But before I give you a homework assignment, we're going to go through this last slide together. We have an ISA 1 and ISA 2 program here. ISA 1 is an inside sales agent. We are calling the customers that come in and trying to convert them. ISA 2 is a staff. ISA 1 is and someone who's in our leads program or referrals program. And then we have this concept of ISA 3, which is someone who is like an ISA 1, but they get to do it from home. The only difference. So to be an ISA, they're calling the company database. Each call is using the company smart plans. These calls are nurturing, not sales. We've got 100,000 customers now, so we don't want to destroy relationships with them. So we are trying to get referrals from them, check in on them, find out what their plans are, if they've changed, all the things. We're going to be well rested. We're going to be in the right mindset. We're going to remember back to the Vanessa Van Edwards video. We're going to be looking at the rearview mirror at our micro smile. We're on the phone because this is the time for us to get some referrals and get some transactions and fill our book of business. Important time, and there are 3-hour time shifts. So make the most of that 3-hour time shift. So there is an exam, of course, today. I did the video. I'm going to send it out to you. But I'm going to ask you guys to do something for me. MEGA-14 and MEGA-13, I put you in groups. And I actually had you call someone and make a phone call to someone and actually ask. And I really want to do that too. We've got 9 minutes. Okay. This was probably the most successful thing that happened in MEGA-15. And I don't want you guys to not have that. You already have groups of 3 set up from before. This is what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to put you in here for 10 minutes, which is going to put you 2 minutes over. I want you to grab someone in your phone and I want you to make a call and I want you to keep calling until you get a hold of someone that's in your phone. Could be a family member, could be a cousin, could be a sister, could be a friend. It's someone who you've not asked for referrals for. It's someone who you've not said, I am a real estate agent and I would really appreciate your business. So if you're looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, I just want to make sure that we had the conversation and then I asked for your business, because if I can't ask you, then I don't deserve it. And if you hear someone talking about buying, selling, and leasing a home, that you would actually refer me. So you're going to call someone now, live, in your groups. In MEGA-15, when we did this, we had 7 people find out from people in their family that were looking to buy and sell. And they ended up getting points from getting representation agreements from this call. My goal and hope is that you guys get some representation agreements from this. I am creating it now. You should have your invitation open. Okay, I am so excited to hear about a bunch of success stories. Even if it's just, wow, you know what, they were so much more receptive than I thought, or whatever that story is. Lisa has a question for all of you as well, so I know we're at limited time. Does somebody want to give a success story from the calls they just made? Gabriel?
Yeah, I mean, I guess since in terms of calling people that we haven't spoken to in a long time, I think it's a little easier just to tap into some of my people. But I called one of my buddies from my airborne unit that I haven't spoken to in quite some time, just to kind of just remind him that I'm in the real estate business and that, I do need his help in terms of be successful. So if there's any friends or family that he might know, to send them my way. But then he did know, notify me that by September, which is a few months out, that he will have to be looking to possibly move in either to a new rental, and it's going to be in the Austin area. But it's just to kind of give me a timeline to start coordinating some things with them, to start looking into a house in the future for him.
Good job, Gabriel. So everyone's looking to move, whether you know it or not, they're looking. So what we're doing is we're finding out when. Good job, Gabriel. Kelly, you see your hand up.
Yeah, I called a good friend of mine I helped her sell her house. She lives in Ennis now. And I called to see how she was doing. And she said, I'm glad you called because I think my sister is almost ready to put her house on the market. And she lives in Austin. So that was really fortuitous.
That is exactly what we're looking for. And you know what? You're going to be blown away at how many times you have these conversations with people who are like, holy mackerel. Okay, good job. We've got 3 more. Angela, how'd your conversation go? And then Isa, and then Andrew.
I called someone, mine went really well. I called a lady that we were not, we did an auction at our church, a silent auction, a regular auction. We made the most amount of money, but it was just her and I, and we kind of, she's a little bit, did not like me. And we worked together, but you know, I think she was just kind of going through stuff. But I just I reached out to her, let her know I was doing real estate now, and she actually has a friend who has a property that's a 5-bedroom house. It's empty right now, and she might want to she needs to either a real estate agent to either lease it out or to sell it. And she said she knows that she would love to talk to me, that I would be a great person for her to work with. And she said she has a lot of people that are interested in buying and selling right now.
There you go. That's beautiful. That is a good phone call. Isa, what do you got?
I'm laughing and it's funny, but I called the randomest person on my phone. And with her a couple years ago, she wanted to see a property and she ended up seeing the property with somebody else and buying the property with somebody else. And I was a little butthurt at the time, but it's fine. I called her. I did close with her sister last year. Her sister bought a house. And then I just like, hey, I'm just checking in on you and the kids. How are you guys? I know you guys had a garage sale recently. Are y'all thinking about moving? And then she tells me yes. And she tells me it's so funny. She tells me that she wants to sell. I know it's not going to be an easy one because she bought the land. The land has a big piece of water, running water through it. I don't know. And she got a mobile home there. I don't know how I'm going to do it. But I have an appointment for Tuesday at 7 p.m. So I hope I can get info.
Oh, okay, get with Michael Potter because he is the mobile home expert. He is known in this market for being the mobile home expert. So he is your go-to there. Good job, Isa.
Thank you.
Set an appointment on the phone call. Beautiful. Andrew, what do you got?
So, as far as the calls went, it helped me go ahead and just dive in as far as those people that I haven't talked to in a long time. So I will say 5 o'clock, maybe they're driving home. I didn't get anybody, but I did reach out to some. I don't have some of my contacts in my phone. Some of them are in my LinkedIn. And so earlier today, I messaged somebody that from a long time ago, like 6, 7 years ago, and they responded and told me, hey, my granddaughter and grandson both live in Austin still, and I will definitely share your information because I think that they're going to be looking to buy pretty soon. So I was like, nice.
Very productive phone call.
Yep.
All right, everyone. I'm very proud of you. It was a long day. We went through a lot of information, but it was very useful information. And this is the kind of information that we got today that's going to really help propel you all forward. Lisa needs your help. I'm going to turn it over to her. You already have your email in your inbox. Your exam is already there, and everything we spoke about is in that email, so you already have it. Lisa, I'm going to turn it over to you. Everyone, I will see you on Friday with the mega class that you're going to have more fun in than any other mega. So look forward to mega, and I hope you all attend your mega mini tomorrow and see Andrew Constancio in our morning huddle. Lisa, you
appreciate it, Jack.
I appreciate it, Jack. Thank you for your help.
Okay, I need if anybody is still on that is available to do a grand open house on Saturday in Hutto for Kim Dale. It's a grand open and she's been promoting it. Then I have that availability. She does have other open houses available either Saturday or Sunday. And pretty much you can pick the time for most of those, but I'm trying to cover that one. So also one in Georgetown because I had somebody, but then somehow he got sucked into doing another one. So that one is in with the group on Saturday at 109 Ranch House in Georgetown. Is anybody here not doing an open house on Saturday that would be available to do a grand open house from 2 to 4 or a house in Sun City, which is Georgetown, from 1 to 3?
Well, the best sales manager in the world, Andrew, should definitely handle that.
I mean, I can ask him to.
I'm just messing around. I saw him join the freaking feed, so I had to give him a
Hey,
little
Lisa,
love.
the grand opening, where in terms of the signage, do we have to, or is, I guess for the open house, would the open house signs be provided, or do we have to bring our own?
Well, Kim usually puts up the signs but she's on a cruise. I do have open house signs that somebody can utilize if you'd like. So they're here at the office.
What, just, I'm not saying yes yet or no, but what's the address on the grand opening?
521 Kirk Hill, KIRKHILL. And I need to have an answer today because otherwise it's not gonna, I mean, I'm gonna have to her take it down.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Lisa, I'd be willing to do one if the signs are available and I can pick them up. Either one. If you want to give me the
Georgetown. Just real quick, Georgetown, you can't put up signs, so that
no. So that's the other thing, y'all. Georgetown, you only need one open house sign in the front. But yes, and Andrew, yeah, I can give you all the signs you need to if you want to do Kirk Hill and commit to that. And then Gabriel, if it's because you don't have signs, you only need one sign at in Georgetown, and it's at the front of the property when you hold it open. Is that going to work?
I can use 525 or 521 Kirk. I can do the Kirk Hill, but I'm sorry, you said one more time about signs?
Okay, is that you, Gabriel, talking?
Is that, am I talking? Am I not talking?
Yeah,
I am talking.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, okay. Does it matter where you, where do you guys live? Does it matter?
I live up here in Sienna North, which I like to call the little Frodo area, because this way's Huddle, this way's Round Rock.
Okay, so it would make more. Where do you live, Andrew? What area?
I'm in Maynard, but I don't mind going all the way to Georgetown. I like the Georgetown area.
Okay,
I'm in between. I'm only 15 minutes from the Kirk Hills.
Okay, then Gabriel, I'm gonna put you for Kirk Hill grand open house, and you can come by the office and pick up signs. And then Andrew, if you only need one sign, I can give you one sign if you don't have your signs yet. No problem.
Yeah, I don't have them yet. I can come pick up one.
I mean,
do those signs? I guess I can look it up. But do I need to get permits just for double checking for this Round Rock?
For the only permit you would need would be on, what is that, Gaddis School. So you'd need one
on that intersection.
Let's see if we have one sign with a permit around here. I can
okay, yes, ma'am.
You know what, Lisa? Hold on. Let me. I'm just thinking right now. I think my wife said she has to work this weekend. What's the time for the open house for Georgetown?
Saturday's Father's Day. This is Father's Day weekend, so I don't have.
Okay. It is Father's Day weekend. I know, that's why I'm having a hard time. So it 1 to 3 on Saturday. I thought you were gonna go hang out with Ken this weekend, Andrew.
Yeah,
I was, but I canceled with him too. I was like, my wife's working till 3. So I can't do before 3 o'clock.
Okay, no problem. Anybody else?
I wanted that one.
Well, I put Kyle down, but then Christina messed it up and put him on another one.
Yeah, no. I know.
So no one
else. If anybody wants
I did my Father's Day last
weekend with me, y'all are more than welcome to do it with me. If you guys are in the area and want to do Kirk Hill together, I'm there, so y'all can join in.
Okay, so
put me down for 2 to 4.
I will have to go outside the group then, since everybody else I think has an open house, right?
Hey, but Lisa, any other time you have an open house, I think for the next couple of weekends, I'm available if you're coming to bind.
Definitely. Just so you guys can put this on your radar, like Kim, for example, both of them, Christina and Kim. Kim has 9 listings right now, and it is so hard when you're a listing agent. She's gonna have to hold them all open every weekend, but you try for the seller to get as most exposure as possible, but it's impossible for one list agent to be at all the listings all the time. You can't do it.
Lisa, did you reach out to Brandon Medina for the Sunday open house?
I reached out in our mega chat. and he didn't respond. So
really, because I don't think he has another open house because I think he has a Saturday, but I don't think he has a Sunday. But I don't know.
Well, it is Father's Day, so if he has,
Oh,
may not.
Maybe that's probably what it is.
That's possible.
I can ask Grace and see if she'd be willing to do a Sunday.
Okay, yeah, let me know. That'd be great.
Okay, I will. I'll ask her. I'll ask her right now. We
That's
didn't
a
have
pretty
anything planned.
house. Yeah, that's a pretty
We were
house.
just
I get
gonna do social media posts. So we're gonna go look at property on Sunday. But I'll just ask her. I mean, we've done a grand open house a couple times, so I will ask her for a Sunday.
Okay, and also Pencil Cactus. Kelly is doing it on Saturday, and that one's available on Sunday too, which is they had their grand open last weekend, so it's still a
Okay,
fresh.
either one. I'll let me talk to Grace and make sure, and then I'll get
Call
you
me
on
back,
Teams.
or
Okay,
team me back like
okay, I'll Teams you
today.
back.
I gotta
Okay,
get them in. All right, awesome.
okay, sounds good. Thanks,
Alicia.
Lisa, I have a question for you. This weekend I can't shadow anyone, but following week I can. However, I was gonna ask, there are some builders here in my area. It's a fairly new area, and my question is, would I be able to maybe go out there, talk to them, get
Yes.
familiar with them, and would that count as credit as open house?
You need to ask them, can I hold any of your inventory open? That is
Okay, because I'm very, very familiar with builders open homes. I used to do that a lot when I first got my license.
Oh, well, I mean, see, you have.
Yeah, I do know how to definitely,
And people are more comfortable going to follow our open house signs rather than to go to the models. So if a builder allows you to hold open their inventory, that's how I built my business. I mean, I worked very closely with builders because they can't sell somebody's home, right? And if somebody comes
right, they need someone.
but they have a house to sell, then if you have that relationship with that on-site, they're going to say, I've got the perfect realtor for you.
Okay.
Yeah. So all day long, that is
So I'll do some networking this weekend out here, and I don't have my signs yet. I haven't ordered anything yet because of my phone number, but as soon as I get that squared away,
I know
I'll get those ordered.
So
okay, yeah. So it's good. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Hey, Kelly.
Hi, I heard you say my name. Can you tell me which one I'm holding open on Saturday?
Yeah, I signed you up for Pencil Cactus, and let me find her. I have to find her tweet.
Thank you. I was about to take one from Indu in Round Rock, but I'm glad you told me.
No, you already told me you were doing it.
I know, but I hadn't heard from you, so I was just making sure. I'm
sorry.
Covering my bases. It's okay. I'm good.
Yeah, it's really hard to. This is something new that Jack threw in, so I'm trying to figure out the best way to get it done without making the open house agents mad at me.
You're doing great.
Kimdale. Okay. The address is for Pencil Cactus 18401.
Okay.
Pencil Cactus, and that's in Pflugerville.
Okay, that's Pflugerville, and you have me down from 1 to 3?
I have you, 1 to 3 is fine unless you want 2 to 4. It's up to you.
1 to 3 is great.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Hello, Wells.
Hi, sorry, I'm taking care of my grandbaby right now, so I'm a lot on mute. And we're in Abilene, so however, yes, travel because my husband travels. But we're supposed to be returning soon, and if I'm free on Saturday, I can do the Sun City, but I can confirm tomorrow evening because I'm not sure if we're leaving early tomorrow by the time we get home. But I don't know if that works in case you don't find anybody else.
Okay, well, I have it down as 1 to 3, so I'll put your name down tentatively. And then if I get it for sure, then I'll let you know, but otherwise I'll put you down.
Yes, because I think we might traveling tomorrow, but I don't know what time or how late. And so just depending, I'll get back to you.
Yeah, and so this isn't until
Saturday.
Saturday. 1 to 3.
Okay, so I'll get back to you on that.
Just so you know, the address is 109 Ranch House.
Okay, and I'm in Georgetown, so
Yeah, oh, that's
that works.
perfect. Okay, good.
Okay, thank you.
Fun with your grandbabies. All right, y'all. Anything else? Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow in Mega Minis.